Chapter 1277. P.S. Thanks to Coward 2, Laughing Noble Ghost, and Red Moon Lily for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. As the Procuress opened the door, the ancient sound faintly echoing in the room immediately stopped. Seito didn't waste any words and directly used instant transmission to move the white-robed young master, who was sitting upright at a round table and quietly sipping fine wine, to his front. His 5 fingers half-bent, like a claw, inserted and pressed on the young master's lower abdomen where his dantian was humph. Although he was prepared, the white-robed young master, Hoshibai, didn't expect the attack to come so suddenly. He wrinkled his brows and instinctively let out a muffled groan. Then, Hoshibai's hands moved in succession, slapping towards Seito's head. Seito, whose actions exceeded Hoshibai's conscious senses, raised his head and slightly smiled at him. Using the 5-element sealing technique, his palm quickly pushed forward, and Hoshibai's body flew back like a cannonball. Bang! Almost in an instant, Hoshibai's body heavily crashed into the bed in the room, breaking the wooden bed into pieces. The brothel's top courtesan, who had never seen such a situation, immediately opened her mouth and let out a high-pitched scream. Bang! Hoshibai, who was buried in with shavings, shook off the fragments of the bed outside his body. He didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest as he quickly ran to the side of the window, wanting to flip over and escape. But before he could break the window, his body once again suddenly appeared in front of Seito. Suffering a second blow, he spat out blood and fainted. "This is for you," Seito said faintly as he threw a silver pancake to the pale-faced Procuress beside him. Yes, yes. Seeing the money, how could the Procuress still care about Hoshibai's life and death? She immediately beamed with joy and repeatedly responded. Seito also ignored the Procuress's flattery. He directly moved his thoughts and threw Hoshibai into the magic cube world. Then, he led Fu Junzuo away from the E-Home courtyard. Afterwards, he settled down in a decent-sized inn and sped up the processing of Hoshibai. This gigolo, who was known as the Passionate Prince, was actually a man who pursued the path of ruthlessness. Seito was truly displeased. Even though the flowery sect was passed down from the school of vertical and horizontal, school of famers, school of miscellany, and many other schools in the Pre-Qin dynasty, and its disciples were all capable people who ruled the world, Seito did not hold back. He directly used Aleya to wildly attack the core of consciousness formed by his martial arts realm, turning him into a living puppet. "Give me Hua Jindao's Tianma strategy," Seito ordered Hoshibai, who was still bowing in front of him. "The Tianma strategy is currently not with Shibai. We need to wait a few days before we can hand it over to you, sir. Please forgive us," Hoshibai said respectfully. "How long exactly?" Seito asked with a frown. "Half a month," Hoshibai replied. "Where did you hide it?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Chengdu. I'll take you to get it." Seito got up and said. Then he used his mind to wrap Hoshibai and Fu Junzuo, who was standing at the side, with his energy. He launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the inn. In the next second, he appeared in Chengdu. In the room arranged by Long, who had stayed for 2 days, he once again launched instant transmission and appeared in the sky above Chengdu. He used telekinesis to support Hoshibai and Fu Junzuo. "Which way?" Seito asked faintly. "Over there." Hoshibai, whose eyes were full of amazement, looked around and pointed to the forest in the southwest direction. After getting the answer, Seito did not hesitate and immediately took the 2 to the southwest. Another 30 meters to the north, Hoshibai reminded them again when the 3 of them flew above the forest. Seito did not answer and directly used instant transmission to take the 2 to the place Hoshibai said. In an instant, a very unique wooden house in a mountain forest appeared in front of Seito. "Sir, please wait a moment." Hoshibai saluted and said. Then, he turned and walked quickly to a piece of gravel about 2 meters in diameter that was about 4 or 5 meters away from the west corner of the house. He stirred up his true energy and pushed it away. Then he bent down and dug the ground with his hands. After a while, a small wooden box appeared in Hoshibai's hand. He knows how to hide things, Ito said to himself with his eyebrows raised. This set of concealment methods was obviously arranged using human habits. Under normal circumstances, when there was a wooden house and they knew who the owner of the house was, most of the intruders who came here with a purpose would excavate the wooden house itself and its underground to search for the things they wanted. This was a normal human habit. Therefore, this arrangement could effectively let people enter the blind spot and protect the things they really wanted to hide. After all, the average person would not be so bored as to push away the gravel that was obviously piled up naturally, nor would they be so bored as to dig the wet soil onto the gravel. It was not like a child catching an earthworm that needed to find a corner. Sir, Hoshibai, who had returned to Seito's side, took out the Sky Devil policy and handed it over. Seito took the Sky Devil policy. Lowering his head, he casually flipped through the book. After discovering that there wasn't any content that he wanted, he directly turned his hand and put it away. He casually explained to Hoshibai and sent him to help Xie Hui and the others fight Xiao Xian. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the forest with Fu Junzuo and appeared in a room with a pretty good layout. Your Majesty, a pleasant voice that contained surprise sounded in Seito's ears. Luoyin, you haven't rested yet. Seito looked at Shun Luoyin, who was only wearing a white inner garment and a large outer garment that consumed a lot of heat. She was using the light to check something. There are still many things to prepare. How can Luoyin rest? Shun Luoyin raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear and chuckled. Your Majesty, why did you appear in Liang City instead of sitting in the court in the palace? I'm preparing to attend Wang Bo's birthday banquet and meet the elusive Shi Qingxian. Seito walked to the table and looked at the rather exquisite military map on the table. Your Majesty, are you going to make a move on Qingxian? Shun Luoyin smiled. That's right. Seito shrugged slightly and acquiesced. How are the preparations going? Seito changed the topic and asked. The army just arrived in Liang City this morning. They're currently resting and preparing to set off for Jin tomorrow. Shun Luoyin, who had also walked to the table to look at the military map, replied softly. However, since your Majesty is planning to meet Ji Shirlang Wang Bo, why don't your Majesty take this opportunity to control Wang Bo as well? If his army can contain Su Yuanlang, we might be able to take him down without having to fight. This way, we only need to guard against Do Jinda. However, Wang Bo has always been narrow-minded and unforgiving. Previously, Du Fuwei and Li Zitong were both his subordinates. However, they rebelled one after another. That's why after your Majesty controls him, I don't recommend giving him the position. Shun Luoyin looked at Seito seriously and said. Seito nodded and remembered Shun Luoyin's words. Right, I remember that Chu Rang and Do Jinda have a good relationship. Do you think if I send him to Hebei, can he convince Do Jinda to submit? Seito suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Shun Luoyin. If you were in Do Jinda's position, what would your Majesty do? Shun Luoyin didn't answer directly and instead asked with a smile. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Seito smiled. If that's the case, then forget it. You guys can do as you see fit. Luoyin was worried that your Majesty was going to personally make Do Jinda surrender. Shun Luoyin let out a sigh of relief and smiled. You guys, don't worry. The world I want is very big. A single China is far from enough. Seito pressed down on the military map on the table and clenched his fist. Luoyin deeply admires your Majesty's great ambition and is willing to be at your Majesty's beck and call. I will fulfill your Majesty's great wish. Shun Luoyin looked at Seito with a burning gaze and said seriously. Seito quietly looked at Shun Luoyin for a moment and suddenly smiled. He reached out and pulled Shun Luoyin into his embrace and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Shun Luoyin, who was attacked, immediately let out a low moan. After a moment, Seito let go of Shun Luoyin, whose cheeks were red and breathing was slightly out of breath, and said with a smile, Luoyin, you'll serve me tonight." Then, without any explanation, he bent over and carried Shen Luoyin in his arms. He ignored the warm hair that fell from her shoulders to the ground and strode into the inner bedroom. Seeing this, how could Fu Junzhou not know that Sei Ito was going to do something naughty again? Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly left the room. She went to the small room that was specially for personal maids and sat down. She used the fastest speed to enter a state of cultivation to avoid being disturbed by the strange noises made by Sei Ito and Shen Luoyin when they were playing. This was the best way she had found to deal with this situation after experiencing it so many times. As expected, not long after, bursts of loud moans mixed with the sound of heavy breathing and the creaking sound of the soft wooden bed fiercely shaking echoed in the quiet room. "It's coming, it's coming." After an unknown amount of time, Shen Luoyin shouted with an intoxicated expression. "Luoyin, prepare to concentrate and calm your mind. Use the method in your mind to circulate your true qi." Sei Ito, who was working hard up and down, moved his head close to Shen Luoyin's ear and said to Shen Luoyin with mental power. Under the reminder of these words, Shen Luoyin immediately recovered some of her mind. She resisted the stimulation in her body and followed Sei Ito's instructions to circulate her true qi according to the information that suddenly appeared in her mind. "I'm coming," Sei Ito whispered and released the energy in his body. Shen Luoyin, who felt the impact of the energy, immediately became absent-minded and shouted loudly. Fortunately, at this time, the true qi in her body was already circulating. She didn't need Shen Luoyin to control it and could also exchange it with Sei Ito. Therefore, she didn't lose her mind because of this moment of absent-mindedness and still maintain the dual cultivation state. "Your Majesty." Shen Luoyin looked at Sei Ito and murmured. Hearing the call, Sei Ito lowered his head and covered Shen Luoyin's mouth with his, preventing her from speaking. In this way, they maintained the position of being connected to each other. After enjoying the pleasure, the two gradually fell into a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Sei Ito, who slowly opened his eyes, looked at the naked Shen Luoyin and thought to himself, although it's only the initial rough version of the dual cultivation method, the effect is not bad. At least the energy obtained is a lot purer than the previous dual cultivation methods. The amount of mysterious yin and yang mixed inside is also a bit more. "Your Majesty." As if they had agreed, Shen Luoyin, who also woke up at the same time, called out. "How do you feel?" Sei Ito chuckled. "Your Majesty." Shen Luoyin, who thought Sei Ito was teasing her, angrily called out. "I'm talking about the condition of your body." Sei Ito reached out and pinched Shen Luoyin's chest with a playful expression as he reminded her. Shen Luoyin was startled when she heard this. She immediately closed her eyes and felt it. After 5 or 6 seconds, Shen Luoyin suddenly opened her eyes again. She looked at Sei Ito with a stunned expression. Clearly, she had discovered the current condition of her body. There's no need to doubt it. It's all real. However, this kind of thing only has a noticeable effect at the beginning. After a few more times, it will become less obvious and there will almost be no end to it. You have to be mentally prepared. Sei Ito said with a chuckle as his palm gently stroked the midline of Shen Luoyin's body. Being able to enter like this already makes Luoyin very happy. How could I dare to ask for more? Luoyin understands. Shen Luoyin smiled charmingly. Then, she moved away from Sei Ito and stood up, saying, "I'll help your Majesty change." Sei Ito nodded and stood up naked from the bed. He summoned 2 streams of water to wash his and Shen Luoyin's body. Then, he enjoyed Shen Luoyin's service. After that, the two of them finished dressing and had breakfast with Fu Junzhou. Then, they disguised themselves as honored guests and stayed in Shen Luoyin's temporary residence until the army set off again. Then, they mingled in Shen Luoyin's carriage and set off from Liang City to Jiyin. The distance between Liang City and Jiyin was not very far. According to the road conditions during the Tang Dynasty, it would only take about 2 days. Even with the army dragging them down, The total journey would not exceed 3 days. However, at this time, Jin was still not under Sei Ito's rule. It was still under the control of Su Yuanlong's power. Thus, before they entered the city to rest and reorganize, they first had to fight with the defending army of Jin. However, the military strength of the Jin castle was not even half of its military strength. The Wagong army, led by the famous General Fan Duo, only took a little more than a day to conquer the Jin castle with the help of the Wagong spies, the members of the Polyong Society, the ninjas under Ito's Sei, and the external army. Then, they stayed in Jin for 2 days. The Wagong army split into 3 groups and took boats from the Yellow River, the official road, and Langia towards Su Yuanlong's power in the center of Jinan in the future. Because they were advancing, it was not good to increase the speed of the army along the way. This was to prevent the soldiers from being too tired and being ambushed by the enemy. Thus, by the time they arrived near Juyi, a few days had already passed. It was almost Wang Bo's birthday. Thus, after the army stopped to rest and reorganize, Sei Ito left Shunlian's place with Fu Junzuo and headed toward Dongping County City, which was only a lake away from Juyi. Chapter 1278. P.S. There's a bug. It's not Wang Bo's birthday, it's Wang Tong. Wang Bo is still hanging around Shandong, Changbai Mountain. That evening, in the south of Dongping County City, there was a huge mansion with a lot of traffic in front of it. The inside and outside of the mansion were brightly lit, and there were countless people. Noise came from inside the mansion from time to time. Outside the mansion, Sei Ito, dressed in a white robe and holding a paper fan, dressed like a young master in a chaotic world. Fu Junzuo, who was still wearing a white gauze dress and holding a slender longsword, appeared. He wore a silver mask that covered half of his face and had complicated patterns on it. What a grand display! Sei Ito said softly to Fu Junzuo beside him. Fu Junzuo didn't answer. He still maintained a silent posture and followed beside him. Come, let's go in. Sei Ito, who knew Fu Junzuo's temperament, didn't care. He immediately opened the paper fan in his hand and gently waved it in front of him as he led Fu Junzuo to the gate of the courtyard. However, when they were about to be stopped by the brawny men who were maintaining order, he spread out his mental power and formed an illusion around his body. He confused the vision of the brawny men guarding the gate and continued to walk inside. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo saw a large number of maids with their arms and breasts exposed and guests sitting around the table and chatting with each other. Sei Ito's gaze turned slightly and finally fell on 3 people who were sitting in the main seats inside the room. They were faintly protected by several brawny men who seemed to be skilled in martial arts. The man in the middle had white hair and a beard. He had a bold and powerful aura, but his clothes were shabby. Although he was sitting, he still gave off a majestic aura. Combined with the description in the original work, Sei Ito knew that this person was Ouyang Shi, who had the title of Yellow Mountain Imin. The other person was tall and sturdy. Xing Shuang had 2 whiskers, so people knew that he wasn't young. However, his appearance was that of a middle-aged man, and he had a scholarly and elegant bearing. He gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling. That's a good look, Sei Ito muttered. Needless to say, for Sei Ito to give such an evaluation, it could only be the owner of this place, the great scholar Wang Tong. As for the last person who looked like a very imposing official, he was someone Sei Ito was familiar with. He was Wang Shichong, Lord Wang, who was conferred the title of Marquis of Luoyang. Tisk, you're actually in the mood to come here to listen to music. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said. Sei Ito then retracted his gaze and looked at the guests in the hall again. Very soon. Then, he locked his gaze on one of the guests sitting around a round table with 3 women and 2 men. With a smile on his face, Sei Ito waved his fan and brought Fu Junzuo over to the table. Due to the sensitive nature of his identity, Sei Ito continued to release his psychic energy to form an illusion around him along the way to avoid being discovered. Yo! Walking to the round table, Sei Ito sat down with his back to Wang Shichong and the others. He He slightly removed a part of the illusion. He greeted Shan Wanjing, who was dressed as a man. "It's you." Hearing the greeting, Shan Wanjing subconsciously turned her head to look at Seito. After seeing his face, she immediately cried out in surprise. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. "You're too loud. You're disturbing the others." Seito used his eyes to signal Shan Wanjing to pay attention to the people around her. He also stopped the people from the Dongming sect who knew his identity from greeting him. Knowing that Seito's identity was sensitive, Shan Wanjing's heart trembled. She quickly lowered her voice and said, "Why are you here? It seems that in your heart, you still don't recognize me as your majesty." Seito looked at Shan Wanjing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Shan Wanjing's expression froze when she heard this. She dryly called out, "Your Majesty." "Forget it. Who told you to be Shan Wanjing? Since you don't like to call me your Majesty, then continue to call me by the title you just used," Seito said with a frivolous smile. "Thank you, your Majesty." Shan Wanjing curled her lips imperceptibly and thanked him in a low voice. "But speaking of which, why are you here?" Seito asked curiously. "I heard that Master Qingxian will play a song for Wang Tong at the banquet. I was a little curious, so I ran over," Shan Wanjing explained in a low voice, blushing and embarrassed. "What about you?" Shan Wanjing hurriedly asked, as if she was trying to find balance or avoid embarrassment. "Same as you. I came to see Master Qingxian." Seito chuckled. At this moment, Seito suddenly felt Fu Junzuo's aura tremble. He turned to look at her in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Junzuo, what's wrong?" Fu Junzuo didn't answer. She only looked excitedly into the distance. Seito curiously followed Fu Junzuo's gaze and looked into the distance. In an instant, two somewhat sloppily dressed youths of 15 or 16 years old entered Seito's sight. "Interesting. I didn't expect that they would appear here, even after I changed the general trend to this extent. Moreover, their martial arts progress is not weak. They're truly worthy of being the children of destiny of this world." Seito looked at the two with interest. That's right. These two youths who made Fu Junzuo so excited were the protagonists of the Twin Dragons world of the Great Tang, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Probably feeling that they were being watched, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling subconsciously looked toward the table where Seito and the others were sitting. Seeing this, Ito-sei waved his hand and asked them to come over. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling looked at each other and braced themselves to walk over. Obviously, the two youths didn't know how to deal with Seito, who they didn't know was an enemy or a friend. "Greetings, sir." The two youths very politely saluted Seito and greeted him. "Sit." Seito looked at Shan Wanjing on the side and found that she just glanced at the two youths indifferently. She didn't feel like she was looking at an acquaintance or an enemy. He withdrew his gaze and pointed to the empty seat on the side. The two youths, especially Ko Zhong, didn't know what pretentiousness was. They immediately pulled Su Xiling and sat down. "I wonder why this Jie is looking at me and Xiaoling like that." Ko Zhong turned to look at Fu Junzuo, whose face was half covered, and asked with a smile. "Nothing." Fu Junzuo took a deep breath to calm her somewhat excited mood and said coldly, "You look like your mother." Ko Zhong heard this and shrunk his neck. He moved his head closer to Su Xiling and whispered. As soon as they thought of their mother, the expression on Ko Zhong and Su Xiling's faces immediately darkened. They sat there quietly and didn't say anything. Seeing the two youths' appearance, Fu Junzuo, who clearly heard the two youths whispering before, became somewhat excited. She wanted to tell them her true identity. When Ito-sei saw this, he quickly reached out and held Fu Junzuo's hand. He shook his head slightly at Fu Junzuo. Phew, seeing that Seito didn't agree. Fu Junzuo closed her eyes again and took 2 deep breaths. She used the 9 Mysteries' great method to forcefully calm her mood. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Or rather, something Seito expected happened. With 2 muffled bang, bang, 2 burly men in retainer uniforms leaped back into the banquet hall from the main entrance and fell hard on the ground. Seeing the two lying on the ground moaning, the noisy hall immediately quieted down. They looked at each other in dismay, unable to figure out who would have the guts to come here and cause trouble. After the initial shock, a man in blue rushed into the empty space that the guest had spontaneously vacated. He reached out and grabbed the two youths. Looking at the entrance, he shouted angrily, "Who dares to behave atrociously here?" Humph! As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside the door. Then, a man and a woman leisurely walked into the hall. The man was tall and handsome. Although his face was a bit long and narrow, his outline was clear and perfect like a marble sculpture. His skin was fairer and smoother than a woman's, but he didn't give off the slightest impression of a sissy. On the contrary, because of his fierce eyes, he gave off a domineering and tyrannical charm. He had a red cloth tied around his forehead. Inside his plain blue robe was a tight-fitting yellow warrior uniform. He also had a leather vest, which made his shoulders broad and his waist narrow. A saber and a sword hung on his left and right waist. He was around 24 or 25 years old, and his appearance was extremely formidable. His eyes and nose were deep. If he was not a Hu, then he had the blood of a Hu. As for the woman by his side, although her appearance did not belong to the Central Plains, it was obvious that she did not belong to the same tribe as the man. However, whether it was appearance, figure, eyebrows, or skin, she was so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble. It's just that her expression was as cold as ice and frost, and her charm were not inferior to Shan Wanjing's by half. These two were none other than Ba Feng Han and Fu Junzuo's Shimi, Fu Junyu. That beauty looks a bit like Nyang. Ko Zhong, who was also attracted by this unexpected event, whispered in Su Ziling's ear. Su Ziling nodded in agreement. Fu Junzuo was even more excited. He could not help but stand up from his chair and cast his tear-filled eyes toward the woman, Fu Junyu. Ah ha ha, good. Amidst the noise of discussion, a long laughter suddenly echoed in the hall. And then the owner of the laughter, Huangshan Imin Ouyang Shi, shouted in loud and clear voice, "Heroes come from youngsters. What is your relationship with Tu Juez by Xian?" Ouyang Shi's profound internal energy cultivation was fully displayed in his voice, intimidating all the guests in the hall. At the same time, his question also attracted Fu Junyu's attention to him, temporarily eliminating the possibility of her discovering Fu Junzuo's existence. "If the two of you make your move, can you kill that man?" Seito turned to look at Ko Zhong and Su Ziling and asked, "Xiansheng, you really think too highly of us. With our little skill, how can we be that pretty boy's match? If we go up there, we'll just be delivering food to him." Hearing that, Ko Zhong smiled wryly. And then, somewhat curiously, he asked, "Xiansheng wants to kill him?" Sei Ito replied indifferently. Finished speaking, ignoring Ko Zhong, Su Ziling, as well as Shan Wanjing, who was looking at him, he turned his hand around and flicked his finger. A flash of silver light instantly shot out from his fingertip, ignoring the layer upon layer of human wall, and landed on Ba Feng Han's shoulder. And then he flicked his finger again, and in the same way, left a mark on Fu Junyu's body that ordinary people could not see. Chapter 1279. So it's Ouyang Shi from Mount Huangshan. No wonder your eyesight is so brilliant. However, I have nothing to do with Bai Xian. I'm someone he wants to get. Ba Feng Han was surprised. His eyes flashed as he carefully sized up the shabbily dressed Ouyang Shi. After he finished speaking, Ouyang Shi suddenly stood up from his seat. His whole body exuded a kind of mountain-like power that could not be blocked by 10,000 men. It suppressed the whole audience, making those people with low strength immediately feel breathless. "Boy, what qualifications do you have that even Bai Xian wants your little life?" At this time, a soft voice came from the crowd of guests. "It seems there is no need to explain this kind of thing." Ba Feng Han did not even bother to look at the other side and said indifferently, "You just entered the door and injured people. Although I, Wang, am not good at brandishing swords and spears, I was forced to make a move. Tell me your name." At the main seat, Wang Tong, who was sitting motionlessly, stared at Ba Fenghan and said indifferently. Obviously, he was really angry. However, thinking about it, it was obvious that his birthday was going well, but you suddenly came to ruin it. Anyone would be angry, not to mention that he was a person with status. To be slapped in the face like this, did he really think that he, Wang Tong, who had been studying for many years, was a good teacher? With old Wang and old Ouyang in charge, Master Chun, please go back. Wang Shichong, who was also sizing up Ba Fenghan, said in a deep voice. After these words came out, the scene immediately became quiet again. After all, these words were said politely, but it did not mean that this Master Chun could not afford to offend Ba Fenghan. However, the people present did not doubt it. Although Wang Shichong had now joined a Hua and became a rich marquis, his skill was still there. He was one of the few experts in Jianghu. His eyesight was very good. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Master Chin's expression quickly changed. He hesitated for a long time before retreating to the side of the crowd. I am Ba Fenghan. This time I came with Miss too. Ba Fenghan's mouth revealed a sneer as he calmly looked at the crowd and said, You are you, I am me. Who is your companion? Humph, are you afraid? Fu Junyu, who was dressed in white, said coldly. All right, I'll take you to see her later. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and pulled Fu Junzo, who opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, back to the chair. He looked at the two people who were about to fight and said indifferently. When Fu Junzuo heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked over. Forget it. Then Fu Junzuo seemed to have thought of something and shook his head slightly with a sigh. Are you afraid that she will follow in your footsteps? Seito laughed strangely. Fu Junzuo didn't answer. Obviously, he agreed with Sei Ito's words. Isn't it good to let her be with you? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and smiled. I don't want to hurt her, Fu Junzuo said in a low voice. I'm enough for this kind of thing. You sure are considerate. Sei Ito snorted. Immediately, he no longer paid any attention to Fu Junzuo and continued to watch Ba Fenghan and Ouyang Shi, who had already begun to fight each other in an imposing manner. Seeing this, Fu Junzuo silently sighed in his heart. He reluctantly restrained his mind and turned to look at the two people. However, from time to time, the corner of his eyes would look at the cold expression on his face. Fu Junyu, who was standing alone at the door, looked over. At the same time, Fu Junyu, who didn't seem to care about the fight between Ba Fenghan and Ouyang Shi, quickly searched the guests in the hall. It was just that there were only 100 or so guests in the hall. With Fu Junyu's eyesight, she quickly finished observing them one by one. Therefore, Fu Junyu's gaze finally fell on the table where Sei Ito, Fu Junzo, Shan Wanjing, and the two dragons were sitting. Fortunately, Sei Ito was already prepared for this. He directly shrouded everyone in his illusion domain and changed their appearance to deceive Fu Junyu's vision. Phew, when Fu Junyu's gaze left, Fu Junzuo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha. At this time, Ouyang Shi once again raised his head and laughed loudly. His voice, which was full of internal energy, immediately made the hall tremble. Pung, in contrast, Ba Fenghan also pulled out half of the saber at his waist. It emitted an awe-inspiring saber aura to contend with Ouyang Shi's strength and momentum. Then, Ba Fenghan pulled out his saber. Bringing out a bright silver light, he chopped down at Ouyang Shi. Ouyang Shi raised his sword and met the attack with his own. Boom! In an instant, an explosion sounded. The two people, who were fighting without any fancy moves, quickly separated. However, one of them was still standing in the same place, motionless, while the other was floating back. The one who was standing in the same place was Ouyang Shi. His expression was the same as usual, with a smile on his face. However, his motionless upper body slightly swayed. Good sword. I didn't expect that when I, Ba Fenghan, just arrived in the Central Plains, I would meet an expert. Thank you for your advice. Ba Fenghan, who was standing again, looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, without waiting for the guests to suppress their amazement, he once again raised his saber and took the initiative to attack Ouyang Shi. Ouyang Shi, who didn't expect that the opponent would actually dare to attack like this, coldly snorted. He also raised his sword and attacked, taking an offensive stance. In an instant, the two people collided again. Then, Ba Fenghan used strange and unpredictable footwork to circle around Ouyang Shi. Ouyang Shi, on the other hand, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly retreated. He also adopted a guerrilla style to compete with Ba Fenghan. This change was indeed greatly beyond the guests' expectations. No one could understand why Ouyang Shi, who had always been known to fight head-on, would suddenly change his fighting style and use this kind of unsuitable strategy. However, with the eyesight of Sei Ito, Fu Junzhou, Shan Wanjing, as well as Wang Tong and Wang Shichong, who were sitting upright on the side, they understood that Ouyang Shi's several dodging attacks were the weakest part of Ba Fenghan's saber, which was the most advantageous choice for the moment. Good! Ba Fenghan shouted loudly, and once again flew back. Ouyang Shi didn't loosen his momentum. He quickly pursued. Dang, dang, dang. In an instant, during this short period of retreat, the two people continuously clashed several times. Dazzling silvery white rays of light were faintly discernible in the air between the two people, emitting traces of cold air. Then, Ba Fenghan suddenly withdrew his saber. As if he couldn't endure, he shrunk his saber into a ball to protect his whole body. Combined with the strange footwork under his feet, Ba Fenghan moved around under Ouyang Shi's unhindered and disdainful sword momentum, lifting his saber to block all kinds of attacks. This method, which seemed to put him in a disadvantageous position, was actually the best method to deal with Ouyang Shi. It should be known that this kind of unhindered swordsmanship often consumed a lot of true qi. As long as Ba Fenghan could wait until Ouyang Shi's qi was exhausted, he would be waiting for an opportunity to win. Moreover, by this time, Ouyang Shi was already a gray-haired old man. His physical strength and strength were innately inferior to Ba Fenghan, an outsider from beyond the Great Wall. Therefore, his qi would be exhausted even faster. While Wang Tong and Wang Shichong, who understood the situation, were suffering from not intervening, a clear and bright sound of the flute suddenly reverberated in the sky above Wang Tong's mansion. Moreover, the sound of the flute was extremely wonderful. It was irregular. Every time the saber and sword clashed, it would appear. The wonderful thing about it was that it didn't have a certain tune. It seemed to be casually waved and improvised, but it was hard to believe that it blended perfectly with the sound of the saber and sword clashing. The breathing between the notes, the turning between the musical phrases, all of these were blended together through the flute sound. Even if there was a break, it would still give people a continuous, lingering feeling. Its attainment had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Along with the sound of the flute, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes high and sometimes sweet and bitter. For a moment, all the guests present were completely immersed in the sound of the flute. Even Ouyang Shi and Ba Fenghan, who were in the middle of a fight, unconsciously stopped their movements. They stood in place and listened to the flute's song, which was like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. So wonderful it can actually hide spiritual fluctuations. Could it be the Great Tang's spiritual version of the Blue Sea Pilgrimage song? Feeling the influence of the flute song, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual power to envelop the entire mansion, searching for traces of the performer. Very quickly, at the top of the roof in the southwest corner of the mansion, Sei Ito found a graceful woman wearing a cyan silk skirt and a plain pink gauze underneath. Her fair and tender face was adorned with a fake nose, which was enough to destroy her overall beauty. Her head and face were covered with a white gauze. Her 10 fingers were like flowers, gently pressing on the slender flute. After a while, the sweet and mellow sound of the flute, which seemed to be able to linger for 3 days, disappeared from everyone's ears like a summer breeze. Forget it. After hearing Miss Shi's song, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hear such good music again in the future. Miss Xiao has not only inherited mother's teachings, but also surpassed her. Wang Tong, is full of admiration. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Wang Tong, who was the first to come back to his senses, said with a disappointed and frustrated expression, "Since Qing Xuan's immortal stand is here, why don't you come in and let Uncle Ouyang see how much you look like Xiaoxin?" Ouyang Shi, who was standing with a sword in his hand, said in a clear voice, "If I can see Miss Qing Xuan's beautiful face, Feng Han will die without regret," Ba Feng Han said. "It's better not to meet. Qing Xian has come to play a song for the two uncles under Mother's dying order. This matter is over. Qing Xian is leaving." A pleasant female voice reverberated in Wang Tong's mansion. When the last word was spoken, the voice quickly drifted away into the distance. Sei Ito, who knew that Shi Qing Xian had left using her cyan skill, did not hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed Fu Junzhou, who was beside him, and used instant transmission to disappear from Shan Wanjing and the Twin Dragon site and appear beside Shi Qing Xian. Then, under the latter's extremely stunned expression, he reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Using instant transmission, he left from his original place and appeared at another location tens of kilometers away. As soon as she landed, Shi Qing Xian immediately stirred up her true qi and used the hallucination body movements she had learned from Shi Jixuan. Like a swimming fish, she escaped from Sei Ito's palm and moved far away in a flash. Chapter 1280. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Slow down, slow down. Sei Ito had already expected Shi Qingxuan's reaction. He spoke softly with a smile on his face as he extended his hand. It was as if the distance of 3 meters between them was nothing. He placed his hand on Shi Qingxuan's shoulder. Feeling the strange sensation on her shoulder, Shi Qing Xian immediately twisted her body and stabbed the flute in her right hand at Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito flicked the fingers on his left hand and hit the head of Shi Qingxuan's flute. Clang! In an instant, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Shi Qing Xian, who was holding the jade flute, suddenly trembled and involuntarily flew backward. Sei Ito stepped forward and once again appeared beside Shi Qing Xian. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and transformed into a series of illusory finger curtains as they pressed on several vital acupoints on Shi Qingxuan's body, locking her in place. "Who are you?" Shi Qing Xian, who was restrained and unable to move, asked in a crisp voice. "I am Chen Shiqing, the emperor of the Great Huan Nation," Ito Sei said with a smile as he reached out and removed the bamboo hat on his Shi Qingxuan's head, revealing her almost perfect face. "Emperor?" Shi Qing Xian asked in astonishment. She probably never imagined that this young master with such powerful martial arts would be the emperor of a nation and the emperor of the Great Huan Nation who ruled over half the world. Sei Ito chuckled as he reached out to grab Shi Qingxuan's fake nose. "That's right. In order to listen to your flute, I secretly snuck out of the palace without telling all the ministers." "What are you doing?" Shi Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. "This fake nose is too much of an eyesore. Of course I have to take it off," Sei Ito said matter-of-factly as he pinched the outer layer of the fake nose. Just as he finished speaking, with a soft sound that was almost undetectable, a thin layer of skin in the shape of a nose, made of an unknown material, separated from Shi Qingxuan's face and fell into Sei Ito's hand. In an instant, a flawless face, as beautiful as a fairy's, appeared before Sei Ito's eyes. Compared to Shi Feishuan, who was as pretty as an otherworldly fairy, and Wan Wan, who was like an evil spirit that was naturally suited for night activities, whose entire body exuded a strange charm. Even though Shi Qingxuan's beauty did not resemble that of a human's, she gave people the impression that she was like a mountain spirit, seemingly far, yet also near. Just like a legend. At the same time, it was as if she was supposed to be so elegant and refined, making the audience like her from the bottom of their hearts. "How can you be like this?" Shi Qing Xian wrinkled her nose. "I've decided." Ito Mori carefully observed Shi Qing Xian for a moment, until her cheeks were a little red. Then he suddenly said, "What?" Shi Qingxian asked subconsciously. I want to take you into my harem for the rest of your life. Perform songs. Give birth to children. Say Ito said matter-of-factly. Give birth to children? Shi Qingxian stuttered with a red face. Then, she seemed to have just reacted. She shouted angrily. You bastard! How can there be such a shameless person in the world? You didn't even ask for the girl's opinion before deciding on this kind of thing. Truly shameless. This world belongs to me, so the people who live in this land are my subjects. For you, as a subject, my orders are absolute, Ito Sei declared in a domineering manner. You, Shi Qingxian said angrily. Sei Ito ignored Shi Qingxuan's reaction. He strode forward and reached out to hug the immobile Shi Qingxian. He lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lips. He domineeringly stuck out his tongue and invaded the other party's territory, chasing after Shi Qingxuan's rock. Shi Qingxian, who had not expected him to do this, was stunned. She stared blankly at Sei Ito's face. She could clearly see every pore on his body moving in the night wind. She could not produce the slightest reaction. After a moment, Sei Ito gently raised his head and looked at the dazed Shi Qingxian. From today onwards, you are mine. No matter where you are, as long as you are in this world, you will not be able to escape from my grasp. You. Shi Qingxian was so angry that she could not say a word. Sei Ito smiled and unsealed Shi Qingxuan's acupuncture points. Once she was undone, Shi Qingxian did not even think about it. She raised her hand and slapped Sei Ito's cheek. Slap! With a light sound, Sei Ito's hand caught Shi Qingxuan's hand and held it tightly. Then, ignoring Shi Qingxuan's struggle, he pulled her to the side of Fu Junzhou, who was a little absent-minded because of the appearance of the twin dragons and Fu Junyu. Hearing the footsteps, Fu Junzhou, who was under the vigilant supervision of a martial artist, immediately came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked over with sharp eyes. Let's go. Let's go see your junior sister, Sei Ito said indifferently. After that, he used his free hand to hold Fu Junzhuo's hand and activated instant transmission. He took Fu Junzhou, who opened his mouth to speak, and Shi Qingxian, who saw that she could not escape, and turned her head to the side to ignore him, and left. They moved toward the location of the coordinates they sensed. The next moment, the three people appeared in a small forest. At the same time, the figures of a man and a woman appeared in the eyes of Sei Ito, Fu Junzhou, and Shi Qingxian, who was curious about the sudden change in the surrounding environment. Needless to say, these two people were Fu Junyu and Ba Fenghan. Who is it? Ba Fenghan held the hilt of his saber with one hand. His imposing manner condensed as he looked at Sei Ito and the other two people who suddenly appeared. At the same time, Fu Junyu also put her hand on the hilt of the slender, Inu sword that she carried with her. Suppress. Sei Ito glanced at Ba Fenghan, who was on guard, and said indifferently. After that, an incomparably clear fluctuation of heaven and earth yuan qi suddenly surged out from the top of Ba Fenghan and Fu Junyu's head. Then it turned into an invisible mountain that was invisible to the naked eye and pressed down on Ba Fenghan's body. Feeling the strangeness above his head, Ba Fenghan immediately unsheathed his saber. He waved his saber and slashed out a silver light, which chopped toward Sei Ito and the other two people. But that silver light only flew out halfway and was immediately blocked by a transparent barrier that suddenly flashed out. It could no longer move an inch closer. Boom! A fierce explosion immediately reverberated from where the silver light and the barrier collided. Humph! Then, only a muffled groan was heard. Ba Fenghan's entire face was red. He twisted his body, as if he was carrying something heavy on his back that he could hardly bear. He was in extreme pain. Junzhuo, I'll leave it to you. Sei Ito turned his head and said to Fu Junzhuo beside him. Junzhuo. Hearing Sei Ito call that familiar female, Fu Junyu's body immediately shook. She stared at Fu Junzhuo with an expression of disbelief. Sei Ito didn't care about the strangeness between the two. He directly pulled Shi Qingxian, whose eyes flashed with curiosity from time to time, to the side. He turned his hand and produced a stick of Tonghalu and handed it to her. Humph! Shi Qingxian somewhat strangely looked at Sei Ito beside her and coldly snorted. She turned her head to the side. She didn't take the stick of Tonghalu. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't care. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of meat from the bamboo stick. He turned his head and kissed Shi Qingxuan's mouth. So disgusting. Shi Qingxian, who leaned back to avoid Sei Ito's kiss, said with a frown. Then she stretched out her palm. She continued, "Give it to me. I can eat it myself. You should have been so obedient earlier." Sei Ito handed over the Tonghalu with a funny face. "Hey, are you going to hold my hand like this for a lifetime?" Her small mouth slightly opened. She removed the meat that Sei Ito had bitten off from the stick. Shi Qingxian, who had just started to eat, asked softly, "If possible, I don't mind holding your hand." Sei Ito raised his left hand that was holding Shi Qingxuan's hand and gently kneaded it twice. "You, humph." Feeling the feeling from her hand, Shi Qingxian snorted angrily again. "But I know that you can't escape from my grasp, so of course I won't." Sei Ito, who had slightly loosened his hand, chuckled. Seeing that her hand was free again, Shi Qingxian was slightly stunned. She looked at Sei Ito with some surprise and asked, "Are you that confident? You saw the way I moved just now, right?" Sei Ito asked. Then, after Shi Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement, he continued, "I have already left a special mark on your body that only I can sense. So no matter where you go, I will be able to sense it and immediately appear by your side, just like how I found them." In the end, Sei Ito turned his head to look at Fu Junzuo, who was being questioned loudly by Fu Junyu. "How unlucky. How'd I meet a guy like you?" Shi Qingxian, who knew that Sei Ito had no reason to lie to her, took a big bite of the meat with a depressed expression. She chewed hard while muttering softly, "So, you have to treat me well in the future." Sei Ito turned his head to look at Shi Qingxian and said with a smile, "Humph." Shi Qingxian coldly snorted and ignored him. "Right. If Shi Xuan suddenly appeared in front of you right now, what would you do?" Sei Ito, who seemed to have suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Shi Qingxian beside him and asked, "I'm not doing anything." Hearing Shi Zhishuan's name, Shi Qingxuan's expression immediately became calm. She said with a calm tone, "You're not going to forgive him?" Sei Ito asked, "Why should I forgive him?" Shi Qingxian frowned and asked, "It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to ask." Sei Ito shook his head and said, "You don't tell me you also caught him." The extremely intelligent Shi Qingxian looked at Sei Ito with some astonishment and disbelief. Although she was extremely resentful of this man who killed her mother, Shi Qingxian, who had learned the hallucination body movement technique and by Xiaoxin, was very clear about how difficult it was to deal with that man. Even if 3 great masters were present, they might not be able to do anything to him. So, she simply didn't believe that he would fall into the hands of the people around her. But when she thought of that strange and indescribable movement method of the other party, as well as that special imprint that she didn't know how he left on her body, she was not confident in her own guess. "He is in my hands. Currently, he is receiving my treatment and transformation." Sei Ito strangely laughed and said, "Treatment? Transformation?" Shi Qingxian frowned and said, "Treat his dual personality and turn him into a normal person. Then, take the opportunity to plant a secret technique in his heart to make him loyal to me and become my subject." Sei Ito said faintly, "This?" Shi Qingxian, who got a definite answer, looked at Sei Ito with a shocked expression and was speechless. Dang. But at this moment, a soft sound of metal clashing came from not far away, attracting the attention of Sei Ito and Shi Qingxian. Not far away, Fu Junzuo and Fu Junyu both drew their swords and faced each other. "Why won't you let me kill that guy?" Fu Junyu asked loudly. "Junior sister, go back. Don't come to the Central Plains again." Fu Junzuo said softly. "Why, senior sister? Are you willing to be controlled by that person and forget about your national grudge?" Fu Junyu continued to ask loudly. I haven't forgotten. Fu Junzuo shook her head and said, but he is different. He has the power to change the current situation and bring about a fundamental change in this world. Senior sister, don't forget that he is a Han like Yang Wang. He is not of the same race as us. So, senior sister, quickly wake up. Otherwise, this junior sister can only pretend that she doesn't have a senior sister like you. Fu Junyu said with grief and indignation. Fu Junzo didn't answer and only shook her head silently. In that case, junior sister will offend you. Fu Junyu said solemnly. She didn't know if Fu Junzuo was sincere or was being controlled by that spiritual seed. After saying that, she pointed her sword and quickly attacked Fu Junzo. In an instant, slender silver lights shot towards Fu Junzuo like meteors, shrouding him from all sides. Seeing this, Fu Junzo also raised his sword to meet the attack, displaying the same sword momentum to attack. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a series of metal clanging sounds echoed in the silent forest. However, at this time, Fu Junzo was no longer the Fu Junzo in Fu Junyu's memory. Not only had her cultivation made a breakthrough under the guidance of Sei To, the purity of her inner chi was higher than Fu Junyu's 6th level of the 9 profound arts. Even the method of using the sword-fighting technique had become a bit strange due to the guidance of Sei To. It was slightly different from the sword-fighting technique that Fu Junyu had learned from Fu Kalen. Therefore, in just this short period of time, Fu Junyu felt the sword in her hand tremble violently, the web between her thumb and index finger go numb, and it was as if she couldn't hold the sword. Why, senior sister? Fu Junyu, who felt the grief and indignation in her heart, roared and forcefully raised her true chi to attack Fu Junzo. Seeing this, Fu Junzuo's expression changed. She knew that if she didn't quickly end the battle, it would really cause the result she didn't want to see. Fu Junzuo immediately changed the direction of her sword and counterattacked without the slightest intention of going easy. Under the attack of Fu Junzo, who was also proficient in the sword-fighting technique and had advanced a step further, in less than 20 moves, the sword-fighting maiden sword in Fu Junyu's hand flew out with a clang sound and stabbed into the ground not far away. Fu Junzo's sword tip was pressed against her throat. Sir, Junzuo is willing to ask Sir to let Junzuo bring junior sister over there. Fu Junzo didn't even turn her head to ask Sei Ito, who was slowly walking over with Shi Qingxian. Chapter 1281. Are you sure? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. You should know that without my permission, she may not be able to come out from that place. Yes. A trace of hesitation flashed across Fu Junzo's face, but it was quickly replaced by determination as he replied in a firm tone. Senior Marshal sister, although she didn't know what that place was from Seito's words, it was clear that it was a place used to imprison her. Thus, Fu Junyu looked at Fu Junzuo with disappointment, unable to say anything. Seeing that Fu Junzuo's attitude was firm, Sei Ito didn't say anything more and nodded. Since you have decided, that's good. With a thought, he sent Fu Junzuo and Fu Junyu into the Rubik's Cube world. Seeing the two people suddenly disappear in front of her eyes, Shi Qingxian let out a cry of surprise. Do you want to know? Sei Ito turned his head to look at Shi Qingxian and asked with a smile. No. Shi Qingxian quickly shook her head and said, It's very interesting. You really don't want to go? Sei Ito continued to ask, as if he was teasing a child. No. Shi Qingxian firmly replied. Then forget it. Sei Ito shrugged and said with a regretful expression. Then Sei stretched out his hand, and the slender Inu sword that was inserted into the ground immediately flew into his hand spontaneously. It was thrown into the Rubik's Cube world by Sei and handed over to Fu Junyu, who was shocked by the strange environment in the Rubik's Cube world and was speechless. Then, Sei Ito turned his head to look at Ba Fenghan, who was suppressed by the world's Yuan Qi and was unable to move. With a thought, he also sent Ba Fenghan into the Rubik's Cube world and used the power of Alea to reconstruct his personality. Where do you want to go? Seito turned his head to look at Shi Qingxian and asked, I want to go back to Sichuan. Shi Qingxian probably didn't expect Seito to ask for her opinion. All right, let's go back to Sichuan. Seito nodded and agreed. After that, he reached out and grabbed Shi Qingxuan's waist. He launched the Flying Thunder God technique and left. In the next moment, he appeared in the backyard of Chengdu City, wherein Long had arranged for him to stay. Then his figure flashed again, and he appeared in the sky above Chengdu City with Shi Qingxian. We're here, Seito said softly as he supported Shi Qingxuan's body with his telekinesis. This, Shi Qingxian, who once again felt Seito's powerful strength, looked at the boundless night sky in astonishment, and the brightly lit city of Chengdu under his feet. He didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. We can fly even higher, Seito whispered again. Without waiting for Shi Qingxuan's response, he used psychokinesis to form an air shield around the two of them and flew into the sky with Shi Qingxian. Faced with this sudden change, Yi Zichen was stunned. Shi Qingxian was like a female tourist riding a roller coaster. She buried her head in Seito's arms. She screamed, We're in the sky. After a moment, Seito, who broke through a layer of clouds and stopped at the altitude where the planes of the future would fly, reminded her. Shi Qingxian carefully opened her eyes when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at the surrounding environment. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of clouds with no end in sight and a clear night sky with a bright moon high in the sky entered her eyes, causing Shi Qingxuan's heart to tremble. She felt that she was so insignificant, but at the same time, she felt relaxed and happy. Play a song for me, Seito said as he pointed to the jade flute that Shi Qingxian had been holding. She probably wanted to use this opportunity to play the inspiration that suddenly arose in her heart. So Shi Qingxian did not refuse Seito's suggestion. She held the jade flute with her 10 fingers, put it to her lips, and played it in a low voice. It was different from the fluttering, delicate, continuous, and memorable flute that Shi Qingxian had heard in Wang Tong's mansion. This time, although the flute that Shi Qingxian played still did not have any deliberate rhythm and seemed to be casually played, it seemed to be broken yet not broken, continuous yet not continuous. The intervals between the notes were full of ethereal artistic conception, like the flowing water in the valley in the mountains, or the chirping of birds in the forest early in the morning, giving people a refreshing and cheerful feeling. Under the influence of this flute, Seito once again felt that his spiritual power was being stimulated. Obviously, Shi Qingxuan's flute had reached a certain level. As long as she practiced it well and her realm was enough, it was not impossible for her to reach the legendary realm. After a few moments, Seito softly sighed. Qingxian, you have the potential to become the god of music. Young master praises me too much, Shi Qingxian, who had clearly made a breakthrough in her spiritual realm, said with a smile. I'm not trying to scare you. In the future, if I have the chance, I will definitely think of a way to push Qingxian onto the altar and make you my auxiliary god. Seito looked into the distance and smiled. In addition, Qingxian, there is no need to treat me as an outsider. Just call me Acheng. Then Qingxian will overstep, Shi Qingxian softly said. Acheng. Seito replied with a smile. Come, I'll take you to see the greater world. Seito chuckled, and with a thought, he brought Shi Qingxian into the world of the cube and into the ecological city. This place is, Shi Qingxian said in shock as she looked around at the strange and unfamiliar environment. My world is also the world beyond the Great Tang. Seito chuckled as he explained. As he took Shi Qingxian on a tour of the city and the various worlds that had been absorbed and evolved into continents, he introduced Shi Qingxian to various information about the world of the cube. This stroll lasted for a full 2 days' time, which broadened Shi Qingxuan's horizons. This is truly inconceivable, Shi Qingxian sighed. As he took Shi Qingxian on a tour of the continent, Seito smiled and asked, How about it? Do you want to try becoming a god slayer and obtain the authority of a god of music? Sure, Qing Xian shook her head and said, "No, Qing Xian doesn't like meaningless battles." Then, "Okay, but if that's the case, you'll have to rely on the improvement of your soul to ascend to godhood," Sei Ito said. Qing Xian learned the flute because of my mother's influence, and now, playing the flute is a personal hobby. As for becoming a god, if you hadn't mentioned it to me, Qing Xian would have never known. Thus, I'll just let nature take its course. If I succeed, I'll be lucky, and if I fail, I'll be happy, Sure Qing Xian said with a smile. Good realm. If you can think this way, then I'm completely at ease, Sei Ito heartily laughed. But you should still learn some self-defense techniques, Sei Ito sternly said. Qing Xian isn't pedantic. Sure Qing Xian coquettishly rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. Seeing this, Ito Sei smiled slightly, and then he took Sure Qing Xian back to the ecological city. In a forest on the outskirts of the city, not far from the main mountain of Meiyun, he built a residence for Sure Qing Xian and summoned Toyo. My lord, Doyu got down on one knee and bowed. Qing Xian, this is Doyu. He's the teacher I found for you. Sei Ito introduced Doyu to Sure Qing Xian, and then he pointed at Sure Qing Xian and said to Doyu, Doyu, this is Qing Xian. Starting today, you will be responsible for teaching her about sound illusions. Yes. Doyu raised his head to look at Sure Qing Xian and nodded. If there's anything you need, just use your medium to contact the library, Sei Ito said. Yes. Sei Ito turned to Sure Qing Xian and said, Then I'll go first. Sure Qing Xian softly replied. Sei Ito suddenly leaned forward and kissed Sure Qing Xian on the lips. Then, as she blushed and rebuked him, he laughed and left, returning to the world of the twin dragons of the Great Tang. Sei Ito's body blinked as he began to make his way toward the Desert Turks. After a while, Ito Sei stopped in a place filled with yellow sand and summoned Ba Fenghan, whose personality had been changed by him violently and was now completely a shit-stirring stick. Your Majesty, Ba Fenghan cupped his fists and bowed. Go. The more chaotic the Turks are, the better, Sei Ito indifferently said. Yes, Ba Fenghan said, and then he turned around and began to walk into the depths of the desert. Seeing Ba Fenghan leave, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer. He activated instant transmission and left, beginning to carry out his plan. His plan was simple. He would go to the Turkic Golden Tribe to eliminate Zhao Yin, take the Devil Image Sect's Heavenly Devil strategy and the great art of Dao Heart Seed magic, which he didn't know if was really in his hands. Then, he would go to the Bohai Kingdom, which was currently under construction, to find trouble with Finantuo so that he could get the five-colored stone that had lost its ability. At the same time, he would also take this Sutra of Love from this era. After all, when it came to things like dual cultivation, the Hindus were still the ones who played fancy. As for why Sei Ito thought that the great Dao Heartseed magic might be in Zhao Diyin's hands, it was mainly because of the Demon Master Pangban in the Tang Dynasty's lower reaches. Not only was he born in the Demon Image sect, which should have evolved into the Demon Master Palace, but his identity was also Mongolian. In addition, there was another person who practiced the great Dao Heartseed magic, Qi Zuanshin, who was also a different race. It really made people suspect that Xiang Yutian had left the great Dao Heartseed magic in the desert. Of course, if Zhao Diyin didn't have it, the version in the hands of Yu Niaojun and the others was also fine. In any case, he wasn't going to practice this technique. He only thought of getting it because he had a hobby of collecting all kinds of top techniques. Using instant transmission, this extraordinary method of traveling, Sei Ito quickly arrived outside the Turk Khan's Golden Wolf tent. He used an illusion to transform into a tall nose and blue eyes that looked like a European in the future. He mixed into the crowd and casually grabbed a Turk to investigate. Chapter 1282. Thud. In the Golden Wolf tent, the Turkic great Khan Sheli's body tilted and he fell to the ground. Since I found you, I might as well put in some effort for my great cause of unification, Sei Ito said softly as his figure gradually appeared behind Sheli. Then, He used an illusion technique to transform into Shelley's appearance and gave the order to his subordinates outside the tent that no one was to disturb him. He also used hypnosis on the two women in revealing clothing to have them play with mirrors to confuse outsiders. Then, he began to work on Con Shelley. And the method to deal with Shelley as a who was very simple. Just like how he dealt with Ba Feng Han, he directly mobilized the power of Alea to crudely break his existing personality and then fundamentally reshape him, turning him into a puppet who would not hesitate for half a moment, even if he was asked to die. Because it was a violent operation, other than the time needed to remodel him, it did not take long at all for the fresh living puppet version of Shelley to be completed. Then, Sei Ito had Shelley call Zhao Dian over as the Khan, while he used his spatial ability to hide himself in the dimensional crevice, waiting for the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Sei Ito did not have to wait for too long. 10 some minutes later, a white-skinned, middle-aged man with a slightly bulging belly, wearing a black robe and a leather waistcoat, with a small mustache flowing down his nose, his entire body exuding a scholarly temperament and a different kind of charm, pushed aside the curtain and walked in. Zhao Dian walked into the tent and indifferently glanced at the two naked bodies lying on top of each other. Then, he turned his gaze away. He walked straight up to Shelley, who had just risen from his seat, and cupped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, Khan." "Teacher Zhao is too courteous," Khan Shelley said politely. Taking back his greeting, Zhao Dian asked, "I wonder why Khan is looking for me this time." "It's like this," Khan Shelley said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a fair hand reached out from a void behind Zhao Dian and gently pressed against his back. Penetrating force. Puff. Zhao Dian, who was completely unprepared, immediately trembled and spat out a small handful of blood. Then, Zhao Dian twisted his body. His left hand transformed into a dozen or more claw shadows with different angles under the stimulation of his real chi. Then he covered his back. However, at this time, Ito-sei had already returned to the space crevice. Under the cover of the space barrier, he went behind Zhao Dian again, and then used the same method to press his palm on Zhao Dian's back. Pooh! Even though Zhao Dian had true chi to counteract it, he still felt very uncomfortable after 2 consecutive attacks to his abdomen. Forcefully raising his true chi, he displayed the unique Qigong of the Devil Image sect and rushed out of the tent. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was hidden in the spatial crevice, flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Dian. He pressed his hands against Zhao Dian's chest and used the opposing forces to send out a penetrating force. Zhao Dian, who was hit by the impact, paused. Then, he flew back again. Ito-sei's speed was even faster. He followed closely behind Zhao Dian and appeared beside him. He slapped penetrating force into Zhao Dian's body until his internal injuries were so serious that he could not move at all. Then, he withdrew his hand and appeared from the spatial crevice. "Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for me?" Zhao Dian, who was lying on the ground with one hand covering his chest, looked at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared with a pale face, and asked in a hoarse voice. "You don't need to know," Sei Ito said indifferently. Then, he flicked his finger and shot out 2 penetrating force into Zhao Dian's body. He fainted and was taken into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei Ito changed into Zhao Dian's appearance and had Shelley send a guard to lead him back to Zhao Dian's exclusive tent to rest. 2 days later, in Zhao Dian's tent, Sei Ito, who was holding a thread-bound book, said softly, "As expected, it is in the hands of the Devil Aspect sect." This book was none other than the one rumored to have been lost. At present, only Yunaio Jin, Ding Jiuzhong, Zhou Laodan, and Jin Huanjin, the 4 disciples of Xiang Yutian, each had an incomplete copy. From now on, have Shelley start a war on the grasslands and make the entire grasslands chaotic. Sei Ito, who put away the book, looked at Zhao Dian, who was standing at the side with a bow, and said, "Yes." Zhao Dian accepted the order. "Also, if the Li Tang side comes to ask, refuse them. I do not wish to see the Turks enter the Central Plains," Sei Ito ordered again. "Yes," Zhao Dian replied very straightforwardly. Seeing that he had finished giving instructions, Sei Ito did not stay in the tent any longer. Using his teleportation ability, he disappeared from the tent and moved towards the place where Bai Xian was quietly cultivating that he had learned from Xieli and Zhao Diyin in the past 2 days. Very quickly, Sei Ito's figure appeared in front of a weathered rock about 1,000 meters away from the Golden Wolf tent. He raised his head and looked at the robust man who was sitting cross-legged on top of the weathered rock. Under the illumination of the scorching desert sun, he appeared like an emperor, his entire body exuding an evil aura. This man was bare-chested, exposing his bronze-colored, well-defined muscles to the air. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, a pair of thick and powerful hands formed a strange hand seal and lightly placed on his lower abdomen. His black hair was casually tied into a bun at the back of his head. Although it looked a bit messy, it unexpectedly gave off an unrestrained feeling. His eyes were deep and his nose was high. Combined with the evil aura naturally exuding from his body, it made those who looked at him instinctively feel a kind of heart-palpitating feeling. As if sensing Sei Ito's gaze, that man who was meditating with his eyes closed under the scorching sun slowly opened his eyes that were as deep as the universe and looked in Sei Ito's direction. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of pressure pressed down on Sei Ito along with that person's gaze. Sei Ito, with a smile on his face, looked back at Bai Xian and loudly said, "Your every move is wrapped in the might of heaven, as expected of the methods of a grandmaster." But as he spoke, he did not seem to make any movements, but that sense of pressure instantly disappeared from Sei Ito's body like the spring sun melting snow, without the slightest ripple. Bai Xian's brow slightly creased as he questioned in a low voice, "Who are you?" "We are the Emperor of the Great Hua, Chun Shiqing," Sei Ito replied. Hearing Sei Ito's self-introduction, Bai Xian's pupils constricted, and his entire body exuded a chilling, killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to kill Sei Ito, the emperor who was about to unify the Central Plains. "Your distinguished self is quite bold, daring to enter the desert alone and come before this god. Do you really think that no one in the Turkic Khaganate can stop you?" Bai Xian said coldly as he slowly stood up from the weathered rock. The air around him seemed to distort like steam as he looked down at Sei Ito. "To tell you the truth, there really isn't anyone." Sei Ito shrugged slightly and chuckled. "You're courting death." Bai Xian roared angrily. With that, Bai Xian shot down from the top of the wind rock like a cannonball. He extended his right fist forward. Although there was no whistling sound as it tore through the air, his fist exuded a scorching aura as it struck toward Sei Ito's face. Seeing the incoming fist, Sei Ito smiled slightly. He raised his left arm slightly and flipped his wrist to create a small circle. In an instant, a cold spiral appeared around Sei Ito's left arm. His palm met Bai Xian's fist. Then cold air met hot air, soft force met steel fist. Chi-chi. In an instant, a sizzling sound like cold water being poured over hot iron rang out between the two of them. Then, Sei Ito, who was not affected by Bai Xian's flaming sun technique, once again twisted his wrist and removed the force from Bai Xian's fist. He grabbed Bai Xian's wrist and pulled his arm to the side. Then, he leaned his body to the side and leaned his right shoulder toward Bai Xian's chest. "Squeeze your body." Seeing this, Bai Xian's expression did not change. He took a step forward and leaned his body to the side at the same time, dodging Sei Ito's shoulder. He swung his left fist towards Sei Ito's face. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whistling sound, a scorching and dry aura immediately surged towards Sei Ito's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Then, Sei Ito leaned back and opened his palm that was grabbing Bai Xian's right wrist. Along with Sei Ito's movement, he pushed Bai Xian's side. Bang! After receiving this attack, Bai Xian's body immediately, uncontrollably took a step back. Then, Sei Ito's ankle turned and the force in his body spiraled back to his shoulder. He once again collided with Bai Xian's fist, which was lacking in force due to his retreating body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bai Xian's body, which had not yet stabilized, was immediately pushed back. Sei Ito, who had gained the upper hand, stomped his feet and quickly rushed in front of Bai Xian. He used a set of swimming body 8 trigrams palms to attack Bai Xian. Bai Xian stomped his feet with force, creating a pit in the sand under his feet to forcefully stop his unstable body. Then, he hurriedly circulated his flaming sun true qi, creating a hot and dry qi field around him. Along with his dancing and kicking fists, he began a fight with Sei Ito's swimming body 8 trigrams palms. Under the influence of the flaming sun true qi field, Sei Ito's clothes immediately became dry and stiff. It was very uncomfortable to be rubbed against his skin. After another exchange of fists and kicks, Sei Ito's clothes exploded. In this kind of situation, the two of them exchanged 30 to 40 moves in the blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Xian, who had the support of the flaming sun true qi field, could do nothing to Sei Ito, who only used martial arts to fight against Sei Ito. This caused Bai Xian, who had always been invincible in the grasslands, to frown deeply. However, at the same time, a kind of joy also rose in Bai Xian's heart. It was because he was too lonely. That's right, it was loneliness. The loneliness of not being able to stand at the top, the loneliness of not having an opponent, and the loneliness of not having a confidant on the road ahead. Although it's a pity to kill you, for the sake of the Turks, you should die for me. Bai Xian, who was fighting with Sei Ito, suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xian withdrew the flaming sun true qi that was emitting from his body. Without the flaming sun true qi, some kind of balance in the air seemed to have been broken. Suddenly, countless turbulent air currents surged, affecting Sei Ito's movements. Chapter 1283. P.S. Thank you to Nexni and Nexni for their tips. Dragon-shaped Qigong. Just as Bai Xian withdrew his flaming sun true qi and formed a chaotic qi field around him, a visible spiraling qi force instantly exploded out from under Sei Ito's feet. It wrapped around Sei Ito's body and formed an even more violent explosive air current, breaking the chaotic qi field that Bai Xian had created. However, Bai Xian did not withdraw his flaming sun true qi purely to create a chaotic qi field that could be controlled by him and affect others. It was also to conceal the changes in qi activity that occurred when he attacked so that others would be able to sense it. Thus, he did not show any reaction when his qi field was broken. He continued to wave his fist, which did not have any abnormalities, towards Sei Ito. Even though it looked like a straight punch that an ordinary person could throw, it contained countless mysterious changes and could be used to deal with any kind of attack. In terms of effect, it was no different from the attack that the expert in the world of the strongest disciple in history could use after calculating all the possible paths of the opponent's punches during an orbit battle. Swimming body 8 trigrams. Body turns into a swimming dragon. Seeing this, Ito Sei narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly dispersed the dragon-shaped energy around his body. He stepped on the dragon 8 trigrams footwork and moved quickly with the 8 trigrams footwork. He dodged Bai Xian's attack in a flash. Bai Xian withdrew his momentum and twisted his body. He withdrew the flaming sun true qi in his body and once again created a qi flow around him that could affect Sei Ito's movements. At the same time, he lifted his leg and stomped towards Sei Ito. Unlike the ordinary punch from before, Bai Xian's kick was wrapped in clear, flaming sun true qi and emitted a hot and dry aura. Sei Ito crossed his legs and moved his body. His right palm formed a blade and fiercely chopped down. The fast speed and the biting cold aura on it immediately formed a blade shadow with a metallic luster outside his palm and arm. It was intimidating. Xing, chopping fist. The chopping fist belonged to metal. It rose and fell in one breath and was best at breaking things. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. Sei Ito and Bai Xian both retracted their moves and moved away from each other. Sei Ito's palm was slightly red. It was obvious that it had been burned by the flaming sun true qi that countered metal and fire. On the other hand, Bai Xian's pants had exploded. A thin and long wound had mysteriously appeared on his densely hairy calf. Traces of blood seeped out. However, before the blood could flow down, the flaming sun true chi sealed it back. Needless to say, this wound was caused by the metal slashing fist. Bang! At this time, Sei Ito, who had taken a few steps in the direction of the 8 trigrams, shook his feet. Like a cannonball, he leaped in front of Bai Xian. He crossed his arms and rotated his wrists, throwing out a Xingyi horizontal punch. The horizontal fist belongs to the earth. Qi gathers together and is the most solid. In an instant, a ball of earth qi appeared around Sei Ito's arm. Along with his fist, it struck towards Bai Xian. Bai Xian, who felt a strong aura, turned around and brushed past the fist to avoid the attack. At the same time, his fist, which was filled with compressed flaming sun true qi, struck towards Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito, whose horizontal fist missed, immediately flipped his outstretched arm and bent it towards his chest. He smashed it onto Bai Xian's arm and pressed it down forcefully, causing Bai Xian to change the path of the punch. At the same time, he twisted his body and created an empty space. His left hand formed a palm and struck towards Bai Xian's chin. Bai Xian, who was ruthless in his heart, didn't dodge. He swung his free left arm and struck towards Sei Ito's chest. Tai Chi body. Sei Ito, who was still in an attacking position, raised his abdomen. It was half bulging and half retracting. It contained a soft force and forcefully received Bai Xian's attack. Bang pot! As Bai Xian's fist landed on Sei Ito's body, a muffled sound rang out. Sei Ito's palm also landed on Bai Xian's chin. However, because Bai Xian had dodged in time, the force that passed up didn't cause too much damage to him. It only made Bai Xian frown. As for Sei Ito, who was hit in the chest and abdomen, he wasn't stupid enough to rely on the Tai Chi body to withstand Bai Xian's attack that was filled with flaming sun true chi. Instead, the moment the attack landed, he circulated the round chi in his body and transferred 80% of the force to his feet. He used a hidden force to release it to the ground, causing dense cracks to silently appear on the ground. As for the remaining 20% of the force, other than causing some pain to Sei Ito, it didn't affect him at all. Then, Sei Ito grabbed Bai Xian's neck with his palm. His right arm, which was originally pressing down on Bai Xian's fist, bent slightly. He straightened his body and raised his arm to hit Bai Xian's cheek with his elbow. It could be seen that Sei Ito was ruthless. He was prepared to use the method of exchanging injury for injury to obtain victory in martial arts. Bang! Almost instantly, Sei Ito's elbow fiercely smashed into Bai Xian's cheek, forcing his body to tilt to the side. Then, Sei Ito, who used the cross step again, lowered his body and avoided Bai Xian's instinctive counterattack. Then, he twisted his body and stood up again. He swung his hand like a whip towards Bai Xian. Bai Xian, who sensed danger through his spirit sense, instinctively leaned back. He brushed past Sei Ito's fingertip and dodged the attack that was supposed to hit his face. However, a thin and long bloody wound still appeared on his face, crossing his entire face. Sei Ito, who missed his attack, turned around and swung his long arm in the opposite direction again. He swung his long arm like a whip towards Bai Xian. Bai Xian, who had never been oppressed like this other than when he first made his debut, immediately snorted in anger. He took half a step back to support his body. His left hand, which was filled with flaming sun jin chi, clenched into a fist and punched towards Sei Ito's arm. Bang! A violent muffled sound immediately reverberated between Bai Xian and Sei Ito. At the same time, a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from where their fists and arms collided, stirring up a large cloud of dust. 8 gowns palm. Sei Ito, whose arm was burning with pain, snorted softly. He turned around again and used the 8 gowns palm on Bai Xian. In an instant, several Sei Ito's afterimages appeared in a circular area with a diameter of 1 meter. They attacked Bai Xian, who was in the center, either directly, horizontally, or with punches and kicks. If someone could look down from above at this time, they would discover that the footprints under the feet of these phantoms formed a diagram of the 8 gowns. They faintly matched with the 5 elements of the fist path used by the phantoms on it. They transformed into various mountains, rocks, water, and wood that pressed towards Bai Xian. How can this be? As the one who was attacked, Bai Xian, who had personally experienced the different pressure brought by the 2 attacks, exclaimed in his heart. "Pan!" Just as Bai Xian's heart changed due to the sudden change in pressure from Sei Ito's attack, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. One of Sei Ito's palms accurately hit Bai Xian's chest. The powerful penetrating palm force immediately made Bai Xian's chest feel stuffy. His movements couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, although the pause this time was short, it was enough for Sei Ito, who was continuously attacking, to win. He immediately raised his attack and smashed his fists and kicks toward Bai Xian. Bai Xian was a great grandmaster after all. Even if his hands fell, his reaction wasn't slow. He either bent his arm, punched straight, raised his leg, or twisted his body to block. However, even so, 4 or 5 of Sei Ito's attacks still landed on his body. Pooh! Suddenly, Bai Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason for this was because the force from the palms that seemed to have landed on different parts of his body gathered into a force at a certain intersection point in his body. Then, as Bai Xian moved, it suddenly exploded and injured Bai Xian's internal organs without warning, causing him to suffer internal injuries. The principle of this attack came from the world of the strongest disciple in history. Could it be that I'll lose? Bai Xian stared coldly at Sei Ito, who was slowly withdrawing his fist force and stepping on the yin-yang fish eye in the center of the 8 trigrams, with his eyes like an injured wild wolf. "No, I won't lose. I'm the wolf of the grassland. How can I lose?" Then Bai Xian's heart trembled as he roared loudly in his heart. In an instant, Bai Xian felt his spirit being lifted. The world in front of him suddenly became different. At the same time, Sei Ito also noticed the mysterious aura that was suddenly emitted from Bai Xian's body. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, could it be that I forced him to break through? That's not good. Although I have the intention to help someone break through the void and see where the outer world of this world is, that person is Song Ke, not you, Bai Xian. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately took a deep breath and got into his fist stance again. However, unlike before, the aura that Sei Ito's fist stance revealed was even more majestic. Illusions of mountains and rivers that seemed both real and illusory began to change in the void behind him. These illusions were the manifestation of Sei Ito's mind. It was extremely powerful. On another level, it had the ability to shake the heavens and the earth. It was also the path that martial artists in the main world chose when they advanced to S in Legend. At the same time that Sei Ito unfolded his mind, the scene of a dark sun suddenly rose gradually from behind Bai Xian. It emitted extremely hot and dry air that boiled the surrounding air and ground. Even the space itself was roasted to the point where there were minute and undetectable scorching marks. Extreme yang, Sei Ito thought to himself as his skin began to dry under the influence of this hot air. His hair was slightly curled. I thought that I might not be able to take this step in my lifetime. However, under your pressure, I finally took this step. So thank you. However, as thanks, I'll use my fist to incinerate you. Bai Xian's eyes seemed to have 2 balls of flames in them as he looked coldly at Sei Ito. How long can you maintain this state? Half an hour? 15 minutes? Or an hour? Don't burn yourself to death before you can burn me to death, Sei Ito sneered. Indeed, I don't have much time. However, it's enough to deal with you. Bai Xian's face flashed with strong confidence as he replied. Is that so? Then you can try, Sei Ito said coldly. At the same time, he began to think about what method he should use to defeat Bai Xian. He thought of using the water statue. After all, he still needed Bai Xian to fight for him and conquer the world in the future. Thus, he couldn't kill Bai Xian directly. However, if he used the water statue, it might cause Bai Xian to comprehend once again and reach the stage where extreme yang gives birth to yin and the fusion of yin and yang. At that time, if he guessed correctly, it would basically shatter the void. Thus, Seito was a little hesitant about the water statue. However, if he used the fire statue and by Xian's burning process, he could end the battle. However, if he didn't control it well, he might really burn by Xian to death. That wouldn't be worth it. Forget it. I'll let nature take its course. If it really doesn't work, I'll just help him shatter the void, Seito decided as he threw away all the messy thoughts in his mind. As his mind calmed down, the mountain and river heart image behind Seito immediately changed. It changed from being as rich as a world to a boundless ocean that rippled slightly in the air. At the same time, large amounts of water elemental yuan qi of the universe swarmed over under the influence of the water elemental heart image and merged into the heart image, gradually transforming the heart image into a real image. Perhaps after today, I won't be able to see this world anymore. Bai Xian didn't pay much attention to Seito's change. Instead, he turned to look at the surrounding yellow sand and said emotionally, "If you just want to see this kind of yellow sand scene, you can see it in any world as long as you want to. You don't have to," Seito continued calmly. "Any world." Bai Xian frowned and asked curiously, "If you really reach that stage, you'll understand." Seito smiled and said, "All right, let's begin." After saying that, he moved his fist and arm. It was as if he had triggered some rules. The J-green wave heart image behind Ito, immediately became turbulent. Along with the fist path, it turned into a monstrous wave that pressed towards Bai Xuanpu. "Good timing," Bai Xian shouted. The dark flame behind him also shook and released a blazing fire that wrapped around Bai Xian's body. Along with his ordinary punch, it turned into an invisible air dragon that emitted a blazing aura and charged towards Seito. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the water wave and the air dragon both exploded, turning into streaks of white steam visible to the naked eye that rose into the sky. After that, Seito and Bai Xian seemed to have come to an agreement. They both charged towards each other and used all of their martial arts to fight on the yellow sand. In an instant, a dark sun that seemed to be about to set became dangerous under the attacks of the green waves, the huge mountains, the crimson sea of fire, the towering trees, the biting cold icebergs, and the violent whirlwinds. It looked like it was about to be destroyed. And this great change in the weather also attracted the attention of the Turkic tribe 1,000 meters away. They all thought that the heavens were angry and knelt on the ground to pray. "I'm sending you off on your last journey," Seito shouted as he once again used a chopping fist. In an instant, a huge saber that seemed to be able to split the sky descended from Seito's palm. The moment Seito's fist landed on Bai Xian's raised arm to block, it chopped down on the dim sun and cut it in half. Chapter 1284. Puff! Bai Xian raised his head and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, like a collapsing stone pillar, he fell heavily to the ground. "Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." Bai Xian looked at the sky and muttered unwillingly, "Don't worry, you still have a chance." Seito, who was slowly withdrawing his mental image, looked at Bai Xian, who was lying on the ground. Bai Xian, who was in a daze, was stunned when he heard that. He then looked at Seito with a gaze that was mixed with complicated emotions. "Of course, only after you pay a sufficient price," Seito said with a sincere and kind smile on his face. Then, without giving Bai Xian any chance to react, he activated his psychokinesis and formed an invisible fist that smashed Bai Xian's neck, knocking him out. "As for the price, I'll use your life." First, he waved his hand and threw out a ball of life energy to heal Bai Xian's internal injuries, stabilizing his life that was on the verge of death. Then, he activated his will and threw Bai Xian into the Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who was bathing in Alea's memory, said softly, "However, it's really exaggerated. In the world of Great Tang, which is said to have the lowest level of martial arts in Huang Yi's martial arts series, Bai Xian, who broke through, almost created the phenomenon of heaven and earth when a character in the manga world of Tianzi uses martial arts. I really don't know what it will be like in Tianzi's world, where the martial arts of fiend gods and devils are everywhere. Sei Ito, who turned his head to look at the ground that was full of frost, water, and scorched earth, could not help but sigh. After that, Sei Ito activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the desert, returning to the Chong and Imperial Palace. He temporarily stopped his original plan and sat down in silence, comprehending the gains he obtained from the battle with Bai Xian. After all, ever since he obtained the mental image from the battle with Bartlett of the Sage Parliament, this was the first time he used the mental image ability seriously in a battle. In terms of significance, it was still very significant. Moreover, he also needed some time to deal with Bai Xian. However, he had already broken through to the void fragmentation realm and condensed his martial will. His mental state was as high as the mental state of the Origin World's legendary experts. In fact, his mental state was even slightly higher than that of the Origin World's legendary experts due to the difference in age and experience. Therefore, it took him 7 or 8 days to finish transforming Bai Xian and turn him into his loyal puppet. During this period of time, the various armies attacking the various vassals also received reports of success. Among them, Shun Faxing's forces, which were weak and isolated and close to the sea, were the first to be conquered by Zhou Xianlin's Juquan Gang, Ocean Sand Gang, Li Zitong's forces, and the Queen's fleet. The leader of the forces, Shun Faxing, had his neck slit by Momochi Zabu's sneak attack. His head was being sent to Chang'an. The next to fall was Ren Xiaoming's division in Zhejiang. Under the situation where Lin Shihong was their ally, they invited Lin Shihong's troops to help them fight against the Jianghuai Dufue army led by Li Jing. However, Lin Shihong's troops suddenly rebelled and broke through the city gates. Then, they were defeated by the Jianghuai army, and Lin Shihong's troops were both inside and outside. As for Ren Xiaoming, he was killed on the spot like Shun Faxing by Long and Zuyu Xian, who suddenly betrayed amorous Nun Changzhen, an evil monk Fa Nan. However, because he had a good father, his corpse was snatched away by the Eagle Chu Lei, who had received the news and came to provide support. He then fled back to the desert. It wasn't that Chu Lei didn't want to avenge his son. It was just that he really couldn't do anything to this group of people from the Devil Sect. Therefore, after venting his anger by killing many mid-ranked and low-ranked officers and soldiers, he directly ran away. However, Sei Ito believed that this matter definitely wouldn't end like this. As for what kind of form it would take in the end, it was not something that Sei Ito was concerned about. Anyway, with the help of the vast forces and numerous experts, he would be able to turn the tide. Unless Chu Lei could defy the heavens, he would be a grasshopper after autumn and wouldn't be able to jump for long. However, due to the great change in Zhejiang and Lin Shihong's defection to the Great Hua dynasty, Bailing Xiao Xian, who could still hold on for a while, couldn't hold on for long. Under the siege of Yizhou's Xiehui, Zhejiang's Du Fuwei, and Yuzhong's Lin Shihong, they were declared destroyed. In fact, in the process of the destruction of Bailing's forces, the Song clan had thought of making a move. However, under the situation of Xiehui and even Fan Qinghui's appearance, Song Ke finally endured it and summoned all the Song clan's disciples back to Mountain City. They were ready to face the coming attack. At the same time, Song Ke's request to meet the Great Hua Emperor was relayed to Sei Ito through Xiehui and Fan Qinghui. In this regard, Sei Ito wasn't surprised. He temporarily sent a message saying that after the Li Tang was destroyed, he would send civil and military officials to take over Zhejiang, Bailing, Yuzhong, Wu County, and other places. He began to integrate some things in the future to formulate a policy to govern the world and reorganize these places. At this point, other than the emperor who was far away, other than Song Ke himself who couldn't do anything, all the rich lands in the south were taken under his rule. Then, not long after the southern front line was pacified, Shandong's Su Yuanlong's forces were also declared destroyed. Along with Changbai's Wang Bo's forces and some of Do Jinda's soldiers who helped Su Yuanlang, they were persuaded to surrender and beheaded. Then, through transmigration and other methods, The Wagon clan's army that recovered their fighting strength once again advanced toward the northeast and began to attack Hebei's-do Jinda's forces. The only flaw was that the progress of the attacking Tang army, which was led by a talented general, likely Shinga, and assisted by the most experts, was not great. They only obtained some cities in the west of the mountains, but still couldn't completely attack the surroundings of Taiyuan and destroy the Li Tang. It seems that if we want to destroy the Li Tang, we'll have to wait. Sei Ito, who understood that this was a matter of destiny, softly sighed. Soon after, he once more bid farewell to Yi, Zhenyi, and Shi Feishuan, who had entered the harem but still maintained a Buddhist posture, as well as Wan Wan, who could kiss and touch but couldn't take the final step. He returned to the Turkic tribe and released the completely transformed Bai Xian. After this period of acceptance, Bai Xian no longer had the complicated emotions he had when he first learned that he had been transformed. With a calm expression, he looked at the familiar desert environment before him. Go, help Xieli and throw the entire desert into chaos, Sei Ito indifferently ordered. I know, Bai Xian flatly replied, and then strode toward the Turkic tent. It's also time to finish the rest of the matter. Sei Ito turned his head in the direction of Bohaigua, where Finantuo was, and softly said. Then, with a thought, he activated instant transmission and disappeared, moving toward the northeast of the future. There was nothing much to say about Finantuo. After arriving at Bohaigua, Sei Ito, after finding out where Finantuo was, directly used a spatial disguise technique to launch a sneak attack on Finantuo, who was studying the Sutra of Love with Meiyin Madam. He threw him and Meiyin Madam into the Rubik's Cube world to brainwash and control them. Then, after controlling them, he took the 5-colored stone from Finantuo, as well as Finantuo's secret yoga technique, the Sutra of Love, and the supreme technique he had created, Brahma and I as one. So this is the 5-colored stone. Its nature is indeed somewhat strange, not like something from Earth. Fiddling with the fist-sized, sparkling, and translucent stone in his hand, Sei Ito thought to himself. Its material didn't seem like any gem that Sei Ito knew of. Instead, it seemed to have been artificially refined, its surface a 5-colored stone. Could this really be the heaven-mending stone refined by Goddess Nuwa? It shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Or perhaps it's like the leftover material from Goddess Nuwa's refining of the heavenly crystal in the Legend of Son of Heaven manga. Tisk. After a moment, Sei Ito, who couldn't think of a reason, clicked his tongue and put away the 5-colored stone. He picked up the 2 books that Finantuo had recently written on the table and began to flip through them. First was the Sutra of Love. As the name suggested, it was a method of union between a man and a woman passed down from Hinduism. Although the contents were straightforward, there were many mysterious words of religious nature, which made people feel somewhat baffled. But fortunately, Sei Ito had thought of these in advance and had Finantuo translate them one by one in Chinese while he was writing. Then there was Finantuo's self-created top-notch cultivation method, Brahma as one. The core part was still difficult to separate from Hinduism and Tantra. From the 3 meridians and 7 rounds of cultivation, he cultivated a kind of strange true qi that was like cold yet not cold, like hot yet not hot, like absorbing and pushing. When he used it, not only was there no gap that he couldn't penetrate, but also had a similar effect to the immortal pressing art, which could confuse and measure the enemy. It could be said to be extremely sinister. When it was combined with the secret art of yoga, it produced an endless stream of strange attack methods, which was what Finantuo relied on to run rampant in the western regions. Since he got what he wanted, Sei Ito didn't make things difficult for this relatively tragic guy in the original work. He left his residence and moved in the direction of Gao Juli. This place is. Fu Junzhou, who was summoned back to his side, looked at the familiar scenery around her and murmured in a daze. Gao Juli, Sei Ito said in a light voice. Darren, you want to... Fu Junzhou's expression changed when she heard this, and she suddenly turned her head to look at Sei Ito beside her and asked, To see your master. Seito replied straightforwardly, although she had a faint feeling in her heart. When she heard Seito's confirmation, Fu Junzuo's expression changed greatly, and she hesitated. Don't worry, for your sake, I won't take his life, but some control methods are still necessary. You should understand. Seito put his hand into Fu Junzuo's fluttering hair and gently stroked her cheek. Thank you, Darren. Fu Junzuo thanked with a complicated expression. Show me the direction. Seito withdrew his hand and said in a light voice. Over there. Fu Junzuo took a deep breath and pointed to the side. Seito nodded and stretched his arms around Fu Junzuo's waist, then used instant transmission to move in that direction. Then, under Fu Junzuo's guidance, they arrived outside the pavilion where Fu Kalen was. Let's go in. Seito released his hand from Fu Junzuo's waist and looked at the elegant pavilion surrounded by countless blooming flowers. Then he stepped forward and walked into the pavilion. Chapter 1285. Eldest Senior Sister. As soon as they entered the loft, a pretty girl in a plain dress looked at Fu Junzuo with surprise. Fu Junzuo walked in with Seito. Ito-sei and Fu Junzuo looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a beautiful girl with a slim figure wearing a plain silk dress appeared in front of them. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face still had the innocence of a young girl. 2 small dimples could be faintly seen on her round and white face. She exuded a lively and youthful aura from head to toe. Junchuo, Fu Junzuo subconsciously called out. The person who came was the youngest disciple of Fu Kalen's 3 disciples, Fu Junchuo. Is it really eldest senior sister? Aren't you dead? Fu Junxiang, who quickly ran to Fu Junzuo and reached out to grab Fu Junzuo's hands, instinctively asked. After she finished speaking, she realized that she had said something wrong. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said in a low voice, Eldest senior sister, you know I didn't mean it like that. Fu Junzuo replied with a smile. Right, second senior sister went to the Central Plains to avenge eldest senior sister after hearing about what happened to you. Did you guys meet again? Fu Junchuo asked anxiously. We already met. Fu Junzuo glanced at Seito, who had been ignored by Fu Junchuo, and said, who are you? Fu Junchuo, who had been paying attention to Fu Junzuo's eyes, was slightly taken aback. She looked at Seito in surprise. Fu Junzuo first explained Seito's identity to Fu Junchuo, then asked, This is the Emperor of China in the Central Plains, Chen Shiqing. This time, he has something to discuss with Master. Is Master here? The Emperor of the Central Plains? Eldest senior sister, you actually brought him here. Aren't you afraid of Master's punishment? Fu Junchuo looked at Fu Junzuo with a strange expression and whispered, Don't worry about that. Little junior sister, quickly tell senior sister, is Master inside? Fu Junzuo shook her head. He is. But senior sister, you have to think carefully. Once you go in, the consequences will be unpredictable. Fu Junchuo glanced at Seito, who was watching them talk with a smile, and reminded Fu Junzuo, Thank you for your concern, but I don't think there should be any problems. Seito chuckled. Who cares about you? If it weren't for the fact that you came with my eldest senior sister, I wouldn't have cared. Junchuo's voice, Fu Junchuo snorted and spoke with a face's arrogance. However, from that performance, Ito-sei couldn't help but think of a noun from the later generations, tsundere. Fu Junzuo reached out with a smile and patted Fu Junchuo's head, then walked into the inner room with Ito-sei. Junzuo. Outside the door, Fu Junzuo's expression changed for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and opened the door. In the blink of an eye, the room was over 40 square meters in size. There was a high platform at the innermost part of the room. On the platform sat a man with a strange appearance. His long and narrow eyes seemed to contain deep wisdom, giving him a sense of harmony. At this moment, he was reclining on a square sofa and looking up at the man with the pattern of 100 flowers carved by Tian Peng. There were also 10 beautiful women dressed in plain clothes, holding round fans, ancient flutes, bamboo flutes, and other objects sitting on either side of the man. In the entire room, there were only 4 or 5 soft cushions made of bright yellow cloth and a 3-legged copper incense burner that was emitting a peculiar fragrance. Fu Junzuo took a deep breath and calmed her nervous heart. She walked into the room and bowed in front of the incense burner. Honored Master. Disciple Junzuo greets Honored Master. Fu Kailan remained motionless as if he hadn't heard. When Fu Junzuo saw this, he also remained silent. He still maintained his bowing posture. Master, Senior's sister has returned. When Fu Junxiang saw this, she hurriedly ran into the room and stood beside Fu Junzuo as she spoke to Fu Kailan. Fu Kailan still didn't say anything. It was as if there was only the music played by the beautiful maids around him and the singing. There was nothing else in his ears. Using the shelf to dry people, Ito-sei narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He immediately stepped into the room and walked toward the futon on the side. Seeing Sei Ito enter without saying anything, the plain-clothed woman standing on the side with a sword shouted, "How dare you!" Both of them drew their swords and closed in on Sei Ito. The corner of Sei Ito's mouth rose and a sneer appeared on his face. Then, without seeing him do anything, there were a few ripping sounds and the clothes of the 2 sword-wielding women were suddenly torn apart. They flew out in all directions from their bodies, completely exposing their naked and graceful bodies. The 2 women who felt their bodies turn cold were immediately startled. They instinctively covered their chests with their arms and squatted on the ground. They looked at the culprit, Sei Ito, with shame and resentment. Not only the 2 sword maids, but even Fu Junxiang and the other women who stopped their performance and singing looked at Sei Ito with resentment. They wanted to eat him alive. Is this how Mr. Fu treats his guests? Ignoring those angry glares, Ito-sei walked to the futon on the side and sat down. He looked at the 2 women who squatted down to prevent themselves from being exposed and said with interest, "As expected of a group of barbarians who don't understand etiquette, I have educated you for so many years. I think you might not even be able to bear the title of Mr. Fu." Then, Sei Ito changed the topic and sneered. "How dare you? How dare you?" The women in the room, except for Fu Junxiang, shouted in unison. They pulled out their swords. If it were not for the fact that they did not understand Sei Ito's attack methods and were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the 2 women, they would have charged at him with their swords. "Who are you?" Fu Kailan, who finally turned his head to look at Sei Ito, asked calmly. "I am the Emperor of China, Chen Shiqing." Sei Ito looked back at Fu Kailan's long and narrow eyes that seemed to be filled with endless wisdom and said calmly, "Why are you here?" Fu Kailan's eyes flashed slightly as he asked again. "To see you, a great master, and to deal with you at the same time. I don't want you to shamelessly assassinate my generals like you did in the past when my army is attacking Jojuri," Sei Ito said sarcastically without giving him any face. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Fu Junxiang, who was already excited, couldn't bear it when she heard this. She immediately stepped on the ground and stabbed Ito-sei with her sword. Sei Ito acted as if he did not see it and continued to look at Fu Kailan. However, just as Fu Junxiang's sword was about to stab Sei Ito, Fu Junxiang's figure suddenly appeared beside Sei Ito. She flicked her sword and sent Fu Junxiang's sword flying. "Eldest senior sister," Fu Junxiang cried out in disbelief as she looked at Fu Junxiang, who had a complicated expression on her face. The women in the room had all been by Fu Kailan's side for a long time, so they were naturally very familiar with Fu Kailan's 3 disciples. It was just that because of their status, they didn't have much interaction with the other 2 aside from Fu Junzuo. However, they still admired Fu Junzuo, the disciple who could inherit Fu Kailan's mantle. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw Fu Junzuo's actions, the atmosphere became even more tense, and they all looked at her with eyes full of anger. In the entire room, only Fu Kailan did not say anything. He looked back at Sei Ito, just like how Sei Ito looked at him. "You haven't even unified the Central Plains, yet you already have the intention to invade. As expected, I can't let you live. It seems that this old man will have to work harder. Fu Kalin's aura surged as he spoke with killing intent. Master, Fu Juanxiong and Fu Junzuo cried out together. Sir. Following that, Fu Juanxiong looked at Sei Ito with pleading eyes. I said that I will spare your master's life. Sei Ito said indifferently without turning his head. Fu Juanxiong opened her mouth, but no words came out. She knew that it was impossible for her to change Sei Ito's mind with her own strength. In the end, she could only shut her mouth and suppress the worry in her heart. Spare my life? Huh. I haven't heard such word in a long time. Fu Kalin smiled faintly. Among the younger generation, you're the first one who dares to say such words in front of this old man. Your courage is commendable. Younger generation? Seito chuckled. Following that, a light flashed in his eyes. Powerful mental energy shot out from his eyes and pierced into Fu Kalin's mind. He took the initiative to attack him. Although Fu Kalin was over 100 years old, his physical strength was not that great. He could not even compare to Ning Daoqi or the Rough by Xian. However, his mental realm was the most outstanding of the three. He could feel it the most clearly. As a result, the moment Sei Ito's mental energy brought his external senses into a strange realm, his mind's spiritual sense was activated. It was like a true cultivator's consciousness, reflecting the material objects of the external world back into his mind's lake. In his mind's lake, Fu Kalin, who discovered that Sei Ito was attacking from a strange angle, spun his E-sword and stabbed toward Sei Ito in a seemingly straight yet not straight, seemingly curved yet not curved path, turning the surrounding heaven and earth into a field similar to a domain. Ito Sei's body became empty, allowing the E-sword to pierce through his body as he thought to himself, "Then let me show you what the mountain river map is." After thinking that, Sei Ito spread out his mind, turning into a small virtual world that covered his body. Through Fu Kalin's domain-like field, he invaded Fu Kalin's mind's lake. He hit his body that had turned into a blade of grass and a tree. He gently shook his head with the wind in his mind's world, stirring up Fu Kalin's mind's lake. Chapter 1286. P.S. Many thanks to Halcyon, Crisis, Shirley, and Run Guangjuan for their precious monthly votes. Many thanks to NXCX, Halcyon, and Nickfany for their tips. Plop! Fu Kalin fell to the ground weakly as his eyes lost their focus. Master! Fu Junzhou, Fu Juanxiong, the surrounding sword attendants, and the two women who had been stripped of their clothes all cried out in alarm. I'll kill you! Fu Juanxiong shouted loudly, and at the same time, she rushed towards Ito Sei, who was standing behind Fu Kalin with her sword. Juanxiong don't! Fu Junzuo anxiously cried out in alarm. Avenge Master! In the midst of Fu Juanxiong's shouts, the other sword servants who came back to their senses also rushed towards Ito Sei with their swords. Bang! At this time, Ito Seiji didn't do anything, but everyone, including Fu Juanxiong and the two women who attacked Ito Seiji with the other sisters, felt their bodies tremble. They flew back at a faster speed than when they rushed forward, slamming into the walls around the hut. They slid to the ground with a painful expression, making muffled groans. My lord, Fu Junzhou, the only one still standing, hurriedly called out. Sei Ito glanced at the worried Fu Junzuo and indifferently explained, "Your master is fine. It's just that his mind was shaken, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness and fall into a coma. He'll be able to recover after some time, but if he wants to wield the sword to protect the country, he'll need at least half a year of quiet cultivation." But while this was what he said on the surface, Sei Ito was secretly cursing in a bad mood. Fuck, none of the grandmasters of the Great Tang are easy to deal with. At the last moment, he almost used the light of the soul's heart sword art. It's really fucking heaven-defying. What was the heart sword? The thoughts and methods in his heart could all appear in his heart lake and connect with reality through the profound mystery. He could reach the stage where he could kill people in an instant. Unless one's soul realm was strong enough to touch the essence of the soul, it was impossible for one to succeed. If one tried to forcefully cultivate it, it might even cause one's heart lake to collapse, causing one's consciousness to scatter and die. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate and how powerful it would be after mastering it. However, since he is no longer able to protect the country, there is no need for him to maintain peace in Gaoju. Let the entire peninsula be in chaos. Ito Sei turned his head and looked at Fu Juanxiang and the 10 female sword servants. "My lord!" Fu Junzuo cried out in alarm. "It's easier to deal with chaos, and it's easier for the army to attack." Ito Sei slowly released his spiritual force and enveloped the 10 maids, forcibly breaking through their consciousness defenses and hypnotizing them, and said in a low voice, "Besides, if we don't hit the people on the peninsula, we'll hurt them. Do you think they'll obediently accept my rule?" Sei Ito asked with a sneer. Fu Junzhou, who understood the morals of the people of Gaoju, was stunned and fell silent. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, Ito Sei suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed the air in front of him. Fu Juanxiang's figure instantly appeared in front of him. She was gently held by the throat and hung in the air. Clearly, the one who had been preparing to escape was Fu Juanxiang. "Look after your junior sister," Sei Ito said as he threw Fu Juanxiang in front of Fu Junzhou. Then, with a thought, he threw Fu Junzhou, Fu Juanxiang, and the Gaoju Grandmaster Fu Kailan into the Rubik's Cube world, leaving them with Fu Junyu, who had not been released. After a moment, Sei Ito withdrew his mental power and pointed at one of the 10 sword maidens. "Immediately go to Gasuin and inform him of Fu Kailan's death." "Yes." The woman bowed. You. Use your connections to spread the news of Fu Kailan's death. Make sure everyone knows." Then, Sei Ito pointed at a few people and said, "Yes." Then, Sei Ito put away the remaining maids who had not been given any tasks and sent them to Fu Junzuo. They continued to take care of others as maids and used teleportation to return to the palace in Chong and city. They began to govern the entire country and study the secret method of dual cultivation. Tianming was the official era name of China established by Sei Ito. Tianming, 1 year and 8 months. After nearly 10 months, with the Golden Wolf army of the Turkic tribe outside the Great Wall working together to hold back the enemy, the Li Tang forces were finally defeated in a series of battles, allowing the entire Shanxi territory to be completely incorporated into China's territory. In the same month, the Li Tang Emperor Li Yuan was bestowed with Jiuzhou. Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, Crown Prince Li Shimin, and Li Yuanji were planted with spiritual seeds and hidden poison. They were kept in captivity in Chong and city to await death. In the middle of the 9th month of Tianming, under the siege of many armies, Dou Jianda's forces were destroyed. However, compared to Li Xiaoning, who was safe and sound, and Li Yuan's family, who did not live for long, the members of Dou Jianda's forces were much better. For example, Dou Jianda himself died in battle. Liu Haida himself was injured, sick. The others basically all had good endings. They were either used or idled. At this point, apart from the Song household, the entire Central Plains was completely unified. The Great Hua Empire's war chariots began to advance towards the desert and the western regions. It was just that at this time, some of the small countries in the desert and the western regions had already been thrown into chaos by Ba Fenghan's horse gang, Zhao Dian's stratagem, and Grandmaster Bai Shen's assistance. There are almost no complete unified forces. Therefore, as soon as the Hua Empire's army moved out, they quickly took down the surrounding small countries. They incorporated them into the country one by one through methods such as roping them in, killing their leaders, and so on. Then, they used this group of foreign youths to form mercenaries and continued to move out. It was just that with the transportation situation of this era, expeditions, and so on were really a bit too difficult. Fortunately, however, it was not that there was no solution. As long as the original technological products were directly replaced with the machinery of the Mo family and the Gongshu family, and then combined with the formation diagrams and energy crystals given by Sei Ito, wooden floating airships for troop transport were manufactured, providing some of the needs of the army for expeditions. Not only that, the pseudo-cultivation technology products developed by combining various formations with energy crystals were also developed through the efforts of Lu Miaozi, who was bored out of her wits, and various researchers. As a result, the technology of the Tang Empire advanced by several levels and reached a level that was not inferior to that of the modern world on Earth. This allowed long-distance communication, entertainment television, recorders, and other things to become a necessity for the wealthy families of this era. As for the manufacturing technology of some of the core energy crystals, under the joint research of Lu Miaozi, Nina, and Cecil and the formation diagrams given by Sei Ito, the Great Tang could produce them on its own. However, compared to the technological methods used to produce them, the Great Tang's energy crystals took much longer to produce. Moreover, they were not very stable either. And when these products, which were like divine objects to the people of this world, were produced, both the people outside the region and the people of the Central Plains could not help but feel reverence and loyalty towards the Great Hua Empire. This, in turn, accelerated Sei Ito's work of unifying the Great Tang. Now, let's turn back time a little to a certain day in the 9th month of the 1st year of Tianming. Your Majesty, why are you up so early? With Sei Ito's movements, only half of her body was covered by a bright yellow silk sheet. Her slender legs and her entire upper body were exposed to the air. Bayan, whose long black hair naturally draped over the bed, asked with a big yawn. That's right, the person who spoke was Bayan. However, compared to the original Bayan, the current Bayan was not at all obvious. Her charm was natural, and a strange sense of evil and holiness exuded from her body. Since she had such an appearance and had given her body to Sei Ito, this could only mean that Bayan's great heavenly demon art had reached the legendary 18th level, fulfilling Sei Ito's promise to her. Otherwise, Bayan would never have agreed to it. This was indeed the case. However, Bayan did not rely on herself to break through the 18th level of the great heavenly demon art. Instead, it was Sei Ito who, through his understanding of the original, obtained Bayan's consent, used some method to guide the heavenly demon Jinshi in her body, causing Bayan to enter a state of cultivation deviation. He allowed the raging Jinshi to break through the small meridians in her body that originally would not flow through. When all meridians were opened, he used his Jinshi, which was of a much higher quality than the longevity-type Jinshi, into Bayan's body to guide and fuse with it, completing the final breakthrough. At the same time, Bayan, who was in a state of delirium, gave her body to Sei Ito. With Sei Ito's newly created dual cultivation method, her Jinshi transformed into Jinshi, nearing the stage of martial arts cultivation. Of course, for the time being, Bayan was the only one who had reached the 18th level of the great heavenly demon art with the help of Sei Ito. The mother and daughter pair, Dan Meixian and Zhu Yuyan, were not prepared to use the method of dual cultivation with Sei Ito to reach the 18th level, so for the time being, they remained at the 17th level. However, it was not without unexpected gains. Through some unknown means, after it was spread that dual cultivation with Sei Ito could increase their cultivation, this group of women from the Yin Sunflower sect went completely crazy. One by one, they took the initiative to climb onto Sei Ito's bed in the middle of the night and dual cultivation with him. Among them, Bai Qing, who was still a virgin, had the greatest gains. She directly cultivated the great heavenly demon art to the 17th peak. She was about to reach the 18th level. Then, Elder Xia, Elder Yun, Elder One, and Dan Mei all reached the upper limit of the 16th level. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to reach the 17th level. It could be said that this was the most exaggerated realm since the establishment of the Yin Sunflower sect. On the other hand, Ito Sei obtained a large number of mysterious substances through the method of dual cultivation, which made his cultivation speed a lot faster. It's time to go see Song Quebec, Sei Ito got up and chuckled. Yes, as long as we take down the Song household, the whole of China will be your majesty's. Bai smiled tenderly. Just as Sei Ito and Bai were talking, Bai Qing, who was also naked, quickly walked to the side. She took Sei Ito's clothes and helped him put them on. Junior Qing, is really well behaved. Bai glanced at Bai Qing, and said in an inexplicable tone, Qing is only doing what she should do. Bai Qing said softly with a submissive look. Knowing that this was another confrontation between the two, Sei Ito didn't say anything. He just accepted Bai Qing's service while watching the two's secret exchange of words with great interest, enjoying the show. All right, I'll take my leave first. You two continue to rest. Sei Ito, who had finished putting on his clothes, said, We'll see you off, your majesty. Bai Qing, and Bai said in unison. Sei Ito waved his hand, stepped out of the bedchamber, and walked towards Shi Feishuan's palace. The distance between the two palaces wasn't very far, only a little more than 1,000 meters. Therefore, Sei Ito arrived at Shi Feishuan's palace in a short while. He saw Shi Feishuan, who was wearing a white inner garment and holding the color void sword, gently dancing in the palace. It was worth mentioning that Shi Feishuan still maintained her virginity after entering the palace. This wasn't because Sei Ito let her go, but because she had already given up on the great cause of choosing a ruler. At this moment, there were very few concerns in her heart. It could even be said that there was almost nothing. If Sei Ito rashly took her body, perhaps he would directly let Shi Feishuan complete the last bit of closure, reaching the level of the future Qin Mingyao, entering a death seclusion, and then breaking through the world and ascending. This was not what he wanted. Therefore, Sei Ito decided that even if he wanted to eat Shi Feishuan, he would have to wait until he took over the entire Tang dynasty. At that time, as long as he entered the Rubik's Cube world and didn't have the Transcendence realm, Shi Feishuan would be able to break through the outer wall of the Rubik's Cube. What was the point of breaking through the void? Under the realm of heart integrated into sword, Shi Feishuan immediately discovered Sei Ito's arrival. She pulled back her sword, saluted Sei Ito, and said, Greetings, your majesty. Feishuan is still so hardworking. Sei Ito walked in front of Shi Feishuan and reached out his hand to gently wipe away the sweat on her forehead. Feishuan is already used to it. Shi Feishuan said softly. Then she asked, Your Majesty, why did you come to find Feishuan at this time? Well, I'm going to take you to see Song K and complete the agreement with him. Sei Ito said with a chuckle. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps I can let you witness the scene of him breaking through the void and let you understand the so-called heavenly Tao. Has he already reached such a stage? Shi Feishuan said in shock. It doesn't matter whether he has reached it or not. As long as he makes a move against me, I will help him reach it, Sei Ito said calmly with a face full of confidence. Your Majesty, what realm are you at now? Shi Feishuan looked at Sei Ito in a daze for a while, then asked with a sigh. Me? I've probably reached the upper limit of this world. Sei Ito looked at the world in front of him that gave him the feeling that as long as he exploded all the power in his body, he would be able to break through the space barrier. Is that so? It seems that outsiders have underestimated your majesty, Shi Feishuan said thoughtfully. It doesn't matter, Sei Ito said with a face full of disdain. All right, go wash up. Then we'll set off for Lingnan. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps we'll be able to rush back tonight. Shi Feishuan nodded, then turned around and entered the palace. Behind her, Sei Ito also walked in. Chapter 12:87. Along with the gradually appearing figures of a man and a woman, Ito Sei and Shi Feishuan, these two people appeared at the foot of a huge stronghold built on the mountainside. This is the place, right? Sei Ito, who had his arm around Shi Feishuan's waist, asked. Yes. Shi Feishuan's eyes flickered as she said, I really didn't expect your majesty to have such great power. Don't tell me you're really the one who came down from the heavens to save the common people? Then Shurfei turned her head to look at Sei Ito beside her and said in disbelief, "Yes. Otherwise, why would the jade annulus of clan fly in front of me?" Sei Ito winked at Shurfei and teased, "Your Majesty." Shurfei's voice contained a hint of anger. "All right, let's stop joking around. Let's go up." Sei Ito shook his head and said with a smile. Then he walked step by step toward the mountain stronghold's entrance with Shurfei in his arms. "Who is it?" Just as the two were about to reach the stronghold's entrance, a stern voice came from inside the mountain stronghold. "Great Hua's Emperor, Chun Shiqing, has come with Ci Hang Jingzhai's successor, Shurfei, to have a chat with Song Clan's lord." Sei Ito raised his head and looked at the tall and sturdy middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze. Although his tone was indifferent, the content of his words was frightening. It shocked the middle-aged man so much that his expression changed slightly. "Please come in. I will send someone to inform Clan Lord." That middle-aged man promptly cupped his fist and apologized to Sei Ito and Shurfei. As for doubting the authenticity of Sei Ito's words, let alone the fact that the two people were wearing clothes that revealed their noble status, how could anyone dare to impersonate the two people mentioned in their conversation? It must be known that although Ci Hang Jingzhai's performance this time was not as eye-catching as in the past, its successor was the successor. However, the identity of her successor was the next leader by Dao, who would want to die and impersonate her for no reason, and even come to the Song clan's mountain city to swindle and swindle. Wasn't he afraid of the clan head's heavenly blade? Not to mention the fact that he was the emperor of the Great Hua Empire, which was about to unify the world. Was he not afraid of being discovered and exterminated? Sei Ito nodded slightly. Then, under the middle-aged man's guidance, he and Shurfei walked into the Song family's mountain city. They walked towards the innermost room where the Song family's main members, including Song Ke, lived. However, before they had even walked halfway, a man with a thin face and a beard appeared. His eyes were filled with wisdom. A middle-aged man, who appeared to be around 40 years old, was leading two youngsters, a young man and a young woman, as well as a large group of tall and sturdy soldiers with solemn expressions. Finally, he stopped in front of Sei Ito and Shurfei. Without saying anything, he smiled and cupped his fist in salute. "I am Songji. I have come under the orders of my brother to welcome your majesty and Fairy Shur." Songji, the second in command of the Song family. He was good at using the sword. In the martial world, he was known as the Earth Sword. However, he was most praised for his intelligence. He was in charge of the entire affairs of the Song family, and so on. It could be said that in the Song family, Song Ke did not understand the Song family as well as Songji. As for the young man and woman who were led by Songji in this kind of situation, there was no need to guess who they were. They had to be the next family head of the Song family, Song Shurdao, and his younger sister, Song Yuji. Of course, there were other reasons for these three people to personally welcome Sei Ito and Shurfei. In this regard, Sei Ito was well aware. It was nothing more than a formality, a sudden solemnity, and a way out for the future. This was the so-called formality. In the current situation, Song Ke was still the leader of a force. It wouldn't be bad to say that he was a different kind of emperor. In terms of status, it could be said that he was equal to Sei Ito. The only difference was the size of the territory and the number of military forces. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to not show himself to welcome them. That would directly weaken the Song family's momentum. This was not in line with Song Ke's usual character. However, even if he didn't show himself, he couldn't neglect Sei Ito. That would make the Song family seem rude. Therefore, Song Ji and Song Shurdao, the current second-in-command and the future family head, came out to show how much importance they attached to Sei Ito. As for Song Yuji, she came to welcome Shurfei. After all, the other party was a woman. As a woman, Song Yuji was the most suitable. As for leaving a way out, it would depend on Song Shurdao's performance. If Song Shurdao's performance wasn't bad, perhaps Sei Ito would treat the Song family well after they surrendered or after Song Ke died and was defeated. This way, the Song family wouldn't end up like the Leaf family, which was completely destroyed. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Ito nodded with the air of an emperor and followed Song Ji to the main residence. However, after a short moment, Song Ji and his party didn't lead Ito and Shi Feishuan into the reception hall used for receiving guests. Instead, they led them to a two-story pavilion in the shape of a quadrangular pagoda. Wisps of biting cold blade chi filled the air inside and outside the pavilion. On the door frame of the blade grinding hall pavilion, 3 words carved on a pitch-black signboard like a blade entered Ito and the other's eyes. "My elder brother is waiting for your majesty inside," Song Ji said with an apologetic expression. "Is this a test for me?" Ito, who had entered the role of an emperor, sneered. "That's not it. It's just that my elder brother usually stays in the blade grinding hall the whole day, apart from eating and sleeping to hone his blade intent and imposing manner. In the past, when he meets with guests, he also stays here. Please forgive him, your majesty," Song Ji explained with a wry smile. "Oh," Ito nodded noncommittally and then walked toward the entrance of the blade grinding hall. "Very sure, please wait. My elder brother will only meet your majesty this time. Please stay outside for the time being." Just as Shi Feishuan was about to follow in and witness the shattering of the void that might happen soon, Song Ji suddenly reached out his hand to block in front of Shi Feishuan and stopped her. Shi Feishuan frowned when she heard this, but she still obeyed and stopped. Ito stopped and turned to look at Song Ji. The latter had a wry smile on his face and secretly complained in his heart about why his elder brother was acting so strangely. Wasn't he trying to offend people? "Humph," Ito coldly snorted when he saw this, and then walked into the blade grinding hall again. "Feishuan, you wait outside for a while." Ito's voice sounded in the ears of Shi Feishuan and the others before his figure entered the blade grinding hall. The sharpening hall was very spacious, covering an area of 60 to 70 square meters. There were no furnishings inside, except for a dozen long swords of different shapes hanging on the walls on both sides. A huge gray rock with the words "sharpening stone" written on its surface in red cinnabar and dozens of smaller words was standing in the innermost part of the sharpening hall. A tall and straight man in a blue robe with his hand behind his back and his back facing the door came into Ito's sight. He walked into the sharpening hall with his hands behind his back. His whole body was exuding a vigorous and steady aura like a mountain. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the man slowly turned around. In an instant, a handsome face without the slightest blemish appeared. Under his thick eyebrows, there was a pair of eyes that sparkled like gemstones. They were in high spirits, and his broad forehead showed wisdom that surpassed ordinary people. There was a melancholy expression hidden in his calmness that could move anyone, but it also made people feel that his emotions were hard to fathom. In Ito's eyes, Song Ji's hair was white. However, he didn't look old at all. On the contrary, it gave him the air of an aristocrat from a powerful family. He had the demeanor of a Confucian scholar, which made people feel intimidated and unable to reach him. Coupled with his well-proportioned and graceful figure and his stature, he indeed had the intoxicating demeanor of an insufferably arrogant top-notch expert. Just like that, Song Kei and Ito looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, but faintly, a heavy and oppressive aura began to pervade the knife-sharpening hall. It stimulated the various long blades hanging on the walls to emit a low hum. This song believes that I have seen through the world situation, but I never expected that there would be such a sudden emergence of a new force like your majesty. Moreover, your majesty is someone who can silently establish a heaven-overturning momentum in such a short period of time. This song admires your methods. This was the first time Song Kei had spoken since their meeting. And with your majesty's current situation, the general trend has already been established. Everyone else is like a burden to them. As such, this song doesn't have extravagant hopes that the Song clan will be able to obtain any benefits from this. So, this song's purpose in meeting your majesty is very simple. I want to know how your majesty plans to treat our Song clan. Your daughter Yuji will enter the palace and be conferred the title of imperial concubine. Half of your Song clan's people will head north and help me clear out the foreign races. We will help you shatter the void. Seito looked back at Song Kei with a calm expression. Song Yuji entering the palace was part of the reason. Otherwise, the surrendered Song clan wouldn't be at ease. Half of the family members heading north was to reduce the enemy's momentum. But this matter couldn't be taken to the extreme, lest Song Kei fly into a rage. Hence, half of the family members were left behind. Of course, the chances for the dispatched clansmen were equally split. Perhaps some of them would be so fortunate as to make outstanding military contributions that they might be able to establish another Song clan. As for helping the other party shatter the void, in addition to destroying the Song clan's spiritual leader, it was also to use the scene of him breaking through the void to investigate this world. It was killing two birds with one stone. Song Kei's expression shifted slightly after hearing the words shatter the void. He stared fixedly at Seito, confirming whether the latter was joking or serious. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp Song Kei's gaze was, it couldn't penetrate Seito's thin but thicker skin. Naturally, he couldn't see anything. Your Majesty is considerate. Song Kei slowly retracted his external aura and said meaningfully. Apparently, he had understood the hidden meaning behind Seito's three arrangements. It's all thanks to Clan Head Song's good management. Seito, who had also retracted his aura, said with a faint smile. Then, he turned his head and his gaze landed on the whetstone filled with names. He locked onto the position where his name was written and asked softly, "But Clan Head Song, are you not going to exchange blows with me anymore? This song still has concerns in my heart right now. It's not time to shatter the void yet. When this song is done dealing with worldly matters, I will come and witness your Majesty's cultivation," Song Kei said indifferently. As Clan Head Song says, Seito said with an indifferent nod. Then, the two actually didn't say anything. They silently walked out of the Whetstone Hall and met up with Song Ji, Song Shidao, Song Yuji, Shi Feishuan, and the others who were anxiously waiting outside. They went to the main hall and began the banquet. Chapter 1288. Song Kei's secular affairs were very simple. There were only a few main things. The first was to gather all the Song family members and publicly announce their allegiance to the Great Hua Empire, allowing the Great Hua Empire to complete its substantive unification. The second was to announce his abdication and appoint Song Shidao as the next head of the Song family. Song Ji would fully support him, and the others could not resist. The third was to announce that Song Yuji would enter the palace in 3 months and be conferred as a concubine, as per Seito's words and Song Kei's wishes. Song Yuji, who had long been prepared for this, had a calm expression as if this was not a major event in her life. She did not express any opinions. The fourth was to select more than half of the Song family's clansmen from a small group of elites, according to the possibility that he might cause trouble after breaking through the sky or other considerations, and then set off to various military camps with the order left by Ito Sei. They would join the expedition to the western regions and serve the country. Under Song Kei's deterrence, they naturally didn't have any objections since they didn't know what was going on. They set off obediently. As for the last one, it was also surprising. However, it was reasonable. After Song Kei and Fan Qingwei met, he had completely cut off the last strand of love hidden in his heart and reached a perfect state of mind. During this period, Seito, who had obtained Song Kei's consent, used his Inkue Sex and CI Hang Jingzhai's intelligence channels to spread the news of the martial arts competition with Song Kei to the world, so that everyone would come to watch the ceremony and use this opportunity to show the world his strength. Therefore, in order to achieve satisfactory results, Seito and Song Kei suppressed the time of the martial arts competition to the 5th day of the 11th month of the first year of Tianming, and the location was Lingnan. Your Majesty, Taoist priest Yinda of Lu Temple, Ning Daoqi of Jingyi sect, Zhen Wenzu of Maoshan sect, Zui Yuxian of Zhen Chu Dao, Pai Xian, Liao Kong of Jing Yin Chan Yuan, Fan Qingwei of Ci Hang Jingzhai, Zhihui of Tianai sect, Jiaxiang of Three Luan sect, Dxian of Huayin sect, Dao Xian of Shaolin Temple, Jiyan of Yinkui sect, Ho Shibai of Huajian sect, registered Taoist priest Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, Grand Scholar Wang Tong, Li Boyan of Hamlin Academy, Assistant Minister of Rights Kong Qianru, Left Assistant Minister of Revenue Fang Xianling, Right Assistant Minister Du Ruhui, Assistant Minister of Justice Lu Dege, Consultant Peiju, Shiji Xuan, and others have arrived and are waiting outside the hall for an audience. On this day, just as Ito Sei was closing his eyes to rest, a little eunuch entered the imperial study and reported to Ito Sei, who was sitting on a chair. Not to mention how many of their names were famous far and wide. Just look at the name of the sect that they came from and his current position. Any one of them could shock tens of thousands of people. At this time, they were all gathered here. It could be seen that the matter to be discussed this time was very serious. Announce, Sei Ito said lightly. Announce Taoist Yinda, Ning Daoqi, Zhen Wenzu, Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, Zui Yuxian, Pai Xian, Monk Liao Kong, Ji Hui, Jiaxiang, Dixin, Dao Xin, Nun Fan Qingwei, Jun, Ho Shibai, and all the ministers. The eunuch shouted loudly. Everyone outside the hall focused their attention in their own ways. With a solemn expression, they followed the eunuch into the spacious imperial study. This poor Taoist, poor monk/commoner/minister, greets your majesty. Everyone saluted in unison. Sit. Sei Ito pointed to the chairs that were arranged in advance in the study and said lightly, Thank you, your majesty. Everyone saluted and thanked him. They each found a place to sit down. Among them, those from the Buddhist sect and those who were close to the Buddhist sect sat together. Those from the Taoist sect and those who were close to the Taoist sect sat together. The rest were unrelated. The ministers who only cared about the matters at hand sat casually between the two groups of people, regardless of whether they were from the Buddhist sect or the Taoist sect. After sitting down, these people from the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect did not take the initiative to speak. They all looked like they were meditating. Fang Xianling was very perceptive and knew to give the emperor a way out, so he asked, Your Majesty, the matter of summoning these ministers. Yes, it was Fang Xianling. After destroying the power of the Li Tang, Sei Ito had gathered all the famous historical ministers in the Heavenly Policy residence together. Based on their respective historical evaluations, they were either directly recruited to surrender, hypnotized to be thrown to the front lines, or hypnotized to be kept at his side. Thus, people like Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Ho Junji, Hong Fianu, and Wei Zheng, who was originally at Li Jinqing's side, had all become Sei Ito's subordinates. The purpose of summoning all of you and the scholar from outside the world is very simple. We want to rectify the religion, Sei Ito said as his gaze swept over the meditating Buddhists and Taoists. Zhu Yiyin, Fan Qingwei, the transformed Liao Kong, Ho Shibai, and Shiji Xuan, who was disguised as Pei Ju, the historical minister who had split the Turks, were all prepared and did not show any expression. However, the expressions of the others flickered, and they perked up their ears to listen attentively. How does your majesty want to change it? Dixon, who was known as the holy monk, asked. Monasteries and monasteries must pay taxes. The land is limited, and all personnel must register and record their birthplace. In addition, the registered monks and Taoists must accept the official unified examination and certification. Those who pass can retain their Buddhist and Taoist birthplace. Those who do not pass will be forced to return to the secular world. If there are any criminals among them, they will be investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, in the future, anyone who wants to become a monk, a Taoist, or a Buddhist must hold the monastery's official documents, family documents, and personal documents. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to enter their birthplace. Sei Ito said in a sonorous tone. If it could be said that the faces of the Buddhists and Taoists were grave before, then now their faces were heavy. Unexpectedly, all of them frowned and remained silent. Your Majesty's request is really making things difficult for us, Zhen Wenzu said with a wry smile. Moreover, Your Majesty should know that the majority of the disciples in our monasteries are orphans with no one to rely on. If we force them to live like this, won't we make them have no one to rely on and commit the sin of murder along the way? With these two people speaking, except for Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, Ning Daoqi, Yinda Liao Kong, Fan Qingwei, Zui Yuxian, and Pai Chun, who remained silent, the others all spoke up one by one. There was even a moment where it looked like the Buddhists and Taoists were working together to suppress the government. This time, I summoned you here not to discuss with you, but simply to announce my decision to you. As for what you think, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I find out who among you is resisting, I will definitely send an army to wipe them out. There will be no tolerance. Seito looked coldly at the people who were speaking in the field and said, Your Majesty, do you want to risk the world's injustice and incite a rebellion? Jiaxiang said with a kind expression, Are you threatening me? Seito released a murderous aura and directly pressed down on Jiaxiang. He said coldly, You could try and see if my hand is faster or if your actions are faster. As soon as this scene appeared, the four holy monks, who were also one body, immediately stirred up their genuine qi and looked like they were ready to fight at any time. Your Majesty, my kind boathouse is willing to accept the reorganization. Seeing that the situation was about to erupt, Fan Qingwei could not help but speak up to dispel the tense atmosphere in the room. Hearing Fan Qinghui's words, the four holy monks who were ready to fight were immediately stunned. They looked at Fan Qingwei, who had her head lowered and was not looking at them, in disbelief. They did not understand what was wrong with Fan Qingwei. However, before the four holy monks could come back to their senses, Liao Kong said, My Jingnian Zen temple agrees. Then Zui Yuxian and Pai Chun also said, My Jun Shudao also agrees with your Majesty. Although Zui Yuxian and Pai Chun could represent Taoism, they had nothing to do with the four holy monks. However, Kind Boathouse and Jingnian Zen Temple were different. Buddhist disciples had practically raised them into holy lands. Thus, when the four holy monks came back to their senses, they trembled and pointed at Liao Kong, who had his eyes closed, and Fan Qingwei, who had her eyes slightly lowered. They were so angry that they could not say anything. On the side, Zhuyan, Hoshibai, Zui Yuxian, Pai Xian, and the other devil sect people who were happy to see the Buddhists fight among themselves were all smiling as they watched the Buddhists fight among themselves. This matter will be jointly carried out by the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Rights. I will send someone to deliver the specific plan to you later. Seito ignored the angry four holy monks, as well as Lu Guandao and the Maoshan sect people who were stunned and did not know what to do, and looked at Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other ministers. Yes. The ministers looked at each other, then stood up and responded. Since you are in such a situation, you can end it yourselves. I hope you do not make me start another war in the Central Plains. That would not be good for anyone. Seito stood up and said. After that, he did not pay attention to the others' reactions and directly used teleportation to disappear from the Imperial study. He wanted to take the opportunity to once again intimidate this group of people who, according to past practice, would definitely be able to carry out an assassination. While everyone was shocked by Seito's methods, Shiji Xuan, who was disguised as Pei Ju, found the four of them and said, Taoist Ning, Taoist Yin, Taoist Jun, Taoist Yuan, Taoist Li, I wonder if you can step aside and talk? The several Taoist priests looked at each other and nodded. They followed Pei Ju and then Zui Yuxian and Pai Chun out of the Imperial study. They went out of the palace and entered a mansion that was temporarily transformed into the Pei residence. They sat down one by one. I wonder what Lord Pei wants to talk to us about. Zhen Wenzu, who could not stop talking, asked. It's about Taoism. Pei Ju smiled. Taoism. Ning Daoqi and the others asked curiously with some vigilance. That's right, Taoism. Pei Ju nodded and confirmed. Then he chuckled and said, "In fact, His Majesty himself does not have a bad impression of Taoism like Buddhism. It can even be said that he has a certain good impression of it. It's just that how to make this good impression last is the purpose of this pay looking for you to talk." The people present were all smart people. When they heard this, how could they not understand that the Taoist matter had taken a turn for the better? Even this time, Pei Ju looking for them could possibly be arranged by the emperor. So at this time, their expressions changed, and they said solemnly, "Please explain, Lord Pei." Pei Ju smiled slightly, and according to Sei Ito's method, he explained to the Taoist priests present one by one. After listening to Pei Ju's explanation, Ning Daoqi, Yinda, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and Zheng Wenzu looked at each other in dismay. They were somewhat unable to make a decision. Chapter 1289. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon, Nikfany, and NXCX for their tips. Some Buddhist sects were preparing to resist. Taoist sects were secretly cooperating. Ci Heng Jing Zhai and Jing Yin Chan Yuan took the lead, and the demonic sects were beating the drums on the side. The religious reform plan was carried out in full swing under the joint operation of the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Rights. A large number of fake monks, fake Taoists, rotten monks, and rotten Taoists were kicked out of the religious ranks, and then based on the information obtained from the investigation, they were sent to the border area to invest in construction, or through the Ministry of War, they were thrown to the front line of the Expeditionary Army to join the war, to win the capital, to survive, and so on. Just like this, time unwittingly came to the 11th month of the first year of Tianming, the day of the duel with Song Quebec. The heaven could be considered beautiful. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of li. From time to time, gloomy and cold wind blew between heaven and earth, blowing the surrounding trees and the lapels of the onlookers. On an open space at the top of a short mountain, not too far away from the Song family's mountain city, Sei Ito, wearing a long robe embroidered with dragon rolling in gold, with a jade belt around his waist, stood facing Song Kei, wearing a long robe with sky blue brocade robe, his black hair tied behind his head with a light yellow headband, and in his hand was a long saber with a bright, water-like color, narrow body. Around the foot of the mountain where they were, hundreds and thousands of Wulin people were gathered, looking up at this fight, which could be considered a showdown between the apex. Among them were Ouyang Shi, Chao Gongsua, such Wulin luminaries, Jianghu people with the most seniority. There were also Shi Feishuan, Wanwan, Dugu Feng, Ho Shibai, Ko Zhong, Su Xiling, Yang Shuyan, and other young martial art masters. There were also Fan Qingwei, Zhu Yuyin, Shi Jishuan, and Liao Kong, two famous leaders of the righteous and demonic sections. There were also Wulin great grandmasters like Ning Daoqi, and of course there were also those second, third-rate, and even unrated people who were purely here to join in the fun. All levels of Jianghu people were completely covered in one net. Laofu has been practicing martial arts since childhood. I learned saber when I was young. It was only after I was 20 that I learned what a bright saber is. Until today, I dare to say that I understand saber. Song Kei, with his lapel fluttering in the wind, lightly raised his arm to block in front of him. His left hand gently stroked the saber's blade. His gaze distant, spoke softly. This saber is. It has followed Laofu for more than 20 years. To witness my enemies is the thing that understands me the most in this world. After he finished speaking, he waved his arm lightly, and the saber slashed to the side of his body. The blade hummed. Song Kei looked up at Sei Ito. His aura began to accumulate. In order to match this blade, this old man has created the 8 incantations based on the nature of the water immortal blade. I hope your majesty can appreciate them. Clan Lord Song is indeed a blade lover. Sei Ito sighed after hearing this. Sei Ito then opened his palm, and the tip of a sword abruptly emerged from his palm. Only when the entire sword had emerged did Sei Ito flip his palm and hold the sword hilt with both hands, pointing the sword tip diagonally to the ground. Seeing Sei Ito's method of taking out the sword, everyone gasped in amazement. They found it unbelievable at Sei Ito's methods. Compared to Clanlord Song, although Jin also started out in the martial way, Jun is unfamiliar with miscellaneous studies. Fortunately, Jun has experienced a lot, and Jun's horizons are broad, so Jin did not let Jin's fundamental knowledge fall too far behind. Sei Ito chuckled. This sword is called Heavenly Sword. Jin obtained it from another world. It was originally made from a meteorite outside the heavens. Afterwards, Jun used Dao to refine it. It can be considered a type of artifact. It has accompanied Jun in many world battles. Although it may not be as close as Clan Lord Song's Water Immortal, it is still one of Jun's favorite weapons. Following this, Sei Ito glanced at the heavenly sword in his hand and said, hearing Sei Ito's explanation, the people of Jianghu below, including Ning Daoqi, Fan Qingwei, Liao Kong, Zhu Yiyin, Shi Jixuan, Shi Feishuan Baiyan, and the others, were once again in an uproar. They were inexplicably shocked at the words world and artifact that Sei Ito spoke of. In order to match this sword, Jin also created a set of sword moves. I believe that it can absolutely assist Clan Lord in shattering the void. Ignoring the clamor from below, Sei Ito said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, all the people of Jianghu became thoroughly excited. After all, compared to simply witnessing a martial arts competition, witnessing the shattering of the void that had been a legend for hundreds and thousands of years was more meaningful. It was also more worthy of being told to future generations. The world outside the heavens, huh? This old man is looking forward to it. Song Kei's eyes revealed a yearning expression as he muttered. Then his aura shook and rose up by quite a bit, reaching the point where it could stir up the wind and clouds. In an instant, under the influence of Song Kei's aura, the temperature of the originally gloomy and cold air in the surroundings dropped by several degrees. It made people feel as if they were placed in a world of ice and snow in the north. Their entire body was cold, and their skin was covered in goosebumps. It seems that Clan Lord is already prepared. Sei Ito, who had always maintained a calm and flirtatious attitude and did not reveal the slightest bit of aura from head to toe, said with a chuckle. Song Kei did not answer. He only raised his aura again, causing the water fairy saber in his hand to hum softly under the stimulation of his genuine chi. When Sei Ito saw this, he slightly restrained his expression. At the same time, he silently circulated the perfect round chi in his body, combining his essence, chi, spirit, and will into one. Along with the perfect round chi, he poured it into the heavenly sword in his hand. The heavenly sword, whose body was slightly bright, let out a hum spontaneously. Sword 1. Sei Ito raised his arm slightly and flipped his wrist. Other than the sword's body being clear and bright, there was no strange phenomenon that appeared. It seemed ordinary, but its inner principle contained the mysteries of the compassionate travel sword classics, Sword Heart Illumination. It contained the power of the heavens and the earth, and its trajectory was mysterious and unpredictable. The sword pierced towards Song Quebec. In an instant, Song Kei, who was the direct recipient of the sword, felt his senses being taken away. He was completely cut off from his external senses. It was as if he was in a universe where he could neither see the sky above nor the earth below. In front of him, there was only the piercingly cold longsword that was like a meteor flying rapidly from outer space. It was getting bigger and closer, and it looked as if it was going to pierce through him. Song Kei was indeed Song Quebec. In an instant, he understood his own situation. He immediately displayed the blade of God's will that he had comprehended. His body moved with his saber, and his body and saber became one. In the dark, it seemed as if he had transformed into a huge longsword that could break the stars and split the heavens and the earth. He met the longsword that was piercing toward him like a meteor. In an instant, an extremely dazzling light lit up the mountaintop where Sei Ito and Song Kei were fighting. It was so dazzling that the onlookers were blinded at the same time. A horizontal shock wave spread rapidly with the two of them at the center. It blew across the land, rustled the vegetation, and blew toward the Jianghu people at the foot of the mountain, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The leaves rustled in the wind. Clang! It was not until the shock wave spread that the long-awaited sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. Then, the saber chi and sword chi that burst out quickly slashed and pierced in all directions around the two of them, leaving slender and wide marks on the ground. Sword 2, Sei Ito, who had pulled back his sword and turned around to stab at Song Kei again, shouted softly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the essence, chi, spirit, and will that had been contained in the sword immediately erupted from the heavenly sword, evolving into a false world that was similar to the heart. A large number of false swords formed from the essence, chi, spirit, and will, as well as the shape of the heavenly sword itself, floated in midair and shot down towards Song Quebec. Moreover, the most dangerous thing was that the trajectory of each fall sword was the most suitable attack angle that the Compassionate Travel Sword Codex could evolve based on one state of mind. They attacked Song Kei's surroundings. Song Kei's expression did not change. The water immortal saber in his hand immediately danced quickly, turning into a misty and illusory saber shadow that filled the sky as if an immortal had appeared. It launched an attack against Sei Ito's Sword 2. Sword 3. Just as Song Kei was dealing with the sword momentum formed by Sword 2, it was strange and inexplicable. The attack route was mysterious and unpredictable. Sword 3, which was like an assassin hiding in the dark and giving a fatal blow at any time, came out. It stabbed towards Song Kei at the moment when he was least paying attention and most difficult to counterattack. Sizzle. Puff. Song Kei, who sensed the danger with his spiritual sense, narrowed his eyes. He instinctively followed the thought that came from the unseen world and turned around to dodge. However, his reaction was fast, but Sei Ito's sword momentum was too tricky, leaving a slender and cracked wound on Song Kei's body. A handful of bright red blood sprayed out from Song Kei's body. Saber, the tyrant of weapons. Although Song Kei's saber was as indescribable as the way of the heavens, because he had not been injured for many years. Even with the saber's sharpening hull to accumulate sharpness, Song Kei's saber inevitably lacked a trace of piercing coldness. However, under the attack of Sei Ito's Sword 3, Song Kei, who had been injured by the sword, happened to make up for this flaw. Therefore, after dodging Sei Ito's sword that was as mysterious as an assassin's, Song Kei's aura rose again and reached another peak. Tiny spatial cracks that were invisible to the naked eye began to appear around Sei Ito and Song Quebec. Then, Song Kei, whose aura suddenly changed the saber momentum in his hand. It changed from the 8 arts of the heavenly way that was originally created with the water immortal saber to a saber that completely combined with his divine will the 8 styles of the heavenly saber, which was known as the invincible saber. In an instant, saber radiance that looked like antelopes hanging their horns and seemed to follow an inexplicable and mysterious trajectory covered Sei Ito's body that was faintly discernible in the sword momentum. Sword 4. Sei Ito, whose body had suddenly condensed into a solid entity, stomped his feet and ignored the saber radiance and saber chi around him. With an aura that seemed to be unafraid of death, he rushed towards Song Kei with his sword in hand. As such, he just happened to dodge the dozens of saber radiance that Song Kei had secretly slashed at him, forcing Song Kei to raise his saber and use the saber to block the vital parts in front of his chest. Clang! The tip of the heavenly sword directly pressed against the body of the water immortal saber that Song Kei was standing horizontally. However, if Sword 4 was only like this, it would not be called Sword 4. Therefore, the moment the tip of the sword and the body of the saber collided, a powerful explosive force erupted from the heavenly sword and forcefully pressed the body of the water immortal saber against Song Kei's chest. Song Kei, who felt the force entering his body through the saber, frowned, and let out a muffled groan. Clearly, he had suffered some damage from the impact of this inner force. Actually, at this point, with the support of the sharpness array within the heavenly sword, Ito only needed to push forward with more force to pierce through the water immortal saber, which already had some small cracks on its surface, and kill Song K. However, this was not in line with his goal of sending Song K to break through the void. Therefore, Ito did not kill Song K right away. Instead, he flicked his sword and slashed at Song K's face. Song K raised his head and straightened his body. At the same time, he tapped his feet lightly and leaped backward. Sword 5. Ito, who had not moved from his original position, placed the sword in front of him and said calmly, "Song K, if you still can't break through the void this time, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly sword that Ito had placed in front of him seemed to break. It suddenly disappeared about 5 centimeters in front of the end of the sword. In the next second, it appeared in front of Song K's chest, who had just moved the saber away and exposed himself and stabbed into his chest. Song K's gaze tensed when he saw that he might die on the spot. He immediately unleashed all the true chi, momentum, and body intent in his body. He was like a large, sharp saber. Then, with a speed that surpassed the perception of time and awareness of the onlookers, he raised the water immortal saber in front of him in a manner that was visible to the naked eye. He slashed down at the heavenly sword, which had already pierced an inch into his chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing instantly rang out. Pooh! The heavenly sword's blade, which had been cut down, left a thin and long mark on Song K's chest. Blood seeped out of the wound. Bang! The sudden eruption of saber energy directly cut open a wide crack that was 1.5 palms wide, 1 meter deep, and more than 3 meters long on the solid ground in front of Song Quebec. From this, one could see how powerful this saber attack was. At the same time, in Song K's domain, which he could not sense, a similarly long and narrow crack in space appeared in the space after his strike. As expected, the great grandmasters in this world are all abnormal. Each of them is like a main character with a halo. As long as they are on the verge of death, they will break through and advance to a higher level. Ito thought to himself as he put away his sword and stood upright while looking at Song K, who was in a daze. "Did you feel it, family head?" Ito asked softly as he looked at Song K with a smile. "Thank you." Song K, who had regained his senses, nodded and thanked him. "Since that is the case, let's proceed to the final step and break through the void," Ito said as he once again activated the perfect round chi in his body and sent his essence, chi, spirit, and will into the heavenly sword to prepare Sword 1. "Okay." Song K nodded and turned his head to look in the direction of the Song family's mountain city. Then, he looked at Song Sherdao, Song Yuji, and other members of the Song family who were standing at the front of the crowd. Finally, he looked at Ning Daoqi, Fan Xinhui, and other Jianghu members who were more or less related to him. After saying that, Song K closed his eyes and recalled the feeling left by the saber strike just now. At the same time, he also combined his genuine chi, body intent, and saber intent. Then he closed his eyes and slowly raised the Narcissus sword in his hand. Using a method that was completely different from the way he showed his chi, he casually slashed the Narcissus saber in his hand at Ito. On the opposite side, Ito, who had a solemn expression, slowly raised the heavenly sword with a clear blade. He condensed all his energy into a plain long sword and thrust it out. In the next moment, a ray of light that was far more dazzling than the first time they fought, like the sun, bloomed from the two of them. At the same time, a horizontal shock wave spread out with a dazzling light as the center. Like a passing hurricane, it blew the dust and leaves around the two of them into the distance, forcing the surrounding people to be unable to see the scene in front of them clearly. Chapter 1290. Amidst the blinding light, a massive spatial fissure appeared where Ito and Sei Ito had clashed, generating a boundless suction force that pulled Sei Ito and Song K toward it. Sei Ito, who had no intention of shattering the void, naturally had no interest in this. He immediately used his spatial ability to exclude himself from the spatial fissure and sat in the fissure, watching as Song K was sucked into the spatial fissure that was emitting intense fluctuations of origin energy. Then, under the guidance of seven-colored light, he disappeared into the rapidly mending spatial fissure. What was that? The light of guidance? And where is that world emitting powerful origin energy? The immortal realm? The Earth immortal realm? Or some other world? Sei Ito frowned as he returned to the Great Tang world through the spatial fissure. Even though this observation had brought him many doubts, there was one thing that made him feel much more at ease. The twin dragon world of the Great Tang should be an ownerless world, so he could boldly devour it. The only thing that worried Sei Ito was whether or not the world emitting the light of guidance would do something after the Great Tang world disappeared. But Sei Ito was only a little worried about this. After all, by the time the Great Tang world was done devouring it, he would have run off to who knows where. He was simply not afraid of being tracked down. At the very least, Sei Ito did not believe that the other side had any means to track down the magic cube. Otherwise, when he went to the Forbidden Ground to ask Iwas for information, he would have been discovered by the higher-level Iwas. How could he be as free and unfettered as he was now? Ito Sei, who put these useless thoughts aside, turned around and looked at the onlookers who were looking at him at the foot of the mountain. Song K has shattered the void. You have all witnessed the birth of a legend, Sei Ito announced as he put away the heavenly sword. Whoosh! The martial artists immediately broke into an uproar. Really? Has he really shattered the void? A legend. We have witnessed a legend. As expected of Heavenly Saber Song K. Too awesome. All kinds of praises were being passed around in the crowd. However, compared to the lower-level guys, the higher-level experts such as Ning Daoqi, Fan Xingwei, Liao Kong, Zhu Yuyin, Shi Xuan, and other experts truly understood the strength of Sei Ito. Otherwise, why would Sei Ito say before the battle that he would help Song K break through the void? How was he able to completely suppress Song K in battle and almost take his life? After the battle, they were both in the same place. Why hadn't Sei Ito broken through the void when Song K had left? To paraphrase a phrase from later generations, this was unscientific. As for saying that his realm was not high enough, he couldn't break through the void. That was even more of a lie. As experts, they knew very well that if one's realm wasn't high enough, not to mention nearly taking Song K's life in battle, it would be very difficult to even suppress Song Quebec. At least, Ning Daoqi couldn't do it. Shi Xuan could not do it. Other people couldn't do it, so the only reason he couldn't break through the void was because he didn't want to break through the void. It was also because of this that they were controlled by these factors. Perhaps it was because of the Dao sect that those who supported Sei Ito sincerely recognized Sei Ito, completely extinguishing some of the little thoughts they had in the past in the bottom of their hearts. While the onlookers were still discussing spiritedly, Sei Ito did something that shocked their hearts at first sight. They saw Sei Ito, who was wearing a golden robe embroidered with dragons and a white jade belt at his waist, leap up and hover in the air several meters above the ground. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the ground. A 4 or 5 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, huge grayish-black rock rose from the ground that had become extremely damaged due to the battle between him and Song K, and persevered on the ground. Then Sei Ito, who was hovering in the air, seemed to be stepping on solid ground. He walked step by step to the front of the huge rock, and his finger drew in the air. Song K breaks through the void here. 6 vigorous and powerful characters that contained sharp sword chi appeared on the surface of the rock. Then, the characters were dyed bright red by the blood of a live deer that Sei Ito had taken from who knows where. Bang! Sei Ito swung his arm and threw the dead deer on the ground in front of the huge rock. It was also with this muffled sound that the people of the Jianghu, who were stunned by Sei Ito's immortal-like actions, turned around one after another. Then, under the lead of an unknown person, they all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Long live, long live, long live!" "Disperse," Sei Ito said faintly. Then, he used his mind to teleport away with the woman he was familiar with in the crowd, and abruptly disappeared before the eyes of the kneeling people of the Jianghu. Seeing that the main characters had left one after another, the group of people of the Jianghu did not stay there any longer. While excitedly discussing what they had seen and heard with the people around them, they spread the news around the world, letting the world know that another expert had broken through the void. Breaking through the void was not just a legend. At the same time, they also spread the exaggerated rumor that Vadi was an immortal who had descended to Earth. With this spread, many of the believers who originally complained about Vadi's religious reorganization changed and became Sei Ito's believers. They supported the religious reform and killed the Buddhist group's plan to incite the people to cause trouble in the cradle. Sei Ito was naturally happy to see this happen, so he ignored it and continued to pay attention to the overall progress of the world. In the first year and 12th month of Tianming, Song Yuji officially entered the inner palace and became one of Sei Ito's harem members. In the second year and 6th month of Tianming, more than half of Asia was incorporated into China's territory. In the third year and 2nd month of Tianming, the recovery of Asia was completed. In the third year and 5th month of Tianming, the European conquest began. In the 4th year and 2nd month of Tianming, the European conquest was completed. At the beginning of the 4th year and 5th month of Tianming, Africa entered China's territory. In the 5th year and 1st month of Tianming, the American continent was incorporated into China's territory. At this point, after almost 5 years, Sei Ito completed the recovery of the entire Great Tang world with the help of technological products developed from the skewed pseudo-cultivation technology tree. In the past 5 years, Sei Ito, who had almost completely handed over government affairs to his subordinates, had completely immersed himself in the cultivation of the harem. Like the ancient Yellow Emperor, he lived a shameless life, entangling with the women every day, refining the mysterious substance with the method of dual cultivation. Under this kind of continuous refinement, the mysterious substance in Sei Ito's body finally grew. He only needed an opportunity to condense a trace of divine-like substance and begin to transform himself into the so-called demigod of the main world. It was just that Sei Ito's path was different from the others in the main world. It was a path that belonged to him alone. As for the specifics, he would have to figure it out himself. On this day, Sei Ito, who was preparing to absorb the strange power in the wall of He clan to condense divinity and devour the great Tang world, gathered all the women close to him together and sent them to the Rubik's Cube world. After settling down, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the empty void, sitting down cross-legged as if he was sitting on a solid object. "Let's begin," Sei Ito said lightly. "Yes." Beginning to seal the space-time channel. In the familiar voice of the Rubik's Cube, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out the wall of He clan, which contained the will of the people of the Great Tang world. It contained a large amount of strange power and symbolized the wall of He clan. He clasped his hands in front of his abdomen, closed his eyes, and mobilized the energy in his body to activate it. He began to absorb the strange power inside. In an instant, a large amount of violent, strange power erupted from the wall of He clan and flowed through Sei Ito's palms into his body. Under the absorption and fusion of the high-quality and pure round energy, it emitted strands of mysterious substance that flowed through the round energy into Sei Ito's mind. Under the control of his will, it fused with a part of the mysterious substance that he had refined, transforming it into a similar substance and fusing with the original mysterious substance. In this way, the mysterious substance continued to fuse and transform. After an unknown amount of time, Seito felt that the newly fused mysterious substance had stopped, and no new mysterious substance came. Seito understood that the energy in the wall of the clan had been completely absorbed by him. Seito adjusted his mood and began to rapidly circulate the psychic energy in his mind. Like a hammer, it began to batter at the mysterious substance that had gathered together. During this process, wisps of spiritual power were scattered from the collision with the mysterious substance. They mixed into the mysterious substance and combined with the mysterious substance to form a new product, slowly devouring the surrounding mysterious substance and Itosei's spiritual power. Seito did not try to control this new product. On the contrary, he helped it speed up the devouring process and strengthen its existence. After an unknown period of time, the mysterious substance in Itosei's mind was completely consumed, leaving only a mysterious thread emitting a dark golden light that was slowly moving in that mysterious space. At this time, Seito's psychic energy moved and touched the dark golden thread. In the next second, the dark golden thread was like a wanderer that had found its home. It instantly sank into Seito's psychic energy and returned to the semi-materialized spiritual core along with his psychic energy. It settled down in the spiritual core and began to absorb the psychic energy in Seito's psychic energy, transforming it into the same form as the dark golden thread. At this time, the Rubik's Cube that had been motionless in Seito's spiritual core suddenly shook and emitted a faint gray substance. It seeped out of Seito's soul, passing through layers of barriers and entering the spiritual core in Seito's mind. It then mixed with the dark golden thread. After a long while, Seito suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes and softly said, "Phew." Although the path is different, this thing that was compressed is no different from divinity. It actually has the ability to seize another body and be reborn. This is another way for me to save my life. Next, I will continue to strengthen it and use it to feed my body so that my body can transform into a body. Chapter 1291. I don't know how much time has passed. Seito softly sighed as he looked at the void that had returned to normal. He knew that the great Tang world had finished devouring it. But at this time, Seito did not care about delaying it by another half a day. Thus, he disappeared from the void and appeared in the ecological city on the Rubik's Cube continent below. He gathered all the managers and handed over the various construction work to the Great Tang world. The managers present had done this kind of thing countless times, so Seito was not worried that they would cause any problems. Thus, after handing over the work, he returned to the void of the Rubik's Cube world and ordered the Rubik's Cube to send him back to the main world. With the familiar sound of glass shattering, Seito appeared in the shrine of the main world. "Alert! Alert! Intruders! Intruders!" Before Seito could catch his breath, intense alarms resounded over the shrine, and several figures flew out of the shrine and appeared in front of Seito. "Ah Chung, little brother, Kingmaster," they called out in unison. "Mother, big sister, Erica, Karen, Oriana, Rico, your way of welcoming me is really warm." Seito didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the people in front of him. "Isn't it all because of you, little brother? Always appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Otherwise, how could it be like this?" Suzu Ito, who had put away her weapon, grumbled. The others also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's all my fault." Seito helplessly shook his head. Then, he raised his voice and ordered, "Little Lingmeng, remove the alarm." With these words, the intense alarms immediately stopped ringing. I didn't expect that the anti-space breach alarm I set up at home would be used on me. Really? Ito-sei shook his head and sighed again with a speechless expression. "All right, let's go back to the house," Eriko reminded. Seito nodded and returned to the house with Eriko, Suzu Ito, Erica, Karen, Oriana, and the combat type made Rico. Achunk. Looking at the people who entered the room, especially Seito, Ito Reina and Yamahira Suzuka, who were waiting in the room, exclaimed in surprise. "I'm back," Seito said with a smile. "How long did I walk this time?" Seito, who was sitting on a chair, turned his head and asked Erica. "It's October 21st now. How long do you think they've been gone?" Before Erica could say anything, Lin Sanjiu asked. Suzu Ito asked in annoyance. 1.5 months? Seito muttered. Then he looked at the people in the room with concern and asked. "Everything is fine at home." Eriko and the others nodded one after another, indicating that there was no problem. But thinking about it, there was a legendary master in the city, and an artificial angel who didn't know how to rank. There were at least 2 S-class masters and several A-class masters in Akakuruno City. Not just anyone could come and touch it. Since the king is back, then there is something that needs the king to decide. After Seito breathed a sigh of relief, Erica said, Seito looked at Erica with some confusion. In the 1.5 months since the king left, the city's planning and construction work has basically been completed and has entered the development stage. But the king proposed to open the special skills training school. We still need the king to decide. Erica said and nodded to Yamahira Linghua. Yamahira Linghua stood up and ran back to her room. Then she returned to the room with a stack of documents and handed them to Seito. If we follow the king's proposal and lure the city to open, I believe that a large number of foreign agents will be mixed in. This will be very disadvantageous to our management work. But if we follow the previous method of selecting and cultivating talents, just the inspection alone will be very troublesome. It's not suitable for the current situation of Akakuruno City. So Lily and I are a little troubled and have decided to let the king decide. Erica chuckled. I was afraid that they wouldn't come. Seito lowered his head and looked at the report in his hand. He looked up and smiled. As long as they enter the school in the half-plane, I have ways to make them our people. If that's the case, then I don't have any problems. Erica smiled when she saw this. But since it's the first batch of students, let's do something special. Let's have a worldwide selection. Seito tilted his head and thought for a moment. Little Ling Ming, master. As soon as the words fell, a pile of photon particles suddenly appeared. Little Ling Ming, who was wearing red and white witch robes, appeared before Seito and the others. Later, you will invade the world's civilian network and send out 10,000 invitation letters in a random manner. Seito instructed. Yes, Little Ling Ming replied. In addition, in the virtual world that you control, send an invitation letter to all youths between the ages of 15 and 25 who use our virtual world access equipment. Seito continued. Yes. Also, set the invitation letter as a special mission reward. Open a mission in the game. Seito continued. Yes. Little Ling Ming replied. Won't there be too many students like this? Ping Linghua asked hesitantly. This is called casting a wide net. After all, we want to select suitable candidates from among them to join our forces. If there are too few people, we won't be able to select elites. Seito smiled indifferently. Besides, who knows how many of those who receive the invitation letter will believe the contents and be willing to give up everything to study here. Afterward, Seito accompanied everyone at home for a while. Then, he got up and left the house. He used his teleportation ability to leave Akakuruno City and appeared in the sky above the Demon Nation's capital. How strange. You actually came to my place. In a luxuriously decorated palace, a woman with long hair naturally draped over her shoulders, Kyubi, looked at the empty hall in front of her with a faint smile. She was half lying and half nestled with her hand supporting her on a soft square cushion. She was half wearing a black floral kimono with her chest wide open, revealing her fair and tender body underneath, and her long hair naturally draped over her shoulders. In the next second, Seito's figure appeared in the hall with a tremor in the void. There are some things I want to ask. Seito smiled. I didn't expect you to have made another breakthrough after not seeing you for a while. This really makes me surprised. Kyubi narrowed her eyes and carefully sized up Seito for a few seconds. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she spoke. Seito's heart trembled when he heard this. He was shocked by Kyubi's eyesight. At the same time, he also had some doubts about whether she was really at the legendary tier. What do you want to ask? Kyubi's murderous intent disappeared as quickly as it came. She quickly regained her calm and asked, "Before I ask, I have a more personal matter to ask you. If it's easy to answer, then answer. If it's not easy to answer, then don't say it." Seito hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What's your relationship with the nine-tailed Daji of the Shang and Zhou dynasties?" Seito asked softly after seeing that Kyubi did not react. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyubi, who had been maintaining a calm expression, suddenly had a change in expression. Her aura erupted and raged violently in the room and the palace, turning all the furnishings in the palace into dust. What a powerful aura, and I can faintly feel something similar to divinity. However, it's different from divinity. It's somewhat similar to the divine consciousness that I compressed before. Seito thought to himself. His body was as still as a rock in the face of Kyubi's aura. "Your Highness." At the same time, several fox-faced men in priest robes who sensed Kyubi's rage ran to the entrance of the palace and shouted loudly. Bang! However, as soon as they finished speaking, their bodies flew out like cannonballs as if they had been hit by an invisible car. They only stopped after crashing through several buildings. They struggled to stand up from the ground with mouthfuls of blood spurting out of their mouths. "It seems that my question has hit her where it hurts." Seito smiled bitterly in his heart. "Maybe we'll have to fight later. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. What do you want to know?" Kyubi asked coldly as she slowly stood up from the bed chair. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. "It seems that you're indeed related to Daji of the Shang and Zhou dynasties." Seito met Kyubi's gaze and said, "So, how much do you know about the central mainland? How much do you know about the Earth Immortal Realm and the Immortal Realm? Can you tell me a little about them? You want to go there?" Kyubi sneered and said sarcastically, "No. Actually, the original intention of asking this question was to find out about those legendary realms from you. I'll use this to infer the existence of the so-called upper world." Seito shook his head and explained. This was the real purpose of his visit today. At the same time, it was also because he suddenly thought of a question after helping Song K break through the void. Seito was really curious. Did the Earth Immortal Realm, the Immortal Realm, and even the legendary Western Divine Realm exist? If they did, where were they? Were they also in the vast and boundless dimensional sea, or were they in other higher dimensional spaces? And where would he go after breaking through, and so on? "You're thinking too far ahead," Kyubi said softly. "I can tell you that the Earth Immortal Realm and the Immortal Realm exist. I can even tell you that with your current level, you can only mix around in the Earth Immortal Realm where humans and immortals mix. If you go to the Immortal Realm, you'll be killed immediately." Kyubi sneered disdainfully. "Then where do they exist? Since you said that with my current strength, I can mix around in the Earth Immortal Realm where humans and immortals mix, does that mean that I can go there now? Then where's the path to go there?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 1292. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and Nickfany for their tips. What? Do you really want to give it a try? Kyubi looked at Seito mockingly. "I'm just curious." Seito shrugged. "On the 15th day of every month, after midnight, at the top of Mount Tai, there's no turning back." Kyubi looked at Seito coldly. "On the 15th day of every month, after midnight, at the top of Mount Tai, there's no turning back? That is to say, the entrance to the Earth Immortal Realm is at the top of Mount Tai, and it opens on the 15th day of every month?" Seito raised his eyebrows and said, "But since the 15th and midnight are ancient times, that is to say, the 15th is the lunar month, right? Then what's the method to open it?" Seito then asked, "Holding the true form of the 5 sacred mountains, praying to the king of Mount Tai, reciting the path of thought." Since she had already spoken, Ninetails had no intention of hiding anything and simply replied, 5 mountains, true shape. Taoist 5 mountains, true shape command. Praying to the king of Mount Tai should be the Mount Tai, Lord's sacrifice, right? Say Ito speculated. You know a lot about Taoist sect. QB squinted his eyes and looked at Sei Ito again. A little bit, Sei Ito said modestly. In addition, the Mount Tai Lord sacrifice has been spread to Japan since the Tang dynasty, and it was worshipped by the Ampere family as the main god. As an Onmyoji, although I'm a demon swordsman, I still pay attention to this kind of widely spread secret method. What about the Earth Immortal Realm? Then, Sei Ito asked again. The so-called Earth Immortal Realm doesn't refer to a world, but a general name for a certain area. Just like in Fusang, it's called Gaotianyuan. In the West, it's called Heaven, like Olympus. QB replied coldly. As for the way to get there, it's very simple. Just go directly from the Heaven Tower in the Earth Immortal Realm. I see. Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself. Since you mentioned Takamajahara just now, does that mean that there are inner realms in Japan that are similar to the Middle Earth Immortal Realm? Sei Ito asked again. That's right. Ninetails affirmed. Where? Sei Ito asked. The Yun Nation, Ninetails replied casually. Sei Ito fell silent. Because this name reminded Kuroda of another mythological system, the opposite of Takamajahara, the mythological system established by Susanoo. Earth Immortal Realm, Cloud Country, Takamagara. The Western world should be the Garden of Eden and Heaven, Mount Olympus and the Courtyard of the Gods. After a while, Sei Ito muttered with a faint smile of unknown meaning. I know the way to go, but what about the way back? Ito Sei looked up at QB and asked. The way back is no return. Ninetails said lightly. The way back is no return? If you go there, you won't be able to come back. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said softly, What about you? Boy, do you want to die? Ninetails' murderous aura that had just been restrained burst out again, shrouding Sei Ito's body, and asked in a cold tone. There really is a way to come back from there, but the price is not small. Seeing Ninetails' reaction, Sei Ito smiled. No comment. Ninetails' murderous aura rose as he gritted his teeth. I was presumptuous. Sei Ito showed a sincere expression on his face and apologized. Thank you very much for your answer, Your Highness. As a thank you gift, I will give this to Your Highness. After saying that, Sei Ito turned his wrist and took out a sage stone that contained evil thoughts and threw it in front of Ninetails. Looking at the sage stone floating in front of him, Ninetails narrowed his eyes, then reached out and put away the sage stone in front of him. I won't disturb Your Highness' rest. I will take my leave. Sei Ito bowed. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, Ninetails suddenly said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Strengthen your strength and forces as soon as possible. The time of choice is coming. The time of choice? Sei Ito paused, frowned, and repeated to Ninetails, the time of choice. However, at this time, Ninetails was not going to pay attention to Sei Ito. He lowered his body and sat back on a bed chair, leaning his body with his elbow, supporting his body, and played with the sage stone that was emitting a strange pink glow under the light. Sei Ito did not ask further, seeing this, and bowed slightly to Ninetails. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to the shrine. The time of choice. Ito Sei found a random place to sit down and muttered to himself with a frown. Could it be the same thing as the calamity of Osiris that Iwos mentioned? What is it? At this time, the problem of Sei Ito's lack of knowledge was revealed. He knew nothing about these secrets that were only passed down among the upper echelons. Thinking of this, Ito Sei moved his mind again and used instant transmission to appear in a room. Sir, he was naked from head to toe. Only a sheet was wrapped around his waist. After seeing Sei Ito's face with a cautious expression, Tetreso called out with a respectful tone. At the same time, the woman who did not understand why Tetreso suddenly jumped up finally realized that there was an extra person in the room and instinctively screamed. Without needing Sei Ito's orders, Tetreso unceremoniously stared at the woman that he tricked from God knows where and used an evil spell similar to soul manipulation to take away the woman's life. Seito did not want to say more about Tetreso's behavior of not caring about human life, so he directly asked, Tetreso, in your sex inheritance, have you heard of any legends of a worldwide tribulation? Especially since the time is so recent. Legends of a tribulation? Tetreso lowered his head and thought. If you want to talk about a tribulation, there is only one. It is in my sex inheritance that there is a trial of the soul, but it has the same meaning as the trial of the apocalypse that is passed down by Catholicism and other religions. Also, the time is not specified, so it should not be what Sir is looking for. After a moment, Tetreso answered with a frown. What about the Freemasonry? Is there any legend of a tribulation? Seito asked again. No, at least I didn't notice. As for whether the prophet and the other guy know about this kind of information, I don't know. Tetreso shook his head and replied, Go ask and see if there is such information. Seito ordered without hesitation. Yes, sir. Tetreso replied. After giving the order, Seito did not stay and disappeared from the room again. He appeared in the ISE Grand Shrine in Miechong County and found the Grand Priest of the shrine, Mingdu. Sir, Mingdu stood up and greeted. In the inheritance of the shrine, is there any inheritance about a tribulation? Seito asked directly. What is the tribulation that Sir is talking about? Mingdu asked in confusion. The scale is very large and may affect the whole world. Seito said, There is no such thing. There is only the legend of Yamada no Orochi breaking the seal. It is said that on the day Yamada no Orochi breaks the seal, the world will turn into hell, and the people will not live well. Heaven and earth will be dark, and so on. Mingdu replied, From now on, have people go through the ancient books and check the legends about the tribulation for me. Seito frowned and ordered. Yes. Although he did not know what Seito wanted to do, Mingdu was too lazy to ask and directly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Seito's figure flashed. He disappeared from the shrine and began to go to the next place to inquire. Jinyin sect. Then, it was Tiantai sect, the Ministry of Environment Hokkaido monster race. The results were some completely unrelated legends that were completely in line with the legends of the various religious groups. For example, Jinyin sect said that there was no sun in the sky and hell appeared. Tiantai sect said that Buddha was nirvana and the mortal world fell. Because the Ministry of Environment had been established for too short time and did not have a strong foundation, the legends were all Japanese folklore. The only thing that could be considered a tribulation was the Yamada no Orochi seal breaking theory, which was the same as the ISC Grand Shrine and a night parade of 100 demons. Of course, the night parade of 100 demons here was not an ordinary night parade of 100 demons, but a night parade of 100 demons composed of Shitendaji, Tengu, and other legendary monsters in Japanese legends. As for the Hokkaido Goblin Clan, the rumor was that a demon suppressed in the depths of Hokkaido was born. What a mess! After wandering around, Seito, who had obtained several rumors, lowered his head and cursed. But no matter what, it is absolutely necessary to strengthen my own strength and influence. As for the so-called tribulation and choice, I can only slowly investigate it. Seito, who had vented his anger, said in a low voice, Little brother, what's wrong? Since you went out and came back, your face has not been very good. Suzu Ito, who walked to Seito's side and sat down, asked, It's nothing. I just feel depressed about some things. Seito shook his head and said, Really? What'd make you so depressed? Tell me about it. Suzu Ito asked with a face full of interest. Actually, it's nothing. I just feel a little dissatisfied with my own cultivation progress. Seito lied half-truthfully. Little brother, do you have a fever? Suzu Ito pretended to exaggerate and reached out to touch Seito's forehead and said, If your words were to spread, not only would those 40 or 50 years old guys who only reached a level jump and commit suicide, Even those old legendary monsters who have lived for who knows how long will come out to kill you. Don't you think about how old you are? You're only 21 years old. After the new year, you'll only be 22. This level of legendary might not be unprecedented, but it's certain that no one will be able to surpass it in the future. You still think it's slow? How can I, your big sister, endure this? Looking at Suzu Ito, who was a little agitated by his change of topic, Seito was stunned and said helplessly, I was wrong, okay. You know you were wrong? Suzu Ito looked at Seito and said casually, Yes, I know I was wrong. Seito nodded in acknowledgement. Since that's the case, it's not like I can't forgive you. However, you have to accompany me into the virtual game and let me give you a good beating. Then, tomorrow, accompany me to go shopping. Suzu Ito nodded and said. She then stood up and stretched out her arms. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went shopping in the main world, Tokyo. Okay. Seito nodded with a helpless expression. He then stood up and followed Suzu Ito back to the room. He took out the game login device and logged into the virtual game. Then, he accompanied Suzu Ito to play. While he and Suzu Ito were playing the game, little Ling Meng sent out the invitation letters for the special skills training school. What's this? In a well-decorated and exquisite room, a young woman dressed in transparent silk pajamas with a head full of wet long black hair that was naturally scattered behind her head opened the mail page that suddenly popped up on the computer on the table. She muttered to herself with a puzzled look on her face. If Seito or Ito Reina were here, they would discover that this young woman was an acquaintance of theirs. She was one of Ito Reina's former good friends. She had once reported Seito to Tokyo University's student Naoko Junko. Do you want to possess magical abilities? Do you want to become a transcendent superhuman? If you do, then follow the address below to register. This place will make all of this a reality. At the bottom of the letter, there were a few words clearly printed in black at the registration office of the Special Skills Training School, number 5, Nanfanko, 1st Branch Road of Akiyuya City. Online distribution? Swindling? Or is it some new religious organization? Naoko Junko's eyes revealed a trace of disdain as she controlled the mouse to close the email. She then sat on the chair and continued browsing online. There were many people who felt the same disdain toward the email that had appeared out of nowhere. They believed that it was some sort of sick program. One by one, they closed the email and deleted it. Some were even more cautious and began to check for viruses. Of course, there were those who believed and those who did not. As a matter of fact, in a dim little house in a city in the western district of the United States, a thin boy with a sickly pale face stared at the screen in front of him with his eyes shining. He muttered to himself, Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. I must go. Yes, I must go. After saying that, he ran to a corner of the room like a madman and violently pulled open a drawer. He took out a pile of scattered US dollars and stuffed them into his pocket. He then packed up his luggage, looking as if he was about to set off. What is this? Far away in the capital, Chun Shichin was about to go to sleep when she looked at the invitation letter that had appeared on the elven book in her hand. As one of the users of the virtual reality game, Chun Shichin had also received an invitation from Little Spirit Dream. It should be an invitation letter from a special school that provides ability training. Judging from the registration address written on the invitation letter, it is very likely that it is a school that Sir ordered people to open. As the AI program of the elven book, Chun Lingwei answered, he is really bold. Chun Shichin was stunned. Lingwei, do you think I should go or not? Following that, Chun Shichin asked hesitantly. Chapter 1293. That depends on Master's choice. Chun Lingwei, the smart program, said, if Master is ready to enter that world, and you really want to become a metahuman, I suggest that Master accept the invitation and go there to learn. If Master just wants to learn for fun, I don't recommend Master to accept the invitation. My mentality? Chun Shichin turned around and leaned on the bed. She looked at the dark room with her head tilted to one side and muttered to herself, yes, Am I really mentally prepared to enter that wonderful world? Chen Shichen's imagination ran wild over the question of whether to accept the invitation, causing her to not sleep well all night, and the various performances of the guys who received the invitation from other countries. On Seito's side, after being beaten up by Suzu Ito in the form of a sandbag in the combat arena built by the virtual game as scheduled, the next day, Suzu Ito pulled him out of the house and drove him to downtown Yodo. However, unlike what he expected, in addition to the two of them, Ito Reina also excitedly pulled Yamashita Linghua along after knowing that they were going out shopping. Liliana and Erica also accompanied him later on, using the excuse of being the king's first knight and housekeeper respectively. In the end, Sei Ito, who felt a little helpless, could only bring along his whole family except for his mother, including the maid. Therefore, it was natural that Sei Ito, who was surrounded by many beautiful women, became the object of envy, jealousy, and resentment of all the men on the streets of Shinjuku as soon as he got out of the car. He was surrounded by endless resentment. "Hey, beauties, do you want to go and have some fun together?" Just when Sei Ito and the others walked to a certain pedestrian street, 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair and dressed like hooligans stopped them. Ignoring Sei Ito's existence, he flirted with Suzu Ito, Reina Ito, Erica, Liliana, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, Kinuhita Sai, Yamaguchi Suzuka, and the battle maids. After coming to this world for so long, I finally experienced the feeling of the so-called femme fatale in the novels of my previous life. When Sei Ito saw this, he thought to himself helplessly, "I just hope that they won't die too miserably and leave any psychological trauma. It's better if he can't get it up for the rest of his life. You want to play with us?" Suzu Ito's legs were wrapped in black thermal stockings. She was wearing a grayish-black mid-length skirt, a light yellow knitted sweater, and a long windbreaker. She glanced at Sei Ito beside her and asked with interest, "Yeah, what do you think? We have 8 people on our side. We can definitely satisfy the needs of the ladies." The yellow-haired man who spoke chuckled. Suzu Ito held Sei Ito's arm and winked at the yellow-haired man. "Then you have to ask if my dear agrees or not. Isn't that simple? Watch me." The yellow-haired man who thought he had succeeded said confidently, then turned to look at Sei Ito and said frivolously, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, then get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "That's right. These women aren't something that your small body can handle. Get out of the way," the other hooligans echoed. "Stop playing, it's boring." Under the gloating gazes of Erica, Uriana, Karen, who had her arms crossed, and Ito Reno, whose mouth was twitching slightly, Ito Sei looked at Ito Rin helplessly and said to her, "Don't worry, I'm going to kill you." How can it be? This is a rare movie scene in reality. How can it not be interesting? Suzu Ito exaggerated. "I don't want to talk to you." Seito rolled his eyes. "Riko, deal with them. Remember not to kill them." Seito ordered in a low voice. "Yes." A long black dress covered her body. Inside, the small jacket responded and quickly rushed into the group of 8 hoodlums. With a punch or a kick, he knocked them all to the ground within a second. Their faces were filled with pain as they lost consciousness. "Let's go," Seito said. Then they bypassed the bodies of the 8 people on the ground and continued to stroll in Shinjuku, Aikidai, Kanagawa, and other bustling areas of Tokyo. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, they drove back to the shrine with big and small bags. After listening to their chatter for a long time and watching them return to their rooms, he got up and left the living room. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in Iceland. Then, he continued to use instant transmission to move to the depths of Iceland that was covered by a vast layer of snow. After a while, Seito once again came to the ice field where he lost his sense of direction due to the battle with Bartlett. "Hey, Angela Hagelberg, are you there?" Seito used psychokinesis to envelop his voice and transmitted it to a wide area. Angela Hagelby ignored him. Last time, when Seito lost his sense of direction, she used her spirit to possess the body of a Snow Wolfpack's leader to stop Seito from moving forward. She also pointed out the direction to go and called herself the God King Odin's Earth Patrol, Guard, and Warrior. Whoosh! Not long after the sound spread, a gust of wind blew in the air. The familiar female voice rang in Sei Ito's ears. "We meet again, stranger." Angela, who was still elusive, greeted in a soft and calm tone. "If this kind of meeting counts as meeting," Sei Ito smiled. Angela didn't answer. Obviously, she didn't have any intention of agreeing with Sei Ito. "Sir, why are you looking for me?" Angela asked. "It's like this. I want to know if there are any legends about calamities in your Nordic inheritance." Sei Ito shrugged and explained his intentions. "What are you referring to?" Angela asked. A calamity that can affect the entire world." "It's somewhat similar to the judgment of the end of the world," Sei Ito replied after thinking about the calamity of Sorcerous that Iwo's mentioned in the time Kyubi reminded him of. "Yes." Angela didn't answer Sei Ito after he finished speaking. Instead, she was silent for a moment before speaking in an ethereal tone. "Can you tell me more?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Our king awoke from his eternal frozen slumber. Seeing that everything in front of him was no longer the same as before, our king, who decided to establish the Holy Kingdom once again, carried out the judgment of God on the ignorant humans who occupied his land, killed his people, and didn't believe in him. He chose suitable people to enter his land and live there. Angela explained mysteriously. "Our king? Judgment of God?" In other words, the judgment of calamities in the Nordic inheritance refers to the actions of the voters carried out by Odin himself? Sei Ito frowned and thought to himself. It's somewhat similar to the revelation of the angel of judgment in the Catholic Church. "Thank you for your answer." Sei Ito raised his head and expressed his gratitude. "Can you tell me why you want to know all of this?" Angela suddenly asked. "Because someone told me that a calamity is coming," Sei Ito replied softly. "Sorry to disturb you. I'll take my leave now." After a few seconds of silence, Sei Ito spoke again. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the snowstorm. "It's also time to carry out the awakening ceremony for them." Angela's voice gradually faded in the gradually drifting snow. "Although I didn't check in Africa, I remember that there's a legend among the indigenous tribes there that a god will descend and reclassify everything on the ground. This way, all the countries in the world have described the contents of the judgment of the apocalypse. It seems that this calamity is really not easy to pass." Sei Ito, who returned to the room, sighed inwardly. Then, he turned around and walked into Karen's bedroom. Amidst her exclamation, he pressed her to the ground and made love to her. "Ah." After a long while, Karen let out a long moan. Her skin was pink, and her body was covered in sweat. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were dazed. However, because of the 5 years of dual cultivation in the Tang world, his ability in that area had improved greatly. Moreover, Sei Ito was completely unable to satisfy Karen, so he had no choice but to move Valletta to Karen's room. He turned over and pressed her to the ground before continuing to make love to her. Then, under the cooperation of the two sides, the three of them finally laid down on the ground together after a long time. Since the calamity is difficult, I will continue to strengthen myself. I don't believe that when I advance to the divine rank, I won't be able to withstand the chaos of you gods and demons," Sei Ito said fiercely as he hugged Valletta and Karen tightly. There are 4 elements to becoming a god: divinity, divine body, divine soul, and Godhead. Although my path is different, my divinity can be considered to have been formed. What I lack is time to let it grow, and then let my body and soul evolve into a divine soul and a divine body. It's the same for the Godhead. There are 2 ways to speed up this process. One is by chance, and the other is by faith. First of all, the path of faith can basically be ruled out. Although as long as there are enough believers, the speed of obtaining faith is definitely fast enough, but the dependence on faith is too high. Even because of the distracting thoughts on the path of faith, is not unheard of for gods to fall. In other words, if I want to advance without any side effects, I can only rely on chance. Then where's my chance? Seito frowned and pondered. Grim Reaper, Demon High School, Exorcist Boy, Eva, Zero-Degree Warrior, King of Fighters, Final Fantasy, Model Moon, Shoe Mountain, X-Men, Captain America. The names of several worlds quickly appeared in Seito's mind, allowing him to analyze them one by one. Which one should I start from? Seito muttered in his mind. Ah-chung, what are you thinking about? Why are you always frowning? Just as Seito was thinking, Karen, who had recovered some strength, suddenly asked. Chapter 1294. I'm thinking about how to increase your strength, Seito said as he pinched Karen's plump chest. Our strength? Why do you want to increase our strength? Could it be another powerful enemy has appeared? Karen's expression changed as she struggled to get up and asked Seito in a serious tone. Valletta, who had her eyes closed, quickly opened her eyes and looked at Seito. That's not the case. Ito Seiji grabbed Karen and Valletta's arms and pulled them back into his arms. While stroking their smooth and tender skin, he explained to them, don't worry about it. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. So just in case, I want to increase your strength. I see. Upon hearing this explanation, Karen nodded in relief. But how can we increase the strength of the two of you? Ito Sei turned to look at Valletta and Karen in his arms and asked softly. Isn't that simple? Just get Mr. Lloyd and Miss Lakshata to develop a new powerful mech body. That way, I believe Valletta and I will be able to increase our combat power by a lot. Karen thought for a moment and said, as for our individual strength, we just need to train more. That's right. Valletta rubbed her head and agreed. Body. Yes, body. How did I forget about those 3 worlds? Seito slapped his forehead and was speechless. What worlds? Karen asked curiously. The world of the revolutionary body, the bio-booster armor, and the D-Boy Universe Knight, Seito replied. The revolutionary body was an original animation released by the animation company, known for its robot animation at the end of 2012. The story was about a young man who was studying in the Universe Ecological Component School, Dawson Academy. He was actually studying in the military experiment facility of the neutral country Gyre. Due to an unexpected war attack, he boarded a strange body named Valvrave 1 to fight against the invaders. Let's not talk about the plot. The key was the Valvrave number 1. Its unique design concept and combat ability made it a good material for Royd, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine to research and modify. As long as they succeeded, the performance of Valletta and Karen's airframes would be greatly enhanced. It would increase their combat power. As for the other bio-boost armor world, it was the story of an ordinary high school student, Akiyoshi Fukamachi, who accidentally obtained a super life form combat weapon left behind by an alien life form that descended on Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, Kaba. Among them, the super body combat weapon, Kaba, was Ito Sei's target. Its power was so strong that it definitely belonged to the category of star-destroying weapons, if converted to the power of ability users. Becoming a demigod shouldn't be a problem. The only thing that made people feel disgusted was that Kaba's appearance when he was wearing the armor was really unflattering. He was like a tentacle monster, hugging the wearer and then transforming into an armor form, completely showing the evil taste of an alien. In the world of the last D-Boy Universe Knight, it was the story of the resistance battle after the alien life forms invaded Earth in the future. The power of the armor was so strong that it was comparable to Kaba in the bio-boost armor. It was a star-destroying weapon. But what was more difficult to accept was that to wear the armor, the wearer had to have a parasitic alien life form in their body. Otherwise, it would have no effect at all. So after thinking about this world, Seito instantly excluded it from his mind. While recalling the plots of the 3 worlds, Seito also roughly described the forms of armor in these 3 worlds. Forget about the bio-boost armor. It feels a bit disgusting. After listening to Sei Ito's description, Karen shrunk her shoulders and said, "But the power of that armor is really tempting." As a soldier, Valletta, who was determined to pursue power, frowned and said. Karen frowned and didn't refute. In fact, the most powerful part of the Kaaba armor is the attached abilities, such as space control, climate control, gravity control, energy control, and so on. These things can be basically achieved with the current technology in our hands, but we can't make it as small as the Kaaba armor for the time being. So as long as we have enough good materials, I believe it shouldn't be a problem to transform a super life armor similar to the Kaaba armor. Sei Ito thought about it and said, "So later, I will go to these two worlds and bring back the things I can get for Royd and the others to study. Then I will go to the other world to do basic training and provide time for Royd and the others to create the finished product. As long as it's not that disgusting way of dressing. I had no problem with that." Karen nodded in agreement. Valletta on the side also nodded in agreement. "Now, let me think about which world to spend time in after I get those things." Sei Ito looked up and said. Karen and Valletta didn't speak after hearing that. They lay quietly in Sei Ito's arms and closed their eyes to rest. Divine soul, divine body, Godhead. Among them, the Death God world has the method to upgrade one's soul. It's also the world where one can stay for the longest time. If one enters early enough, it won't be a problem to stay for more than 100 years. But at the same time, too much time will pass in the main world, and some changes won't be noticed. So it's okay to go there, but it's best to remember the time and not blindly stay for too long. Sei Ito's thoughts began to run. Demon High School world can also obtain information about divine souls and divine bodies. If one behaves well, it won't be a problem to stay for 2 or 3 years. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. There are too many people above the legendary level, demigod, and even gods. There are fallen angels, demon kings, foreign gods, and divine weapons. One wrong move, and it will cause a lot of trouble. But the rewards are enough. The Exorcist world has Noah, Holiness, and the Millennium Duke. It definitely has information about soul upgrading. If I work hard, it's even possible to get ancient alchemy and the creation method of holiness. The disadvantage is that I have to get in touch with the crazy Earl. So I can't rule it out. Sei Ito couldn't help but frown when he thought of the Exorcist world. The apostles of the evil world and the fruit of wisdom are all good stuff. The S2 mechanism and the F force field are also divine weapons. The existence of Lily's silk is even more special. With my ability, it's safe enough to go there. The 0-degree warrior world has an exorcist like the Exorcist world and an apostle like Noah in the evil world. There's also Maria, who is like an angel from God. There's also the stigmata of holiness. Its combat power is strange, and it has a freezing field similar to the F-force field. Pandora's acceleration technique can reach twice the speed of sound. In terms of speed alone, I'm not bad. But as a material world, it's worth going there. The King of Fighters world has Orochi, Grandmasters of Combat, and divine weapons. However, the power system is unknown, and the upper limit is hard to determine. It's still pending. The Final Fantasy has the consciousness of the planet. As long as I communicate with it properly, there's no need to worry about the whole process. I can even use it to trace the origin of the soul. Other than dealing with Sorcerous, who is also considered half a planet's consciousness, it's the best world to obtain the planet's consciousness. I have to go. Shaped moon. Origin. Suppression. I can only steal the world of the past. Sei Ito sighed silently. Mount Shu, magic treasures, immortal cultivation techniques, and other rare treasures and elixir formulas. It's worth going there. The only problem is that the level of combat there is a little heaven-defying. Immortals exist. Sei Ito sighed again in his heart. The X-Men, all kinds of mutants, and that exaggerated black phoenix that connected to the undead in the universe. And the Captain America world is the Rubik's Cube. I really want to know how that thing is different from my Rubik's Cube. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and thought. It's decided. I'll first go to the Biogenesis armor world to steal the Cabby unit. Then go to the revolutionary machine world to steal the #1 unit. Then enter the evil world for a short stay. Then enter the 0-degree warrior world, the X-Men world, and the Captain America world to collect materials. Finally, I'll go to the Final Fantasy to devour the planet's consciousness and enter the Grim Reaper world to complete my cultivation. As for Mount Shu, Shaped Moon, and the Demon High School world, I'll put them aside for now, Seito decided in his heart. Then he put these thoughts aside and hugged Valletta and Karen in his arms to rest. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be rushed, and there's a time difference, so Seito and the other two slept very soundly and slept until dawn. The three of them washed their bodies with the water that Ito Seiji summoned, changed into new clothes, and walked out of Karen's room together. They came to the living room and had breakfast with everyone. Then, it was Karen's turn to go to the admissions office to receive students. She, Nakira Suzuki, Valletta, Kinuhata Sayai, and Oriana left the house and went to their respective offices. Then, Seito greeted his elder sister Suzu Ito, his second sister Rita Ito, his mother Eriko, and his guardianite Erika and Liliana. Then he used instant transmission to flash out of the house, appeared in the half-plane, and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Standing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito recalled the information of the Biogenesis armor world in his mind and ordered loudly. Information received, beginning search. Search complete, target world coordinates locked, begin teleportation. After a pause of about 4 to 5 seconds, the Rubik's Cube's information once again appeared in Seito's mind. As soon as the information fell, a distorted vortex immediately appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, and it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In almost the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It spun at high speed like a tornado, producing a strong suction force that sucked Seito, who was suspended below it, into it. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the vortex like a bubble. Chapter 1295. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon, Gon Hongxiong, Black Sunday 3, and Where the Soul Goes for the Precious Moondrift. Thank you to Halcyon, Nickfany, and NXCX for the reward. Crackle. In the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in a mountain forest. Same old rules. Find the person first, then make a plan according to the situation. Seito, who had completed the world deception outside his body, thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he chose a direction at random and moved out. With Seito's exaggerated movement, he appeared in a city in less than 10 minutes. The best way to trace the traces of people was to ask the local police station. Therefore, after entering the city, Seito immediately went to the local police station without hesitation. He used hypnosis to control the staff of the household registration department and asked them to find the address of the target he was looking for. Soon, Itose was able to determine the city of Fukacho Shio, Shin Fukacho, Riki Sagawa, and Tetsuro Sagawa by searching their names and relative information. Fortunately, the city where they were located was around the city where he was at this time. They were about 30 kilometers away from each other, which was not very far. It would take less than a minute to travel with instant transmission. So after a minute, Seito appeared outside the Fukachi family. Then, Seito asked passersby for the location of a nearby school. He rushed to the gate of a private school where Seito, Ryuki Sagawa, and Tetsuro Sagawa studied. He leaned against the wall, facing the school gate with his arms crossed, and waited. At this time, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was less than half an hour left before the normal dismissal time of Nippon High School, so he didn't have to wait for long. Accompanied by the dull sound of an electric bell, a large group of male and female students wearing black uniforms and blue and white sailor uniforms walked out of the teaching building. Seeing this, Seito's spirit was lifted. His eyes were like the highest resolution camera as he searched the students. After a while, Seito's gaze locked onto a man with a bulbous nose. A male student with a pair of frameless glasses and a slightly plump figure thought to himself. This person was an important supporting character in the anime, the good friend of the main character, Shin Futamo, and the older brother of Ruiki Sagawa, the woman whom the main character deeply loved, Tetsuro Sagawa. However, just as Ito was about to approach Sagawa Tetsuro, two middle-aged men, one fat and one thin, silently followed Sagawa Tetsuro, who walked out of the school alone. They followed him to his residence. TSK. Looks like I came at a bad time, right after the start of the storyline. How unlucky. Ito frowned as he watched the three of them leave. Based on the current situation, Capcom 2 must have been taken back by the Japanese branch of the secret organization, Kronos. It was currently being stored in the company's headquarters. However, Zhang Heng was not sure if the Capcom 2 had been installed by Felix. However, Capcom 3 was still in standby mode. It was hidden in a secret freezer in a stronghold by the Urals. It had not been installed yet. Does that mean that Capcom 3 is the only thing we could do now? Seito thought to himself. Zoro. While Seito was deep in thought, the main character of Capcom, Shin Futamo, ran out of the school and caught up to Sagawa Tetsuro, who was stopped by the two men who looked like police officers. However, they were actually Kronos B soldiers. They are. Shin Futamo looked at the two men in confusion. Oh, they are the police. They are here to investigate the incident at Mount Changzawa. Sagawa Tetsuro explained. Why? Were you there when the incident happened? Among the two, the slightly shorter, plump, middle-aged man with a small brown hat on his head asked. Huh, that? Shin Fukachi, who had a guilty conscience, turned her head to the side and said in a low voice, not daring to look at the other party's eyes. If that's the case, why don't you come with us? The man asked. Shin Futamo and Sagawa Tetsuro were just two innocent high school students. They did not have the courage to object. All they could do was follow the two men into a parked car and let the car drive them away. The moment the car drove away, the student council president of a private school walked out of the school. He looked like an artist as he walked out of the school gate. He stared at the car that was disappearing into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, after some time, the car that was carrying Shin Fukachi and Tetsuro Sagawa was parked in an abandoned factory building. They pushed Shin Futamo and Sagawa Tetsuro, who were forced out of the car, into the factory and locked the door. Kid, tell me, where is Guyver? The short, plump, middle-aged man asked Shin Futamo and Sagawa Tetsuro with a wicked smile. I don't know. Sagawa Tetsuro answered nervously. How dare you be so stubborn? The middle-aged man said unhappily. I really don't know. Sagawa Tetsuro said hurriedly. Walls, it's time for dinner. The middle-aged man glanced at Shin Futamo, who was also nervous, and said to a man in a black suit behind him. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the man laughed wickedly. His body immediately expanded rapidly. He tore his clothes apart and turned into a strange creature with a bat's head and red fur all over its body. It flashed behind Shin Futamo, who was defenseless. A pair of beast arms bent under Shin Futamo's armpits and lifted Shin Futamo up like a fishing hook. It then put its large, sharp mouth, which was dripping thick saliva, next to Shin Futamo's head. It looked like it was about to open its mouth and eat him. Jing! Sagawa Tetsuro shouted in panic. Haha! The beast soldier let out a sinister laugh. In the pond. Sagawa Tetsuro answered loudly. You're lying. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. The beast soldier who was holding Shin Futamo tightened his grip again, causing Shin Futamo to cry out in pain. It's really in the pond. I saw him enter the pond with my own eyes. Sagawa Tetsuro said loudly. No, we've already searched the pond. There's nothing in it. The middle-aged man retorted. It's really there. You have to believe me. Sagawa Tetsuro said anxiously. You won't cry until you see the coffin. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast soldier threw Shin Futomo's body against the rusty wall. Then, as Shin Futomo cried out in pain, he quickly rushed in front of Shin Futomo and leaned towards Shin Futomo's head. "Kill him," the middle-aged man ordered. "Ah, Guyver." Shin Futomo smelled the stench coming from the bee soldier's mouth. Shin Futomo screamed when he felt the biting, cold, killing intent coming from the other party. Then, a dazzling ball of light about 2 meters in diameter appeared behind Shin Futomo, forcing the bee soldier in front of him to retreat. At the same time, a strange-looking armor appeared from the ball of light and combined with Shin Futomo in less than a second. Dimensional space technology. Ito Sei, who was hiding on the side, looked at the disappearing ball of light and thought to himself. "Combo, Guyver," the middle-aged man said in shock. Bang, 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 bang. The others cautiously took out their pistols and fired at Shin Futomo, who had transformed into Shin Futomo. However, as soon as the bullets landed on Shin Futomo's body, they stopped. Then, they were forced out of Shin Futomo's body by the regenerated Shin Futomo. In particular, one of the bullets flew toward Sagawa Tetsuro's head. However, the moment the bullet was about to hit Sagawa Tetsuro, a red ray shot out from the crystal on Shin Futomo's forehead, melting the bullet into a pile of iron shavings. Biofiber strengthening, infrared laser weapon, Sei Ito thought to himself as he collected Shin Futomo's data. Roar! Seeing that the bullets were not effective, the men who were still in human form all turned into red-furred monsters with giant bat heads and charged at Shinji Jing, restraining him. "Jing!" Sagawa Tetsuro shouted. At this time, Shin Futomo, who was being suppressed by the bee soldiers, tightened his arms and instantly broke free from the suppression of 2 of them. Then, he punched and kicked them to death on the spot. It's the same bio-strengthening technology as the black sphere combat suit, Sei Ito said. Roar! Seeing that the people below him were all dead, the middle-aged man who had maintained his human form also let out a strange roar. His body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became an earthy yellow monster that was comparable to a xenomorph, but without a tail. Then, the earth-colored monster's armor-like shoulders straightened, revealing a pair of fan-like things inside. 2 dazzling lights began to converge on them. If I remember correctly, this looks like a bio-laser cannon that uses the body's heat as its energy source, Sei Ito said quietly. Whoosh! The next moment, 2 bright yellow energy beams shot out, brushing past Shin Futomo's body and landing on the metal wall behind him. The blazing laser beam directly melted the wall into a pile of molten iron. Seeing that its attack missed, the earthy yellow beast soldier didn't stop. It continued to fire lasers at Shin Futomo. However, it was completely ineffective against Shin Futomo, who had gradually gotten used to dodging. All of the lasers landed on the walls of the factory, melting the walls into molten iron that emitted a blazing aura. Kid, what do you think will happen if the laser cannon hits someone? After a while, the bee soldier remembered Sagawa Tetsuro sitting on the ground and pointed its laser cannon at Sagawa Tetsuro and mocked him. Shin Futomo's figure flashed and blocked in front of Sagawa Tetsuro. He faced the beast soldier and the laser cannon that had gathered on his shoulders. Then, in the very next second, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Shin Futomo abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the square on his chest that resembled a pectoral muscle and pulled it out. 2 cannon muzzles that rapidly converged light blue particle energy abruptly appeared in front of everyone. Then, 2 particle light cannons shot out to meet the laser cannon shot by the bee soldier. The particle cannons were extremely powerful. The moment they collided with the laser cannon, the energy of the laser cannon was neutralized. Then, the remaining force continued to shoot forward, melting the beast soldier in its path into a pile of dust. It continued to shoot straight into the sky for more than 10 kilometers before slowly dissipating into the air. Although there isn't much data, it's enough for Lloyd and the others to use as a reference. Sei Ito thought to himself as he put away the collected data and Cap's battle footage. Then, he turned his head to look outside the factory, at the Urians from Curly Island who were also watching the battle from a corner. "It's your turn now," Ito thought to himself. After that, he used his mental power to leave a mark on Shin Futamo, who did not know how to use mental power yet. Then, he used the convenience of hiding in the spatial crevice to leave the dilapidated factory. He followed the Urians from Curly Island into the distance and followed him into a large building until he stopped in a dimly lit room. The Urians from Curly Island walked to the wall on one side of the room and reached out to press on the wall. An electronic keyboard hidden in the wall appeared in front of the Urians from Curly Island. He pressed on it a few times. Then, a soft sound was heard. The tightly sealed wall slowly opened to reveal a bright space that was emitting cold air. The space was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters thick. It was an irregular circular shape with a spherical crystal embedded in the middle that was exactly the same as the one on Shin Futamo's forehead. The outer layer of the crystal was tightly wrapped by strips of pink meaty material that looked like tendons. The outer layer of the crystal was confined by 3 lead-made metals. The Urians from Curly Island and Ito, who were hiding in the corner, saw the strange, nameless object that was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters thick. It was an irregular circular shape with a spherical crystal embedded in the middle that was exactly the same as the one that was embedded in Shin Futamo's forehead. The outer layer of the crystal was tightly wrapped by strips of pink meaty material that looked like tendons. The outer layer of the crystal was confined by 3 lead-made metals. The Urians from Curly Island and Ito, who were hiding in the corner, saw the strange, nameless object. This was the Gaivarii that the Kronos organization was closely tracking. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately used his spiritual force to form a shockwave that rushed into the mind of the unsuspecting Uran, knocking him out. Then, he flashed out of the spatial crevice and slowly walked to the Gaivarii. He reached out and picked it up. Of course, in order not to activate it, Ito was very careful not to touch anything other than the metal, especially the crystal controller in the middle. Next, it's time to go to the ruins. But I remember that only people who wear Capcom can enter that thing. It's a little troublesome. Ito put away the Gaivarii and thought to himself, forget it. Anyway, this Gaivarii will be used for human experiments during the research. At most, I'll let the experimental subjects enter the descender spaceship at that time. As for now, I'll just pack up the ruins. Having made up his mind, Ito did not stay in the Curly Island residence any longer. He directly teleported and disappeared from the Curly Island residence, moving toward Main Nai Holy Mountain. In just 10 minutes, Ito arrived at Main Nai Holy Mountain. He released his mental power and flew around the entire mountain while exploring the location of the ruins base. Using mental scanning and mental sensing, after another 10 minutes, Ito finally found the entrance to the ruins base. It was a cleverly concealed cave. Then, he flashed into the cave and moved toward the underground base. This process was perfectly executed under the powerful concealment and practicality of the spatial ability. Without alerting any of the bee soldiers, they sneaked into the core control room of the ruins base and used their electric discharge and electromagnetic control abilities to cut out all the research data in the entire ruins base. Chapter 1296. There's a lot of information stored in the ruins base, but most of it was research data on the descender spaceship. Only a small portion was related to cells, genetic modification, and bee soldiers. To Ito, it was better than nothing, so it could be considered as reference material. In fact, Ito was not interested in the so-called bee soldiers. Manipulating genetic information to transform a person into that kind of appearance, although it was powerful, was really too disgusting. Therefore, even if he had stolen the information, he did not intend to give the information about the bee soldiers to his biological laboratory. At most, he would only give them the information about the cells and genetic modification so that they could improve the condition of the new humans and solve the problem of their fertility. After stealing the information, Sei Ito released his psychic power and formed a wide-area psychic attack, knocking down the group of ordinary scientists in the core control room. Then, he used teleportation to appear in front of the black decenter spaceship that looked like a warhead that had been magnified hundreds of times. He opened up the Rubik's Cube world, sucked the spaceship and the surrounding concrete into the Rubik's Cube world, and threw it on an uninhabited island. Following the disappearance of the spaceship and the destruction of the surrounding buildings, a loud alarm sounded throughout the ruins base. After completing the task of collecting the target, Sei Ito, who was no longer interested in the ruins base, disappeared from the chaotic underground base in a flash. He reappeared in the sky outside Mainai Mystic Mountain, and then disappeared from the sky above Mainai Mystic Mountain in a flash. This time, he was heading to the location of the Kronos Japanese branch. After about a quarter of an hour, Sei Ito appeared in the 30-story building that was known to the public as Max. It was worth mentioning that the person in charge of the Kronos Japanese branch was the adoptive father of the Yuron from Kirijima, who was attacked and robbed by Sei Ito. Kirijima Aso. However, the relationship between the two was not good. This could be seen from the fact that the loss of the Yuron from Kirijima would cause the death of the person in charge, Kirijima Aso, who had obtained the Yuron from Kirijima Aso, did not hand over the Yuron from Kirijima Aso. I remember that in the original work, 2 more days. The commander-in-chief of Kronos, one of the 12 divine beast generals, Richard Ju, is about to arrive. This is a good opportunity to obtain the divine beast crystal. I can also study what kind of toy this thing is. Sei Ito pondered on the way to the top floor control room. It was still very smooth, and Ito Sei invaded the core control room. Using illusions to deceive the researchers, who were ordinary people, he used his discharge ability to control electronic signals and began to plunder the information stored in the entire branch. This time, Sei Ito had obtained a lot of information on beast soldier modulation. Not only did it include the technology to manufacture beast soldier cells, but it also included the technology to adjust genetic information codes. It even included the technology to make some weapons. Of course, there was also research data regarding Felix's cloak combination too, which allowed him to obtain a great harvest. After a while, Sei Ito finished copying the information and put it away. He thought to himself, all that's left is Felix, and then we can wait for the Beast God General to arrive. He then grabbed a researcher and asked about Felix's whereabouts. Inspector Felix is in the lounge on the 28th floor. The researcher with confused eyes replied. After getting the answer he wanted, Sei Ito tossed the researcher aside and left the control room. He headed to the lounge on the 28th floor. Soon, Sei Ito arrived at the 28th floor that was used for rest, entertainment, leisure, and exercise. He found the blonde foreigner, Felix, who was drinking in a large suite that was comparable to the presidential suite, and restrained him. However, at the moment when Felix lost his consciousness, the dimensional distortion light sphere of the Captharmer suddenly appeared in the room. In less than a second, it spontaneously attached itself to the unconscious Felix's body and launched an attack at Sei Ito. Excess defense action. Under any circumstances, when the host loses consciousness, the Bio Boost Armor would activate its host protection program. During this period, anyone who tried to approach the host and was deemed as a threat would be attacked by the Bio Boost Armor until the target was completely wiped out. In an instant, a blazing laser beam flew towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared behind Felix. He released his telekinesis and surrounded Felix's body and restrained him. Bang! In the next moment, there was a muffled sound, along with the distortion of space around Felix. Felix suddenly broke free from Ito Sei's telekinesis shackles. He turned around and raised his arm to send a powerful shockwave at Ito Sei. Pressure cannon. The energy absorbed from the gravity sphere was stored between Kaptha's fingers through the tumor-like tissue on his wrist. It formed an extremely small black hole and evaporated the small black hole to create a shockwave attack. Seito's figure suddenly turned into 5 or 6 shadows and rushed towards Felix from all directions. Boom! The shockwave that missed its target immediately shattered the wall on one side and connected the room to the outside. A gust of wind instantly rushed into the room from the broken wall and blew everything in the room away. Because of this loud noise, the entire Japanese branch of Kronos was in chaos. A large number of bee soldiers began to move towards the 28th floor. As expected of the excess defense action, even Felix himself can use the gravity attack so skillfully. I wonder what else he will do if this continues. Will it be an ultrasonic beam attack or some other energy attack? Seito thought to himself as he activated his teleportation ability and forcibly disappeared from the Japanese branch of Kronos and arrived in a forest with Felix. Seito then used his telekinesis to confine the space around Felix and took out a recording device to record Felix's attack methods. He also collected various data that Felix displayed at this time to be used as reference material for research. Felix continued to use the gravity attack to distort the space around him while he was confined. He was trying to break free from the confinement. After about half a minute, Felix, who was probably programmed to know that the gravity attack had no effect, raised his hands and pulled the edge of his breastplate outwards to reveal the particle cannon inside. He gathered the largest amount of energy and fired it at the space in front of him, and Seito, who was outside the space. Boom! Under the bombardment of the powerful particle cannon, the space nodes that were forced to become active immediately dispersed, and the confinement effect was lifted, allowing the particle cannon to bombard straight ahead. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, it slowly drifted into the air. However, in the path of the particle cannon, all the trees and hills were destroyed, leaving behind a scorched path that was more than 3 meters wide that was slowly emitting hot steam. Distort, Seito said softly as he teleported behind Felix again. As soon as he finished speaking, Felix's limbs were immediately wrapped by an invisible force and twisted like a hair-twisting flower. The powerful force made even the Kapth armor on Felix's body make strange noises. Slender air columns kept spewing out of the fan that was like an exhaust port at Felix's mouth, indicating Felix's pain. Then, the 2 smaller light spheres on Felix's mouth suddenly lit up, and a horizontal ultrasonic wave spread out in all directions with Felix as the center. Wherever the shock wave spread, the turf on the ground was lifted up, the grass was crushed, and the thick trees were blown to pieces. During this process, the invisible psychokinesis that Edo-sei exerted on Felix's body couldn't help but tremble. However, this time, Seito made up his mind. He didn't go easy on Felix like before, so even though the psychokinesis trembled slightly, it didn't explode. Instead, it still wrapped around Felix's limbs and tried its best to twist them. Then, after 3 to 4 seconds, accompanied by a neat, crisp sound, Felix's limbs were completely twisted in an irregular manner. What a strong fiber strength! The twisting force just now was enough to destroy the previous branch building, but actually lasted for so long when it landed on him. That's ridiculous. Although Felix's limbs were twisted, the fibers inside Felix's body were still connected. Seito was amazed by Felix's strength. After that, Seito flipped his hand and summoned celestial clouds and slashed at Felix's body with a spatial blade. Pooh! A long wound immediately appeared on Felix's abdomen under the attack of the spatial blade. However, unlike Seito's previous attacks, Felix's abdomen wasn't directly cut in half. This showed just how strong Felix's armor was. F***CK, Edo-sei grinned and silently swung his sword again, chopping at the control crystal on Felix's forehead. Clang! The crystal that collided with celestial clouds was still intact. I don't believe it. Seito didn't believe it. and slashed at the crystal again. Pooh! At this time, the control crystal lit up, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared 1 centimeter in front of the crystal, blocking Ito's celestial clouds. It's the power of space. Ito was shocked. Does Felix's armor have the ability to learn? However, when he recalled the original novel's description of the caped armor as an external product, as well as the main character's offensive abilities after obtaining the caped armor, it wasn't wrong to say that the caped armor could learn some of its abilities, such as the power of space. Ito felt that he couldn't let this go on any longer. He put on a serious expression and began to break the control crystal of Felix's armor. Chapter 1297. Under Ito's serious attack, the cape armor that had not fully evolved was no match for him. In less than a minute, the control crystal in front of Felix's forehead was shattered by the sharp slash of the celestial clouds. In the next second, the muscle fibers that formed the cape armor that had lost the control of the crystal began to move violently. Like a hungry creature, they wriggled and devoured Felix, who was wrapped in the armor, before turning back into a unit and falling to the ground. However, unlike the intact unit that Ito had obtained from the Yurushi people, this damaged unit's rolled-up muscle fibers were a little loose, and the core crystal in the middle was also badly damaged. Just nice. I'll use this as a sample material, Ito thought to himself as he put it away. After that, Ito put away the information collector that recorded the data and images of the Battle of the Cape Armor, as well as the celestial cloud's sword in his hand, and left the scene. He returned to the Japanese branch of Kronos and used the transformation technique to hide as an internal staff member, waiting for the arrival of the current commander-in-chief of Kronos, the orc deity general, Richard Geo. He didn't know if it was because of his attack, but the beast deity general Richard Geo, who was supposed to arrive the day after tomorrow, came to the Japanese branch the next day. He summoned Aso Hiroshima, who was bound to die, and had been specially modified into an ensign bee soldier that specialized in cape before his death in the original work. There was no need to elaborate on the details of the conversation, as it was not worth Ito's attention. However, after chasing away Hiroshima Aso and sending the super bee soldier to attack the Shuntu crystal, Ito used his spatial ability to sneak into the main control office where Richard Geo was located. Richard Geo was a tall, blonde, mixed-race person, also known as the Chocolate Man. His facial muscles were a little twisted, making him look very fierce. He wore a handmade white casual suit, and his thick black hand held a thick and long cigar in his mouth. Around him, there were 3 men in black suits and sunglasses. A man dressed as a bodyguard, but was actually a super bee soldier, stood upright. This time, Ito's goal was only the mysterious crystal in his mind called the Divine Crystal, not to test the power he possessed. Therefore, as soon as he started, Ito used a sure kill move. The index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword and slashed at the neck of Richard Ju, who was sitting on a high back chair and smoking. A long and thin crack appeared in the space. However, Richard Ju had lived for a long time and had experienced many battles. Among his colleagues, there were even 3 beast deity generals who could use spatial ability. Therefore, the moment Ito made his move, Richard Ju, who had sensed the danger and spatial anomaly through his active spiritual waves, immediately leaped over the desk in front of him. He dodged Ito's fatal blow by a hair's breadth. "Who's there?" The 3 men in black robes shouted as they transformed into beasts. "Gravity space." Richard Ju rolled on the ground and stood up again. He activated his divine crystal and cast a protective gravity space around him. As long as he was in this space, he would be able to detect any abnormalities in gravity or strange changes in space. However, Richard Ju didn't immediately transform into a divine general, perhaps because he was confident in his own strength or for some other reason. He still maintained his human form. At this moment, 3 screams sounded in succession. The three Super B soldiers didn't even understand what had happened before their heads were separated from their bodies and they died on the spot. Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble for me? Richard, Ju roared as he searched the empty room with his eyes. Xiao! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of something hitting the air. A black shadow instantly cut through space and broke into his gravity domain. Ignoring the influence of gravity outside, the shadow stabbed forward with a pitch-black long sword in its hand. Pooh! Richard, Ju, who only managed to dodge the attack in time, was immediately stabbed and a large amount of blood spurted out. Who are you? Richard, Ju half turned his head. He looked at Seito's exposed face from the corner of his eye and questioned. Seito didn't answer. He only flipped the wrist with which he was holding the sword and turned the blade upward from Richard, Ju's body. Then, with a backhand slash, he pulled celestial clouds from the wound and chopped at Richard, Ju's head. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. Richard, Ju immediately grabbed Celestial Cloud's blade with his left hand, which was wrapped in gravity energy, and punched the Celestial Clouds with his right hand, which was also wrapped in gravity energy. Pooh! The huge impact immediately knocked Seito and the Celestial Clouds he was holding out of his body. Seito, who was forced back by Celestial Clouds, didn't stop his attack. Instead, he raised his hand and once again slashed at Richard Ju. At the same time, in order to increase the probability and power of hitting the target, a crescent-shaped air blade flew out from Celestial Clouds and chopped at Richard Ju's body. Humph! Richard Ju coldly snorted, and the gravity around him became completely distorted and disorderly. The strange distorting power immediately scattered the incoming wind blades. Then Richard Ju stretched out his palm and flicked his 5 fingers, shooting out 5 extremely dense energy balls. While distorting the surrounding space, they shot at Seito at an extremely fast speed. Seito waved celestial clouds in his hand, and the furnishings in the room seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. They quickly flew in front of the super-dense energy balls and collided with them. Pa-pa-pa-pa. Dense shattering sounds immediately reverberated in the room. Using this opportunity, Seito once again hid in the space crevice, disappearing from Richard Ju's sight. Where do you think you're going? Richard Ju sneered. He raised his arms and turned around to release super-dense energy balls all over the room. Using the space distortion effect caused by their flight, they forced Seito to show himself. With no other choice, Seito could only show himself from the space crevice. He stretched out his psychokinetic palm and grabbed one of the super-dense energy balls flying at him. Squeak, squeak, an ear-piercing sound was immediately transmitted from the friction between the psychokinetic barrier and the super-dense energy ball. Seito frowned slightly and snorted lightly. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched together and crushed the super-dense energy ball in his palm. Whoosh! In an instant, a powerful shockwave caused by the explosion of the energy ball violently erupted, blowing Seito's clothes and the items around him. Annoying gravity ability. Seito frowned inwardly. Then he switched his ability to discharge electricity and electromagnetic control. In the next second, countless Seito Ju appeared in the room one after another. They filled the entire room and surrounded Richard Ju in the center. These welcome illusions were not illusions created by Ito, using Jinjutsu or space ability, but magnetic field illusions formed by manipulating electromagnetic waves in the form of magnetic fields that were enough to affect the senses of the human brain. Even psychic ability users couldn't see through it. This point, as the original owner of this ability, a criminal in the absolute poor girl world could personally confirm. At that time, he used this trick to deceive the 3 LV7 ability users of the absolute poor girl group. Oh, Richard. Jill looked at the illusions around him with interest and let out a soft groan. At this time, the Seito Ju around him didn't seem to make any movements. Streaks of blue lightning spread out from their surroundings and connected to form a huge lightning force field, completely trapping Richard, Jew within. Oomph. Richard, Jew sneered. The concrete floor under his feet immediately shattered and collapsed, causing Richard, Jew, to fall downwards. Lightning strike. Seeing this, Ito, Jew coldly snorted. He condensed all the energy in a lightning force field into a thick lightning pillar with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, fiercely striking down at the falling Richard Jew. Even though Richard, Jew relied on gravity control to increase the speed of his fall, slowing down the speed of the rocks and blocking them above his head, and even using gravity to distort part of the lightning's path, the lightning's attack speed was just too fast, and its range was too wide. Therefore, Richard, Jew who couldn't dodge at all, was immediately struck by the lightning and continued to fall downwards. At this time, Ito, Jew jumped into the lightning that hadn't dissipated yet. His body turned into lightning and instantly appeared in front of Richard, Jew. Half of his lightning body was revealed, and he swung his sword at Richard, Jew's neck. Pooh! Following a soft sound, Richard, Jew's head, which had just been vaporized by blood, immediately separated from his body and was thrown outwards. Immediately after that, Ito, Jew appeared from the lightning pillar in a flash. The black sword in his hand, celestial clouds, slashed out streaks of sword light and completely shattered Richard, Jew's head that was still spinning in midair, exposing the mysterious crystal inside. He reached out to grab it and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, without hesitation, his figure flashed and disappeared from the building of Kronos' Japanese branch, appearing in the sky above the branch. Well, just take it as a contribution to the humans in this world, Ito said softly as he hovered in midair. Having said that, he raised his hand towards the sky and used his electric discharge ability to stimulate the free electrons in the surrounding clouds. He gathered them above the Japanese branch of Kronos, forming a dark cloud layer with flashing lightning as it silently brewed. Then a few minutes later, Ito-sei, who had raised his arm high, waved it down fiercely. A thick lightning pillar that was as thick as Kronos' Japanese branch, and even wider, descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the Japanese branch building below. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden explosion, Kronos' Japanese branch immediately disintegrated under the lightning attack, turning into a pile of unrecognizable remains that fell to the ground. Boom! A large amount of dust spread out amidst the loud noise. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.